Yo, Koshi.
Riviera, what's going on, man? How you doing?
Doing well. Yourself?
Not complain. Doing well. I'm excited for today. Getting some OGs back in here doing them. I love doing these mastermind sessions. This is probably like the fourth one we've done, so I'm excited. Excited
Oh,
for
yeah.
some of the juice that the guys will share.
Yeah, what
Course.
they've been up to for sure.
What about you, man? How are things going with you?
Going good. Oh, it's cool to see Righteous.
Yeah,
Sick.
right. We got Hey, there he is, Mr. Righteous.
Yo,
It's been a while.
It's popping.
up with my guys, man.
It's good to see you.
Good to see you too.
How are you doing?
Doing great, man. I couldn't wait to be back. I thought it was gonna take a little longer, but I was like, oh shoot,
Yeah, I'm
I'm able to get started. So
Yeah. I was a little bit surprised. I was pleasantly surprised when I got your message. I was like, okay, let's go. Let's run it up again. Hell yeah. It was perfect timing too.
yes, sir.
Perfect time in terms of like pretty much, we made the pivot about 2 weeks ago. So it was perfect timing. And then now like people are making progress with it and everything like that. So
It's good.
Aiden, Jeremy, Mr. Jeremy Wood, we got an OG back, man. It's like the original like red super power ninja, man. Like the Red Ranger. He's back.
What's up, guys? I know you missed me and the group hasn't been the same, but I'm back for a while. Yeah.
I'm excited. I'm so excited. This is, I think, probably the fourth mastermind session we've done. I love doing these. We have some of you guys on and answering these questions and just sharing our thoughts with other guys. I'm on. Hope you're doing well, man. So, everybody in here knows everybody, yeah? Okay, cool. Just making sure. Okay. In that case, I mean, Cameron is hopping. He said he's like a few minutes behind, but I'm sure he'll be here soon. So we can go and just get started. Jeremy, do you have like stuff you have to do afterwards? Are you like in a time crunch or what do you got going on?
I probably need to be out of here. I've got about an hour, if that's okay. So,
Okay. Yeah,
yeah.
that's more than okay. In that case, why don't we go ahead and just get started then? If you want, what we can do is just share my screen and we kind of run through this.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, I mean, before we even delve in, like, is there anything you want to say before we start kind of like making our way down the list of questions?
Not really. I mean, just good to be back. I've been away for the last couple of months, but not far. Still checking in on Slack and reading everything there and watching some videos here and there. And um, I just, for those of you that don't know, I've been in business for a long time, and I have a handful of clients that every May, June, and July, that's those people hired me when I was nothing, when I was nobody. So they um, all hired me then, and I just have stayed loyal to them. And their service is a repeatable service every year, and this year was just especially busy with them. So it just got to the point where I think in June I had 2 days off. One of those was Father's Day, so I had to drive all over the country seeing everybody's dad anyway, so that didn't count. But yeah, it's just been really busy, and I needed a break from trying to stay on top of some of this stuff as much as I was. So nothing mysterious or bad. I just needed to get some stuff done, and I'm coming out of the other end of that tunnel now. So ready to get back at it and see if I can grow.
100%. Well, I thank you for like sharing a little bit of that background with the guys. I know that's something obviously I knew about, but in case you guys didn't know, like Jeremy's had his hands tied with the OG client. So I don't know if Jeremy's even like got his ads launched right now or if they're off, but I'll kind of let him speak. But I know he's doing good. And, he's got good problems to have in terms of like the number of clients and having his hands full and all that stuff. Jeremy messaged, he and I spoke, and he was telling me how he was pretty happy with where he was at and pretty content, but I'll kind of let him talk. We'll go ahead and just kind of get started then. Current number of clients and how much are you currently charging your clients, Jeremy?
Yeah. So fellows, right now I have 7 active clients, and I'm charging them each $1,000 a month, which I think is way under what I should be doing. But I felt that was something I needed to do to figure out what I was doing and to be confident in offering my services so that I could get practice and learn and all the good stuff. So I could, I don't know about you fellas, but if I can't answer questions, and it just makes me feel stupid and silly. And if I don't have results to share, even if I'm sharing Koshiks, it doesn't make me feel confident. I'm sure that comes across. So my thought was, the first 10 clients I get, I'm going to charge them each $1,000 a month. And then once I get to 10, that's going to double, So, and I do have right now 5 people that we're flirting with each other, tickling each other's toes under the kitchen table type stuff, just moving them along. They, for whatever reason, these people talk to me. They kind of like me, and even if they're not in a position where they can do it right when we talk, they seem to stay in touch with me, text me, call me every now and then. I'll call them, make sure they're doing okay. I'll even, uh, you know, pop in every now and then and offer them some suggestions or tips on stuff that has nothing to do with running ads. Just giving med spa advice. Think, well, I had another client, they did this. Have you ever tried that? And so, yeah, that's just stuff like that. And I think it earns me a lot of credit with them. And like I said, I got 5 of them and I'm hoping to convert into customers. If that happens, I'll be at 12. And from that point forward, I'm going forward with the Koshik price. So, yeah, so I think that um, answers the first question and most of the second one.
Yeah, really quick question. So there's a lot of one thing that Jeremy just said I found that's extremely valuable is just like he stays in touch with these people. When it comes to direct response marketing, you guys may have experienced this, but kind of the joke is like leads come in and you either sell them or they die because you're just focused on such a high volume of just getting leads into the door and then maybe sending some emails and maybe respond they don't, you kind of just cross your fingers. So you're really just focusing on like, okay, the people that opt in, like that's it. Like that's kind of like who I can close and who I can't close versus what I've seen with Jeremy for months now is he's always telling me like, hey, I got this person in the pipe, I got that person in the pipeline. He and I are talking, she and I are talking. We're pretty chill. They really like me. Do you have so really quick, 2 questions. Out of those 7 clients that you have, how many of those were like those quote unquote long-term nurture relationships? And the second question is in terms of these 5 people that you are nurturing, can you kind of give us a really quick like SOP or like a system or whatever you have? Like, hey, you touch base once a week on Mondays, or how do you kind of do that process of like keeping those people around or like nurturing them?
Yeah, so I've got, let's see, out of the 7 I have now, probably 2, maybe 2.5, because one was faster than the other. But one of the most recent ones, Dimitri and Rita out in Calabasas, California. The first time I ever spoke to them was in Christmas, right before
Yeah.
Christmas break. And they hadn't opened the place yet. He, saw my ad, had the call with me, and then of course told me, well, we're not even open yet. And so, but he was very friendly. I was friendly with him, and I just thought, this is a guy that if he ever does open, I'm going to keep it in my back pocket. And I'm just going to, once every other month or so, or once every other week or so, just reach out and ask him how he's doing, how's it going, you guys okay? I don't always talk about the spa, for instance, like with Dimitri, him and his wife, I believe, are both Russian. And so Dimitri, if you ever see him, he looks like the typical Russian gangster out of a Denzel Washington movie. So I've teased him about, and he's never denied it, by the way. I always tease him about, man, I really got to do good for you. I'm sure I kind of have a feeling you're like part of the Russian mafia and I don't want to cross you. And he'll just laugh and thinks it's really funny. And his wife or fiance is great. I just talk to them, how's it going? Where you at? And they would just open up about things like, well, we're struggling with this machine. Have you ever heard of this machine before? No, I haven't, but this client over here I have works with them. And man, I tell you what, once you get that going, it's going to be okay. And I just never was really trying to sell them. I was just staying in as much as I could on their radar screen. So in Go High Level, I always put notes on their account about when I'm supposed to follow up with them and set up little reminders in Google Calendar like, hey, message Dimitri. Hey, message Christine. Hey, message Dr. Q. And just, I just, there's the 5 that I'm working on now. I've got one in Ohio, one in Mississippi. Those 2 are pretty close, I think, to coming out of the oven. But then I've got the other 3. 2 of those 3 want me to reach out to them in August and September. And we talked and talked, and they're like, can you circle back around with me in August and September? And so that's what I do. But even then, I still just will send a text or an email. How you guys doing? You feeling okay out there? And then I have one who was a lady in Canada, and she is moving her practice out to California, and she wants me to call her when it's all set up, which will be the end of September. So, um, these are just people that when I'm on the sales calls with them, we just click. Everything's going well. They believe in what I'm saying. I show them my results. I've refined my sales, presentation over the weeks and months to be better and better, and filling it in with my own results and videos from clients and things like that. And I think that the more authentic you can be to who you are, they buy into it. And I just am. Everything I tell them, I fully believe. That's a big thing for me. And when I'm talking about something that I believe in, whether I was trying to convince you Patrick Mahomes is the best quarterback in the NFL or that you should do your ads through me, I still have that same passion. And I think that comes through. So, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that definitely works for you and just like your personality type. You've been in business for a long time and you've really just kind of like developed exactly who you are in the marketplace and how you serve people. I think for maybe some people that are newer, like a year in or 2 years, and they're trying to kind of figure out their identity. They're like in middle school or high school,
Yeah.
and you've kind of you've been through middle school, high school, college. You know who you are. You're settled in. You're like, these are my strengths. I'm good at X, Y, Z. And so that's why I think it works really well for you. And on top of that, you have very high conviction. I can tell you really do believe it. You really do love it. That really shows
Yeah.
through. Um,
My favorite
yeah,
part about the whole thing is if this would I do believe if this is there are things I would do in my life that I would do if I wasn't if money was not an issue, I'd just do it.
yeah,
And one of the things I like to do is help people, no matter what that is. If I know how to mow your yard better, I want to teach you and help you if you're having trouble with it. It makes me feel good inside.
yeah,
And when some of these clients right now, when they I look into their Go High level every day and check their ads and all this and see that they're booking things and I see the money and the value it's worth. It makes me feel so good.
100%.
What hurts is when things aren't going great.
Right, right.
But with a lot of them, I've built up the trust that even when they're not going okay, they trust me to right the ship. So I think that's very important. Is just and something that's interesting that I've kind of come to the conclusion on my own end. A lot of these people are close to or around my age. Uh,
Exactly. That's why
I
that's
thought,
kind of a big part of it. I think, like,
yeah,
again, you selling on your identity and just like being able to connect with people. So they settle on their identity and it's just you guys just match. I think
yeah.
that's a big part of it.
I really thought when I first joined the group. I mean, I see, you know, you guys, you all are young, especially Amon. He looks 12. I thought I'm not gonna. This isn't gonna work for me. Everybody's gonna think I'm some old fogey, and I'm not. There's no way this old man can keep up with all this technology and all. I that was in my mindset. But lately, I've started to feel like that my age might be an advantage. Now it'd be different maybe if I was 70 and had to put a filter on my face just to come across decent, but I'm 50 and I've been doing this my business for a long time, and when I tell them my history and what I've done and how I've gotten where I've gotten, and then they too can share and relate in the fact that they're business owners and they've been doing this for a while, it just feels like we're on the same team. And the grays and the goatee don't hurt as much as I thought it would. And
Yeah.
sometimes I do think it's an advantage because they think they're talking to a peer, not some young kid who's going to talk over their head or somebody who's really old and the ship has sailed. So I think for a lot of these people I end up with, they're right in my age group. They're my peers. So that's been a nice discovery for me, if you will.
Yeah. Yeah. So we'll keep it rocking. My big takeaways, hopefully you guys are taking notes, making mental note. My big notes is, he's got a certain number of clients he wanted to hit before he increased the price point. Now he will. I definitely think there's more to that. Just my 2 cents, Jeremy, is like it's not just the number of clients, but obviously you're kind of like doing this mental gymnastics of like, okay, I have 10 clients, here's my churn rate. I'm doing a pretty good job. I deserve to increase my price point. But there's a video inside the program on like the 3 numbers you need to have in order to grow your business. And there's a certain return ad spend that you need, there's a certain profit margin you need to be hitting for your clients. So it's like it's like whatever you charge, the ad spend needs to be like 1.5x, and then their return needs to be a certain percentage. And if you do that, then you can charge higher prices.
Yep.
So like if you charge a higher price and they don't make as much, it's no bueno. So you have to like mathematically do it. That being said, guys, he's got his 10 clients and he's going to increase the price point. I would encourage you guys to go through the program. If you guys are curious about what video it is, let me know. I'll send that video over your way. The other thing is he touches base with clients. So if I were you guys, that's something I do as well. I just put it in my calendar. Literally in my calendar, I'm going to touch base with this person. I'm going to work this lead. I'm going to do that. Um, Again, in the direct response marketing world, leads are sold or they die. You guys can certainly change that by adopting this kind of behavior. I would highly encourage you guys to take that from Jeremy. And another big part of it is just like finding who you are. And again, that just takes time in business. Jeremy's been here for a long time and he's kind of figured out like, okay, when I'm with an older individual, here's how I behave. For me, for example, when I interact with people, I've just learned, there's a thing of like, I don't really believe in like, modeling other people's behaviors. If somebody's going like this, you go like this. That doesn't work for me. I'm pretty like very serious and like kind of like almost like a doctor prescribing things. I don't really smile, laugh too much. And that's what works for me. I think it kind of almost makes people feel like calm in a way. So you have to kind of like figure out who your identity is. And again, that comes with a lot of experience and a lot of sales calls. So those are some takeaways that I got from what Jeremy just said. So we've gone over this really quickly before we move, just to keep it moving. I really want to get down to here, Jeremy, but how many clients have you closed and then how many have you retained versus lost?
Well, if you even go back to the free video thing, I think I've closed 10 or 11.
Okay.
Um, well, so 11, if you count the free video, so I've closed 11. Of course, that went and came and went. Then I've lost, or three basically moved on. One moved on because they closed their business. I think if you all remember, if you all were
Yeah.
on here, they had three ladies running it and somebody stole a bunch of money and they had to close. The other two was one down in Florida and one up in Pennsylvania, which it was just with the lady in Pennsylvania, she had all kinds of personal issues. I won't get into all that here, but those personal issues were eating up her finances. And she just couldn't maintain paying me. It was working. I tried to tell her, don't do this, but I couldn't. The one in Florida was really the only one that right now is kind of the thorn in my side when I think back, because I just could not crack how to get them going. And I've made peace with it, because what I think is that their follow-up process, their nurturing process was broken, because I was bringing them great numbers of leads. Um, and just the more I dug in, the more I understood what they were doing there. I just think they had, basically very young, inexperienced people behind their desk making phone calls, and it just didn't work. And there was no, I don't know what you say. The kids, the people doing the phone calls, those were, it was just a job. They didn't care. So, they went through about five or six of those people while I was working with them. So, um, and we don't, I still talk to them. So I've not broken up that relationship or burned that bridge. She called me about a month ago. They were getting ready to go on a cruise, and she said, "Would you mind just taking a look at um, the ads that I just set up and just give me any pointers?" And I was like, "Absolutely." So, of course, they had them all set up wrong, and then they went on a cruise, and I couldn't get a hold of them. So I don't know whatever happened, but I I try my very best to not only do this job and do it well for them, but I want them to like me. I want to like them, and I've gotten very good, I think, at on my discovery calls of picking off personality traits and red flags for me. And the people I'm working with right now, I like all of them, every single one of them. If I was in their town, I would expect that we'd all go out to dinner and hang out. So and that typically happens with all my clients, even people I work with in Kansas City. I just become friends with people. That's, to me, the best way to do it. So, but yeah, those are the only three that I've really lost, and I kind of think two of them, there was just nothing I could do about them. They were very slippery, and I had soap on my hands, and just wasn't
Right.
the right time. The one in Florida, I say it was their thing, but at the end of the day, it's on me. I got to get the sales for them. I just couldn't
Yeah. Yeah.
crack that code for getting them to follow up properly. So,
Yeah. That's okay. I always say like you out of 10 clients, you'll have maybe one stud, you'll have one dud, and you'll have, eight pretty average people. So
That's
it's pretty normal. All right.
that's
So that's
pretty
pretty
yeah,
much your
that's pretty
experience.
close.
Yep.
I think I have right now, if I had 10, I'd say I've got three people, really, three, maybe potentially a fourth one right on that edge. But I got three people who have just taken to this like ducks to water. They believe in what I've told them. They follow up. They do what they're supposed to do. Um, I know you probably don't want it to be necessarily this way, but almost every day we're talking to each other, just a message or two on Slack. Hey, I got another sale, stuff like that. And how's it going? Did you try this? Did you try that? That kind of stuff. And I have actively right now probably two people sending out referrals for me. So um, yeah, it's going well.
Yeah. Yeah. What I'll say about that is, I don't, as time progresses, like the more time progresses, the more I believe there's not like necessarily a right or wrong way to do business. And so with cases like your, I wouldn't definitely like switch things completely, but you seem very content, very happy with what you do, very happy about like interacting with people, just like I am. Like the reason I do what I do is because I can go super depth with you guys. I can talk to you guys. I'm not focused on like scaling. I'm not trying to do sales calls every day and trying to grow my business, which is like the traditional way. And so for people like you, again, I wouldn't encourage you to think about this right now, but there are things like being a COO in a business, an operator, or like a partner or somebody with equity. Somebody like you that has that kind of relationship that works with your temperament, those are the kinds of things that you can entertain that could be that could work very well for you. That's kind of what I do, right? I'll get people in, I try to help them take them from 0 to 10 and then from 10 to 100 if I can, just kind of by structuring the offer differently. So that being said, um, so so we have a few of these questions. So these are questions a little bit different. And then finally, we have this question right here, which is about your current ads. So I think this one is probably from Jorge. What piece of content or assets are you sending before you take calls with them? Why do you send those specific pieces of content? Why do they work?
Yeah, right now, I mean, basically all they're getting is an email and then a handful of texts.
Can you actually, I'll stop sharing my screen so you can visually show, if it's okay, if you can share with the guys.
Well, it's all just in go high level. It's just text automations. I mean, the basic stuff that Amon showed me when I first started. So there's nothing really special about what I'm doing to nurture them to the calls. They'll get an email. And then what I do is I send out the text saying, hey, thanks for reaching out, filling out the form and I do the little trick that Amon showed me where I ask, is this Koshik? And they'll say yes. And then they say, I say, oh, okay, great. Thanks for letting me know. Can you tell me what the name of your med spa is and maybe share with me a website and some social media channels? And then it starts slipping a little bit. Some people will send me that information, other people stop responding. Once they send me that information though, once I get the name of the website and the company and all that, I created just using Chat GPT one morning. It took me about an hour. Chat GPT and Designer with two R's. I created an ebook called Med Spas, um, Get Found and Stay Found, Online Presence Strategies. And I literally just went into Chat GPT and told it to write me a, you know, 1 or 2 page printed book chapter on the best practices for Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, LinkedIn, Google business profile, SEO, blogs. And it ends up being like 50 pages long. And then I took all that content, put it into Designer, took me about 10 minutes to design it, spit it out. And now as soon as they respond with who they are, what the name of their med spa and all that is, they get a link sharing the Zoom call link as well as a link to download their free ebook. So that's what I've been using. And I have that like when they fill out the lead, they go to my website, fill out the form. It'll say, in order to get your ebook, make sure you fill out this form. And then they go in and schedule the appointment. And all. I guess they don't even fill out a form. They just go in, pick a date and a time that takes them to where they put their name in, and as soon as they hit that, it sends the text out. So yeah, there's no form. It's just a date and time, and then they fill out their
Yeah.
name, email, and phone
Wait,
number.
so are you using the same funnel, the calendar page to the thank you page, or did you do a little something a little bit different?
I've designed it and made it look a little. I put a video on there. that's just, I have videos on both pages. But the first video on the calendar page is just one of my old ads saying, "Hey, med spa owners, I'm sure you're tired of this and that, and blah 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 blah. Why don't you book a call today? Go below and get it done." And then, it takes them to the thank you page, and there's just a little video on there telling them, "Hey, I appreciate you doing this. We're going to talk about a few things. I can't wait to meet you. Hope you're excited, so on and so forth." And that's it. There's nothing really on the thank you page other than that video and saying thanks. And then a little reminder, hey, you're going to get some text, fill out that information, and I'll shoot over to you your free ebook. That's about
Okay,
it.
so I just want to make sure I'm understanding correctly. So they get an email, automated email after they book the call. And the call that they're booking, is that the sales call that they're booking, or the discovery call? That's a discovery call, right?
They'll get an email and text. So I just make
Right.
sure they're getting both.
So you send them a text. This text that you send them, is this a manual text or is it an automated text, the one that starts baiting them to talk? It's
Yep.
automated. So
Same
you,
process that Amon gave me.
all right. So is this so and so? Thank you. Is this so and so? They respond with some stuff, and then from there, um, how are they? So this is the part I'm a little bit lost on. So when they send you the social media and everything, are you manually saying, "Hey, here's your book and here's your whatever"?
No, it's just a link to OneDrive where the book is. And that
Okay.
first text where it says thanks text, that has the Zoom link in it right there.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Yep.
And so you're sending a Zoom link, even though it's a discovery call?
Yeah, I like to meet with them. I think if I can show them my face, it builds trust. I just,
Interesting. Okay.
yeah,
So
and
so you are so you,
I've only had one or two people the entire time I've ever done this say, "Hey, could we just do a call?"
I see. So you're actually doing a Zoom. So all right, so this is an important note, guys. Everybody, super important. This is something that Jeremy's doing different than I think the rest of our so far, which is like that very first call is a Zoom call. Whereas to right now for the call funnel, we're typically doing a phone call. So you're not pushing them. So that's interesting. So the way that Aman and me set this up is we set the thank you text, we bait them to respond to us. Once they do, what we're doing is like, hey, we're actually it's awesome, looks good. We're actually available right now. If you're available, we can hop on a call. If not, we can do the designated time. It sounds like you're not doing any of that.
No, they book the date and time, fill out their information, and then they get a text with a Zoom link with the
And
baiting name trick. And then I ask for a website and social media. And if they respond to that, then they get the ebook.
I see. And once they get the ebook, you know, I don't want to delve too super deep into that right now, but um, so in terms of Zoom call, you're doing a discovery call pretty much with whatever we have in place in terms of that script. After the call, you tell them, "Hey, it sounds like I can help you. Let's push this to a call where I'll show you a demo."
Yeah. What
Interesting.
I do is you used the analogy a minute ago, like you're a doctor prescribing things.
Yeah,
That's what now I've told you before, if things are feeling good and I'm jiving and these people feel like I can,
you'll
if
move
they
it to the
turn that
sales call.
camera on, if they're doing the head nodding and stuff,
Yeah.
I'll just go, well, we can do this on another call, or I can just actually show you the system right now. Do you have time? And if they have time, I'll go right to it. Uh,
How many times would you say you've broken it up versus you've gone all in? And when you did go all in, you were able to close the deal. How about this? How many times did you go all in and were able to close the deal?
Probably two out of the several clients I have.
Okay. So
Twice.
so basically the conversion rate is like 2 out of maybe 10 times that you've tried to go all in that you were able to close on a one call close.
Yeah.
So do you feel like based off of your data, based off your experience, do you feel like it's better to do a two call close or a one call close?
The two call close usually is the only option because they're busy. They don't
Right.
have, so I have to set it up and say, listen, now this next call is going to take a little longer.
I see.
And
Okay.
I'll tell them it's not necessarily 100. I mean, it is true. I'll tell them, listen, if you're on this sales call, if you're a technologically gifted person and you understand things, I'm going to show you how to do this. So if you want to take notes or record the call and you feel like doing it, I'm showing you what I'm doing. You'll have to
Okay.
figure out all the processes, but it does take about 45 minutes. Plus, you have time for some questions. And so I just want to make sure you're in a comfortable place. And then I, of course, go through, I need you to bring on anybody else that you talk to. And I
Gotcha.
encourage them to actually.
So So really quick, guys, I think what Jeremy just said is super important, like super, super, super fucking important. So I would highly, if I were you guys, I would make like notes of that, like type it up, make notes of that, because when you guys launch your call funnel, Aiden, I'm on, Righteous, Riviera, if you guys want to start with the phone call, because that's pretty much what we've always been doing, we can start with that and see how that goes and then try to push that to a sales call. If for some reason you're like, man, these guys are not showing up to the sales call, they're just not hot, we can try to do a video call for the first call. So that's something we can test out based off of Jeremy. So Jeremy, what's your I obviously have actually your Excel, but like what is your show up rate to the sales call? So if you do a discovery call over Zoom, what is the show up rate?
Let's see. Since I started with you, I've had 49. I've had booked 31 sales call meetings and 25 show up.
39 and 25 show up.
31 and 25.
Okay, wow, that's actually really freaking good.
Yeah.
So 25 divided by 31. So you have 80% of your people showing up to a sales call. That is insanely good, guys.
Yeah. And I think
Wow.
again, like so I've had, let's see, I've had 108 booked discovery calls and 49 actually show up. But
Right,
the 49 turned into 31, and out of those 31, 25 showed up. So out of 108 appointments, I've had 25 sales calls.
right. Yeah, so if you guys know anything about direct response marketing numbers, guys, typical show up rate to a sales call is like 50%. So not only are we getting an 80%, but I think the quality of the 80% is different. So there's a it's a double whammy. Not only is are we increasing to 80%, which is like those are some of the best numbers in the industry. But like I think the quality of them showing up the way they're showing up is much different because he's already gotten them on that initial Zoom call, already built a certain type of relationship. So definitely like interesting. Definitely want to put this in, and I'm gonna put this in my back pocket. Some of us we can probably test this out. But I like that a lot.
Yeah,
Um,
like I just think them seeing my face
yeah,
really makes a big difference.
100%,
Question.
100%.
I just think it does. Now
When
they,
you do the
I would say
discovery call,
80, 70, 80% of the time, they don't show their face.
Right, and that's
But
okay.
on the sales call, they do.
Of
But when
course, exactly. Go ahead.
yeah. Well, I was gonna ask about that. Like, are wondering how much of like are you taking all your discoveries like on your computer setup, or do you ever do it like on your phone just to like more focus on building connection? And then for them, are they typically just like on their phones when they hop on this, and then you tell them like, hey,
yeah,
when we do the sales call, we'll be on a computer.
yeah, I always do them for, I have an office, so I'm always in my office. And I always set up where they can schedule during my office hours. So I'm always here. So what you're seeing is generally what they see. And then
Okay.
I share my screen. Now, a lot of them will come on with the phone on the first one, and many of them will come on with the phone on the second one. But I do tell them, listen, on this second one, I'm going to show you, what I do. And if you're really good at this, you could just steal it, and I know they won't because they need help. And but I want to give them that assurance that this stuff isn't rocket science. And that's the other. I'll tell you another thing that several of my clients have told me, um, and maybe you guys have the same thing. Is I don't go deep, deep, deep down into the weeds and stuff. I've had a few of them tell me they like how I explain it because it makes it easier to understand. And they said, I had a couple of them tell me specifically that they had been on other agency calls where it felt like the agency person was trying to just talk over their head and make it sound so difficult that no one can do this but me. So I just don't do that. I just talk like I'm talking to you right now. Um, I just keep it simple. And I want them to think, and I'm very big in my sales presentation about transparency. I tell them, and I do, I'm going to teach you how to go on to Facebook Ads Manager and read the results and understand where every penny you're spending is going. I said, so you'll know you're going to pay me my fee, but you're going to pay Mark Zuckerberg, as Koshik likes to say, his feed separately. And I'm going to show you how to read a basic report. So if you wake up at 3:30 in the morning worried about how it's going, you can pull it up and read it and assuage your fears. Koshik, I got that idea from Koshik because remember Koshik, very early on, I'd be very worried about numbers.
Mhm.
And you'd say, well, let me look at them. And you'd pull them up and go, no, no, that's healthy. That's fine.
Right.
You're fine. And even though this one's a little fat over here, this one is a little lean over here, so that evens out, you're fine. Don't worry about it. Well, I figured there's probably people just like me. They're spending money that's hard to spend right now. And if I can teach them, here's how you read the report, and here are some normal ranges for these numbers, which I've been doing. Um, it works.
One thing that's you guys are going to want to keep in mind is it doesn't sound like Jeremy is doing anything in terms of like telling people, hey, this is going to be a Zoom call, make sure like download it or any of that stuff. It doesn't seem like he has it within the funnel. Like for me, back in the day when I was doing a my funnel, uh,
It
uh,
does tell them it'll, book your Zoom call or something like that, but it doesn't go real deep.
right. So I think so the reason I just bring this up, I think it like depends, like it's niche dependent. Shoot, I forget which funnel it was, but like I had a funnel where I would tell people that they need to have access to Zoom. And so that was like one of the steps I gave people. So he doesn't have it within his funnel and he doesn't have it within his text sequence or his email. It's pretty much just like people are kind of expect. So I think the reason I just bring it up is I think with medical spas, with that industry, like they've had so many sales calls, so many discovery calls, they understand it's over Zoom, they use Zoom, they're used to using the tool versus if you're doing, and I'm thinking about, Aman, I'm thinking about Aiden, painters, I'm thinking about contractors. Are they familiar with Zoom? Are they really using Zoom? Are they in the office? So you're gonna kind of keep you have to keep that in mind. I think that's a little bit of a little bit different between Jeremy and you guys.
Yeah, I
So just
think if
keep
I
in mind.
was working with plumbers, I probably wouldn't ask them because I would expect that they're on the job site.
Right, right. So maybe, with something like that, I don't know, maybe FaceTime is better, potentially, for example, right? It's just kind of keep that in mind if we decide to go that route. I'm not saying we will go that route. If you guys go decide the route of like a video for the discovery call. So okay,
Got something to add to that really quick. I've done a lot of sales calls on Zoom or FaceTime with contractors, and actually, I'd say the majority of them are probably on their phone in their truck while they're driving around and stuff. So it can work. It really can.
yeah, yeah, good point. Yeah, I remember Aaron told me the same thing. He was doing something in the contracting space before he got into med spas, and he was saying a lot of the calls are just like FaceTime calls while they're like moving about. So um, cool. Last question for you, Jeremy. This one is regarding your ad. So your biggest bottleneck around April, I remember, was simply not getting enough discovery calls booked. Because obviously, when you get them, you're closing, man. Like you've got a great show up rate, you got a great close rate. But you've been able to solve that bottleneck using image ads recently. Can we do a live walkthrough of creating some ads from scratch and launching them? It could be a good idea for you to do. Okay, so yeah. So I really what I'm talking about, Jeremy, is remember how we were talking about those submersive ads? And you kind of like walk me through like a workflow of like, okay, here's what I do, and then I do this, I do this. I don't know if there's time for us to like do a quick version of that for the guys. Would that be possible?
Yeah, I mean, I've got some running now, so I can just show you like how I've got it set up. Now, I will say, I'm getting still like all the numbers except the discovery call numbers are there. So, I've not spent, I hardly spent any money in June. I only spent, my June ad spend was $600. Well, I did spend quite a bit. And then in July, I've spent 525 so far.
Yeah.
But I'll surpass that. I've just been, like I said, too busy to really give it any consistency. But I can share with you kind of how I have them set up.
I
But
think I think what I'm interested in, Jeremy, and for the guys, I mean, this is like definitely like we'll run through this, but I think what I'm trying to get across to them is like for what I've always done with the call funnel is I've really hammered guys on writing scripts, filming videos, and launching those as ads. But the problem with that is again, it takes time, energy. Remember, I was trying to get us to do that. I was like every day or every week we got to commit 1 hour to it. And then what you did is you came up with like, okay, these image ads actually work really good. So if we can go through the process of you creating an ad, not necessarily like the
oh,
like ads manager, but like showing, okay, I think you said something like you think of something and then you go to ChatGPT, you type in a prompt and then this happens. That's really like the marketing side is kind of what I think that could help the guys out.
okay, yeah. So um, I don't know if I still have any. I hope I do. Let's see. No, I don't. So when I go into Chat GPT, and you guys know that Chat GPT is all about how you position it, how you talk to it, and how you ask it to behave. So when I go into Chat GPT, generally what I'm asking it is I come in and say, I need you to act as a professional direct response marketer for medical spas using meta ads, Facebook and Instagram. I need you to, and then I'll just start talking about what I need it to do. I want you to help me come up with some concepts. I wish I hadn't trashed those, or there was a place you could see your trash chats. I need you to help me to come up with some concepts that are subversive. And what I mean by subversive for you guys is it is playing on the negative emotion that they have going on. So all ads, as you all know, you're addressing a pain point. So the first thing I want them to do, and I can show you kind of in Canva at least the results of what I've gotten through ChatGPT.
Yeah, that would help as well.
Uh, Maybe it's not in here. Hang on a second. I must not have saved. Oh, I know where I did them. I saved them in Dropbox. So the subversive idea is you're saying, I know you're hurting. Here's what this is probably a feeling you have right now, um, and let me fix it. So like I went into ChatGPT, gave it all the prompts, telling it that, I want you to consider your professional marketing, all this blah blah blah, and I want you to talk to people who are in the medical spa industry who are hurting because they don't have enough bookings, and I want you to play on the emotions that they're feeling about how things aren't going the way they should be. So I want the image and the wording on the image to be uh, almost commiserating with them, almost like, geez, I'm having this exact same problem. And then I want you to come up with just two or three lines underneath that initial problem, talking about how, they're so close. You're not far away. You're working hard. You deserve this. Whatever you want to use, where you're now turning that negative feeling into like, man, I've been there with you. I've got the scars to prove it. Let me show you how to get out of here. So, for instance, with this one, this ad isn't for you. It's for the med spa you're building. It's the one with the wait list, growing reviews, and your schedule booked out weeks in advance. Book your free strategy call. It's just very simple. It's not, I'm just telling them, this isn't for you right now. This is for where you're going to be once you set up with me. This one isn't so great. This is the one that's by far been the most successful one. And I just went into Chat GPT, I think, and asked it to create an image using Dolly of an empty medical spa chair in a, kind of a cold environment, and said that chair should be full. Is your med spa booked out, or are you still hoping? One conversation could change everything. Now, I don't know about you guys, but that, I will tell you, this is created by ChatGPT, but that's what Kaushik's ad said to me the first time I saw it. Your video ad where you're looking all cool in the distance and everything. Your In more words, your ad said you're a videographer. You should be booked. You should be full. Why aren't you? But if you'll talk with me, if you'll get this $47 program, it will change. And that, I was in that, it was late at night and I was like, 47 bucks. I'll do that. If this guy, he looks legit. Um, so that's what this is, that playing on is like, this is not where you should be, but man, you are so close if you just do one thing. This one I was kind of playing on people's jealousy. Like I had Chat GPT create somebody looking at a fully, why is their med spa always booked? They're doing something you're not. See what it is. And of course, I have, no calls, no bookings. Why not? The silence is fixable. Wasting time or building something. And then this one, I think, was something that I don't even know. Maybe Koshik, you had it in an ad, or maybe I saw it somewhere else, but I saw somewhere that said something like, you're usually just 2 or 3 steps away from being exactly where you need to be. So I used that. Find out how close you are. Luxury should never sit on a shelf. Your med spa deserves demand. Let us help you get it. You didn't come this far with med spa to plateau or sink. This is really, people have told me they really like the free consult, no pressure, just perspective. So, just because, and part of the reason I did these things like this was, first of all, they're simple, they're playing off of those emotions. But a lot of because I do what I do, I get all these ads on Facebook from agencies, and they just come across as overbearing, promises through the roof. I thought I'm going to be the antithesis of what they're doing. I'm just going to be very subtle. I'm not making huge promises. I'm just saying I understand your pain and this is what I want to offer. There's no pressure. I'm not going to, force you to do this. I'm not going to guilt you into it. So, right now your med spa is, med spa is working. I need to tell you that. But what if it could flow? This isn't a sales pitch. It's a peek into your future. You didn't open a medical spa to be a full-time marketer. It's not your job to master ads. It's ours. Let us fill your calendar. No pressure, free consult. This ad isn't for your current spa. This ad isn't for the you who's doing everything. So I just tried to find, like I said, ways to do that that would make it. I'm just trying. I think I told you guys I got some newsletter from a guy named Soap, SOPE Chuang or something like that, and he sends them every week or every month. I can't remember, but he sends like 3 ads and then breaks them down. And one time he sent that ad about the subversive, and I thought maybe that would work. And like I said, I used some of the stuff that Koshik has shown me and some of the wording and made it fit for more what I do and what Koshik's trying to teach me to do. And then once ChatGPT gives me, and I don't have ChatGPT necessarily always create the image. I'll tell it sometimes, give me just a description of what the image should look like, because I like to do my own thing sometimes. I find joy in the creation of that. But I'll tell it, like give me this the pain point, give me the way we're going to fix it, and I want it to be concise, simple, no pressure, you know, subversive, and it'll do it. And then for my ad setup, what I've been doing is I've actually been running dynamic ads in Facebook Ad Manager. So you create the campaign, you go into the ad set, you do all your stuff there, but there's that little button where you click over, create a dynamic ad, and you go into the ad and you can add in as many as like 10 images and a couple of videos, and you can put 5 primary text, 5 headlines, 5 descriptions, and I just fill those up with everything I can. I have ChatGPT create them for me, but I just fill them up because that's the philosophy Google Ads use. So that's what I started doing with, in Facebook is Google Ads. You create 15 headlines, 5 long headlines, 5 long descriptions. So you have to fill all those out, and it uses its AI to pick which one of the headlines is working better, which one of the descriptions is working better, which one of the headlines is working better, and it starts making different combinations of your ad until it finds one that works. So I thought I'm going to try that with Facebook, and it's been pretty good so far. Although I think the subversive ad thing has kind of run its course. I'm going to have to find something different. Um, but I've been doing that with my clients too. Creating, instead of 10 images, I'll create 3 or 4 different creatives of their offer. Then I fill in 5 primaries, 5 headlines, 5 descriptions, and that seems to do okay. Because then if you only put in 1 image, 1 text, 1 headline, 1 description, usually about a week, 2 weeks in, you get that warning from Facebook saying it's fatigued. This I think extends the life of the ad, and then it makes sure that people aren't always seeing the same one over and over and over. It'll vary it up a little bit. So it's been good for me to do it that way. Although, like I said, I think the subversive ad may have kind of run its course for me. So I got to find a different way to get their attention now. Koshik's gone. So this will be a good time to tell you guys that I need money. No, I'm just kidding. If I could do some Trump or Schwarzenegger. Hulk Hogan died today, brother. Can't believe it. 71 years old. We lost.
Jeremy, have you made your impersonation ads yet?
No, no, I haven't. I
That's gonna be
started.
your moneymaker, man.
Yeah,
That's gonna be, I guarantee it.
yeah. I, every time the only time I ever think about that's when you guys say it. Then I get off here and get busy and I forget about it. But I should do some for myself. Yeah.
In terms of thank you, Jeremy, for breaking all that down. Yeah, I mean, when I was thinking about it, if you I will send an email to you guys so you guys can look a little bit at that guy in that email, going over the submersive ads. But when I like think about it, I'm just like, that image I look at evokes an emotion, like the chair, the empty chair. The when I look, it's like heart wrenching. It's like, ah, that's what I see. That's what I feel. Like that's my experience.
Yeah.
I don't know the right words, but it's just like it's kind of like gut wrenching. And then you have words to like kind of poke your finger in a little bit deeper. But it's almost like they just see and they just like resonate with it. That's kind of like what I took from it when Jeremy explained it to me. So the reason I just bring that up is what we're going to be doing is, as you guys know, we're doing the gray background, the story ad to check out the offer. The next step in the process, guys, is to do some of these submersive ads because they're fast to do. They're relatively fast. You carve out a few hours, type in a few prompts, create these, no problem. And then we're going to start working on the video ads. And when it comes to video ads, that one ad, which is like, hey, this ad right here generate XYZ results, but that's not the cool part. We did this. That works for everybody. It worked for Jeremy. It just works. So we're going to do that ad for everybody as well as I had a good look at Cam's ad, the other one that worked really well, and I understand why it works. I can break that down as well. But he's like, hey, this isn't just another ad. My background is a duct cleaner. And so, and then he goes in, it's similar, like, we'll do this, we'll do that, we'll do that. But then he's really good, and that ad is really good about explaining like what people's experience are. So it's like no more dealing with like, no shows and like a slow down calendar in the wintertime. And then blah 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 blah. So he's really speaking to them as if like he knows them. So I'll break that ad down for you guys, but like I feel like I know I understand why that works as well. So I just bring this up so you guys understand holistically what we're gonna be probably focusing on for like the next 1, 2, 3 months. So gray background to offer, submersive ads to hold us over. And so you're going to be having some discovery calls, book calls from that, and then we're going to be working on the video ads, which will take us, 1, 2 weeks to film, edit, get those launched. And then everybody should be good. And then from there, you swap in submersive ads as time progresses, maybe film one video ad every 3 months or something like that. And then everybody should be good with their marketing and discovery calls. So that's kind of the game plan. So that being said, Jeremy, I know you gotta head out of here, but is there anything else you want? First of all, is there anything else you want to share? And then after that, does anybody have any quick questions for Jeremy?
I'm good. I just want to keep encouraging you guys. I think I'll be officially joining back in August. I don't know. I think that'll be a year, right? Koshik, that I've known you.
You've
August,
been
right?
you've been with my ugly mug for about a year now, yeah.
Yeah. Look at you, still alive. Um, haven't quite pulled your hair out yet. I just know where I've been and what I'm going through, and I'm had to take these last couple months just to keep my sanity. But um, Koshik and I have been chatting this whole time, and both he and I know that I need this. So when I rejoin, my goal is to go to the next level. I'm at a place now where I think, okay, if I can get 10 clients, why can't I get 15? Why can't I get 20? And then at that point, maybe I, bring in my wife, and she's worked at AT&T, has the same sales background, customer service background I do. She'd be great at this. All I got to do is teach her how to do it and not kill her. And, we should be okay. But I think, just words of encouragement for all of you. I hope you're all here because you're doing well. And um, the one thing I will say that I'm thinking about doing, and Koshik, I'll be able to tell by your face if you think this is a good idea. As I get all these clients, I think you may have said this to me already, but I'm thinking about creating like a little face group page or even a Slack group where all my clients can talk to each other and feed off of each other, just like we do here. Whenever I tell them I'm a part of a little brain trust, a program where I go back and I get my batteries recharged, they all are like, "Oh, that's great. I'm glad you do that." And I think it was you, Koshik, who said maybe you should create a Facebook group or something like that. And then I just thought on it and I mentioned it to a couple of the people I work with, and they were like, "Oh, that would be great. Like if somebody in Washington can talk to somebody in Florida and like, hey, I'm running this ad," and there's no fear of that competition, and they can become friends. And I think that will add value to what I'm doing and make it harder to leave
Yeah.
because I'll be honest with you, part of the reason I like coming in this group is I like Koshik and I like, Amon a little. Cam's okay. I preferred him with curly hair, but don't know the rest of you guys. That MJ's the coolest of all of us, clearly. So I like having this to be able to come in here and literally like recharge my battery and know I'm not alone. And I
Yeah.
think that if I can get that created and get everybody in there and talking to each other, I think that's going to create some value that will make it harder and harder for them to leave, where they can share ad creatives, offer ideas, processes. What are you saying to upgrade people? Things like that. Because normally you got to pay to get that information. So, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll definitely talk about that. We'll talk about through that Slack, but I think I thought about it a little bit deeper, but it's good for like so many reasons. One, if you can get people in, but so I think like instead of maybe a Facebook group, we can use something like a school or even WAP because there's more functionality in there. We can do that. You can do the group coaching calls. It's more interactive. Um, and then also what that allows you to do is, obviously my mind is always thinking of upsells and retention, stuff like that. But if you share like, hey, here's what we're doing so and so, and here's what we're doing, it gets everybody hyped up. I think, when I share like, hey, Cam's really crushing, or hey, Jeremy's really, I think it gets people hyped up. That's why everybody's here is like, we are happy that you are successful and we want to learn from you.
I wouldn't say I'm
So
successful. I've just had some good luck and good teaching. And another thing I'll tell you guys, great tool is if you can take some time and teach yourself the little AI stuff inside of Go High Level, the chat bots, the AI inbound robot voice caller person, man, and then that stuff, I haven't done it yet, but that's the kind of stuff where you can start saying, well, now listen, if you join me, here's the price. But if you want somebody to pick up the phone when you're not at your office, I can design that for you. And that's $500 plus $200 a month. And, you know, so
yeah,
I'm trying to figure those all out. I've got everything figured out, I think, except the outbound one still. So, yeah.
that's I know we didn't spend too much time on this, but a big part of this, and this is going to sound boring, but it's just the most important thing in business, which is just your product.
Yeah.
Over and over again, I've seen like the biggest businesses, the ones that do $1 million a month or whatever. It's like their product is so good that in my opinion, a real business, they focus on client acquisition. They're focused on constantly bringing people in, and constantly upselling people. That's all they care about. They're not really focused on like service delivery because service delivery is just like so good. And the reason I bring this up is I just think, Jeremy hasn't spent much time talking about this, but I know that he's kind of like a little bit of a tech nerdy and he really does get this stuff. And he's really like passionate about getting people good results. And that was like the opening line that he had. And so the reason I just say this is like, yeah, we're going to be focused on sales and sales, discovery calls and call phone, but like you really have to be focused on getting people great results. If you don't focus on that, and if you're not good at getting people great results, well, then the more people you bring in, the more you're going to be pulling your hair out like, oh my God, now another problem I got to deal with. When is this person going to churn? And, I promised them 1,000, I promised them this and I'm charging 1,000. When are they going to ask for a refund and all that stuff? And that part sucks. And so, everybody's a little bit different here, but like that's an important part of it that we didn't even really talk about. But the reason he's able to do some of this stuff is because he really got fixated on getting people great results. So like, don't neglect that. Like really focus on getting people great results.
Yeah. And I'll tell you guys, the way you can alleviate a lot of that pressure for yourself is during that discovery and sales call process. I've been in the middle of a sales call with somebody. I thought when I was in the call with them, I wanted them, and then realized, no, I don't. I don't want to. I don't want to work with this person. And Koshik would slap me upside the head if he heard a sales call, a discovery call I did this week. The lady was like, she had the money to do the ads when I got to that question and all that, but I could just tell this was going to be somebody who was like, I gave you $5 last week. Why didn't you turn that into 100? And I did everything I possibly could to talk her out of it without saying, I don't want to work with you. And I was so happy when I sent her a follow-up text and she said, I think I'm going to pause. I'm not going to do this for now. I was like, oh, thank God. Because when we first started, I thought, oh, this will be a good one. And then the more we went, the more information she gave me, the more her personality became evident. I knew this was going to be oil and water. And so I don't know about you guys, but I really pay attention now, unlike what I did at the beginning, where it's like, oh, you got $1? I'll work for you. I'm really listening to certain things that are red flags to me, or my antenna go up like, I don't like how you answered that. I talk to them. Are you technologically savvy? Do you know how to do this? And if they're just like, what's a mouse? I'm not sure I want to work with that person. So there are things you're good at and you have the patience for. If you hear that person is not good at that and you don't have the patience for that, or if I smell or even get a sense of like this person's hiring me to be their personal Jesus, I ain't
Right.
working with.
Right.
I'll
Don't,
tell them I don't want to be a bill. I don't want you to look at me at the end of the month and think I'm a bill, like a Visa card you got to pay off. I don't want to be an albatross around your neck. I don't want the pressure on me that I got to save your company somehow. That's all you should be doing is viewing me as like you're just hiring another employee to do this work for you. That's it. And hopefully I become a valuable team member and we become very good friends and I do such a good job you can't get rid of me. But I don't want you hiring me if I'm like your last ditch effort.
Yeah.
That's not the pressure you want. I certainly don't want it.
Yeah. It's not a fun place to be. I've had a few of those clients as well. Guys, really quick, I know Jeremy's got to get going. Rapid fire Q&A. If you guys can, if Jeremy, you got like 5-10 minutes.
Yep.
So just really quick, who wants to go? Aiden, Aman, Cam, Jorge, Righteous.
Hey, did you ever use any promotions in any of your ads, Jeremy? I was kind of curious about that. Didn't look like you were running any kind of promotions. It was just all that emotional stuff.
No, you mean something like where I say get the first month free or something like that?
Yeah, or something like that, or like, 20 appointments in 20 days or something like that, you know?
I did it first with Koshik's, and then I think my landing page something like said 90 appointments in 90 days.
He does, Aiden. It's everybody has an offer. Everybody has a promotion. Nobody has a discount, but everybody has 90 and 90 days, 30 and this like it's based off basically the stage that you're at. The difference is he's changed like and we had that for his video ad. For his like image ads, it's like submersive and everything, but still if you read the copy, if you read the headline, it's still got the offer.
Okay,
I
that's what I
took all that out. I took it all. And I will do on the calls and sales calls. I'll tell them, listen, my only guarantee to you is I will work really, really hard. And if I don't make the money back that you've paid me, I'll just keep working. I'll keep washing the dishes in the back until I paid off my debt. But I've never had to do that. I took out the 90 appointments in 90 days and stuff like that. It just made me nervous.
So you took it out of the ad level, but it's still on the counter page, yeah?
No, no, it's
It's
all
on
out
the
of
counter
there.
page?
Nope, I took it all out.
Oh,
Can we,
wow.
do you have your counter? Can we have a look at it really quick?
Yeah,
Can we have a look at your counter page and your thank you page really quick?
yeah, yep. Let me pull it up here real quick. So I don't know. Let me shrink this so it fits right. Can you see that okay?
Yep. So send my business, schedule a free concert to let us help you. Let's fix what's holding. Okay. So,
And then that's it.
and then I'll have a look at the video later, but can you go to your thank you page really quick?
Yeah.
So here's my theory, right? So Aiden, like I do want to, I'm glad you brought that up, and I still stick to like what I said. Here's what I think happened. I think what happened is when we were running the video ad with the 90 days and whatever, that went to counter page. It was still the same congruent. So it worked, right? And so what he's doing, he's still doing call funnel, but his entire marketing was changed. So now his ad level, he has no offer, no nothing. It's very emotional. And on the counter page is also very emotional. So it's like he's now running it's a call funnel, but it's two different funnels, if that makes sense. So it's a complete different marketing angle.
And I will tell you, it has eliminated a lot of that kind of desperation person coming across my channel.
Very
So,
interesting. Very interesting.
and
Can you
then
scroll down a
I
little
don't
bit?
know if you've seen this, but I have the little chat bot from Go High Level installed on all my funnel pages. I've gotten leads off that where they did not fill out the form, but they asked the chat bot some questions, filled out their name, phone number, and I was able to get a sales call from there.
And that chatbot on the opt-in page as well, the counter page?
Yep. Yep.
Okay, nice.
Right there.
Cool. Very cool. So very interesting then. So this is new. This is brand new. Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah. Now, like I said, my only offer to them is, and I say this at the end, and I have all these terms and conditions, like if after 3 months you've paid me $3,000 and I haven't made you at least $3,000, I will work until that's paid off. And I give
Gotcha.
them the analogy like I came into your restaurant, ate a big meal, forgot my wallet. I'll go in the back and wash dishes until you feel it's paid off, or I've made you that $3,000. And I've never had to do it because everybody's always made their money. So
Yeah. No. Okay. Good question, Aiden. Thank you for asking that question, man. What else do you guys have?
I was wondering if you ever advertise the free ebook, or is that something that they just see on the confirmation page?
They see it in my ad copy. Yes. So like you don't see it in the, empty chair, but in the primary text it's there. And in the headline it'll say like free consultation, no pressure, free ebook, things like that. And in my primary text I explain what the book is about a little, not a lot.
8 and 10, you guys got something else? Anything else?
I'm just impressed. That's freaking awesome. No offer, just straight emotion. That's pretty baller.
That's what that's what Koshik's was. I swear. Now maybe I'm not remembering it right, but I just remember being up late at night, feeling sorry for myself. And this ad, this really cool, handsome dude came on, and all this cool, I worked on Netflix and bragging. And I'm like, what's he, 12? This just pisses me off. and and just the more I listened to it, he was not trying to tell me he was going to save my life. He was telling me, I have a system. I figured it out. Here's a book. It's $47, I think is what you were charging, or something like that. I paid for it. I started reading through the system as much as I could understand at that night, that level. And then he messaged me real fast on Instagram. And from there, the thing that still impresses me, and I may try to figure something out like this, is not necessarily moved to go to a discovery call right out of the gate. But Koshik was like, hey, send me this, send me this, send me this. And the next thing I know, I get this video that's like 25 minutes long of him saying, here's some things I think you could do better. I'm like, this guy's never even met me yet. And he's sent me I've seen this ad where he's saying, look, I've been there, I bought that, been there, done that, bought the t-shirts, I have all the battle scars to prove it. I've created a system that's battle tested. It works. Use this. 47 bucks. So I got that. And then I start getting all these messages from him where he's like taking time to get to know me a little bit. Went through my website, and I think the first video you sent me was like 20 minutes long. Just like,
Yeah.
hey man, here's what I think you could do. I really think this system would work for you, and it can go deeper if you want to learn more about that. And part of the reason I signed up with Koshik the first time was like, geez, man, if he gave me that much information without charging me, what's he going to do when I actually pay him? That was part of the reason I felt like I needed to do the program. So I've thought about like, I've never had the courage to do it, but in the back of my head, I've thought about like, what could I come up with? Like, could I come up with a video where I go to their website and their social media and check their page transparency, go to Facebook ads and go, look, I see your ads here. I don't know if this is working for you. If it is, great. If not, here are some things I would change right out of the gate, and just be like, look all this information I've given you before I'm even taken a dollar. I think
I'd say
that was very effective for me.
I appreciate the compliments. As usual, I'm too tan to blush. Thank you for saying all those nice things. But I would say, on a serious note, like, yeah, I mean, thank you, but like, you have something that works, and so I would say don't get shiny object syndrome. I know, like, there's a lot of reasons why I do what I do. It's a specific type of funnel. It's a low ticket funnel. There's a lot of meta behind why I do, and it took me years to develop it. And for you guys, I think honestly, what you have, the ebook and everything, like, it's good. The genius that you have, Jeremy, honestly, the thing that I'm like really impressed by is like the fact that you do a video call for the discovery call. That's something that I'm like, whoa, that's new to me. And the fact that you have that, like, that's good. I
Yeah,
think you're good.
like I said earlier, I just think if I can show them my face, if
Yeah.
I, I can show that I'm how I feel,
Yeah.
and and a lot of time, if they get on the phone with me and I see their face, it's over. I got them.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. There's a few guys like that. You're like that. I think Cam's like that. I think Jorge's like that. So that being said, really quick, Aman, do you have anything? Right? Just do you have anything? Jorge, do you have anything?
I can't teach them on anything. That guy knows everything. 14 years old, super whiz, just amazing.
Aman, do you have anything for Jorge? For Jeremy? Okay. Riviera, do you have anything for Jeremy?
Riviera's
Um,
like 16, right? You're 16.
How
Jorge,
old
do
are
you
you?
have anything?
How old am I?
No, how old do you think I am?
Uh, 26.
29.
See, just a kid. Still have your mom change your diapers? God. Uh,
Jeremy, Jeremy's in here with the old
I have
man
a
jokes today.
son 3 years younger than you. It's crazy. You realize I have a son 3 years. I mean, there was a time, Amon, when you were like 3 years old and I was changing my kids' diapers. So sad. I feel
Oh,
like
there-
Yoda.
we had a few guys in here, Jeremy, before you. I had a guy named Michael who's about your age. Rich, he was about your age. So we had a huge range of
Was
people.
Rich was on
You
a
didn't,
different level. He
Rich
was a
was
beast.
he was
You
somebody
guys,
else.
I just said Yoda and nobody even flinched. You guys probably don't even know who Yoda is.
Oh, we
It's
know
crazy.
Yoda. We
You
know
We know
Yoda.
you.
when
Yeah.
I put a thing on Facebook this week. There's a meme that says, "Now I have children that ask me questions all the time. Now I understand why Yoda just rolled over and died when Luke wouldn't stop asking questions." That's kind of, and yeah, when 900 years old I reach, or you reach, look as good you will not. Hmm? So yeah, that's. I feel like I should be on here with like the big long ears.
No,
A
you're
funnel I use to my best ability. I will. Yeah.
before Jeremy pops out his Obama and Trump accent. Jorge, you got anything? Jorge, you got anything from Cameron? You got anything? Okay.
Well, guys, listen up to Cam. He's cut his hair. He's serious. He's got a logo behind him. Are you in is that a fake background or a real one?
No, this is completely fake.
Oh, I was gonna
There's
say,
no titles on these books.
Dad, gum. Cam has upgraded. Before it used to look like he was down in the garage.
I'm still in
Now
the
his hair,
garage.
yeah, his haircut. He looks all.
Fake it till you make it. Buzz the cut and then get a fake background. That's the secret.
I need to do that. I want to create. Have you all ever seen the backgrounds where people create videos of themselves bringing themselves a drink of coffee and they'll be like, "Oh, thank you," and then they pick, like the person will come in and it looks like they set the coffee down off camera, and then the person will pick it. Thank you very much, and you hear yourself off screen go, "You're welcome." I want to do stuff like that while I'm interviewing people. So let me tell you, part of my secret is I have 35 versions of myself, and yeah. All right. Well, I made Koshik just leave. So well, good
Jeremy,
to see you guys, and I will be back next week. More, I think I'm gonna Koshik and I got a plan where I'm gonna be on a couple times every month, and uh, I look forward to growing with you again.
we look forward to having you back. I think if it's next week, I think we said August, so we'll see ya. But thank you so much for today and sharing all the alpha that you did. But yeah, hope you have a good rest of your day. We're gonna keep it going, and I'll touch base with you in Slack.
Okay. May the force be with you guys.
May the force be with you. Cheers.
Bye.
All right. So we got one of our masterminds out of the way now. To the stage, we got Mr. Cam, who's
Going
back in the
on,
house.
boys.
How long has it been? What's it been like 6 months since I seen your mug? It's been a while.
Feels like it's been longer. I think it's like 2 months, 3 months, 2.5 months, maybe.
Yeah, it's been a little while, and you've gone through a lot. Um, so do you want to give them maybe a synopsis? Because some of my questions were regarding like Bree in terms of like what you learned in terms of sales and stuff. Whatever you want to share, if you want to share. I know that there's some personal stuff and everything like that. Just before we delve in.
Yeah. So pretty much I left just because I got burnt out. I don't know what Jeremy's story is, but it kind of sounded like he's doing the same thing as me. Um, but I didn't really just take a break. I left to go into this high ticket sales course thing. I don't know if you've ever heard of the guy Brad Leah. I think his name or Brad Lee. Um, but he basically has a couple businesses and you go through this thing where it's general training. And once you pass the general training, which is just teaching you the basics of sales, and there's like super high end coaches on there you got to attend and they track all your minutes on Zoom and all that stuff. But if you make it through the general training, you can pick between the businesses. So I ended up picking one. It took me like 1.5 months just to go through the general training. Once I got through that, uh, I picked some sort of real merchant services thing, where it's like you get a cut of every transaction. You just got to sell grocery stores, retail shops, all that stuff, and you get a little cut of every transaction. That's what the businesses that I chose. And then as soon as I finished that training, which was separate training from the general one, it's more specific to that individual business. They gave me like a tax sheet for like T4s. So I did that, and I was like, it's not letting me put in my zip code. or it's not letting me put in my postal code, only zip code, and like everything was tailored towards the US. So I reached out and I was like, how come it's not letting me? Do you guys have like a Canadian version of this form? And they're like, I don't know how you got in here. Well, we only accept US people. So I was like, all right, well, there goes like 3 months of my life. And then after that, though, in the general training, I learned like a lot of good stuff that kind of helped me transition back to my agency and kind of have a new look on everything and kind of have fun again. Before I was not having fun. I was dragging my feet to my desk, if I even made it there, just kind of squeezing out the couple clients that I had. But yeah, once I came back and turned my ads back on, used the stuff that they taught me. The biggest thing that they taught me, I'd say, is a payment structure instead of 2083 or the $1,000. That was my lowest before I came back, or the 5K. Obviously, now I'm doing like $1,200 months, $1,500 months, two $83 months, but I'm chopping it by four. So it's four smaller payments, and then they only have to pay the first one. And I tell them the first week doesn't start until they close their first job, meaning they go to a house, do a full duct cleaning, collect money in their pocket. That's when the first 7 days starts. Luckily, my service delivery so far has been able to do that, and that's one of the reasons why this is working for me. But I tried to make it where it's kind of a no-brainer as long as you trust me and you believe what I've shown you in my presentation. And I finally have testimonials. I can show you kind of my procedure and the process that they go through to kind of get those little notches of trust up until the demo call. But yeah, I pretty much just get them super amped up. I had a couple of closes without even having to go to the demo call. I closed them for like in 20 minutes, both the 521 options what they're going with. They were kind of giving me hints of like they didn't even really know that there was a demo call, and they're like, all right, so do you just want to go? And I was like, yes, I do. Let's so I'm gonna send you the link, and they went for it. So um I think I'm having a lot more fun, which I think they can feel through the phone or through the Zoom call. And it's letting me get excited. The things I learned in general training, which was probably the most impactful, is just having a strong conviction. And I think before knowing that the 2083 or 5K payment drop was coming up throughout the call, I'm like, oh, I wonder if they saw that that testimony was fake, or like, oh, I wonder if this was real, or if they caught on that fake screenshot that I made months ago and that I didn't really do a good job on. Um, yeah, it was just, and then I think they could feel it. And I think I came across as like I'm resisting something, and it was almost like I was expecting a no. But now it's like I'm excited because I'm like, if you can't afford 375, and if I haven't sold you on selling your couch to afford the 375, then I don't want to work with you as a client anyways. Um, I've just gotten to a point though where I'm kind of like, I just got to get a routine going, and it's working for me. And then I got my first two second payments because, like I said, the first payment is due. Gives me and my team, don't have a team, but all of us reassurance and confidence to start building this out for you. And putting in all that time and taking those hours and energy and investing it into you to train you so you know exactly what to do when a lead comes in. Our client Michael's been able to do 70% close rates, meaning if 10 leads come in, you can book seven, yada, yada, yada. And only when you close your first job, not leads, not booked your first appointment, but when you actually collect money from your first duck cleaning house, that's when the first job starts. And if they have 375 and I sold them on it and they believe it, it's pretty hard not to say no. And I've done, since I've been back, I think I've been back for like a month now, maybe a bit less. And I've done 12 sales calls and I've closed 9 of them. So it's pretty, the close rate's pretty good. And the 3 that I didn't close were like super close. 2 of them tried to pay and their card got declined. We ended the call so they could call their bank, and then they just faded out that way. But only one was actually not putting in their card, which was cool. But yeah, that's pretty much it.
Yeah, cool. There's a lot to unwrap there. I don't know what I want to go super in depth on in terms of like what you just kind of went over. I guess like just really quick. I think this is important. I have this conversation with so many of the guys. I will say one of the reasons, guys, that made me initially pivot to free to fee is because of Cam, is because of Aman, because those guys were just in so much freaking pain. Like I was having back-to-back calls with Aman. He's like, man, I'm pissed off. And he's making like 10K a month from his med spa stuff, but he's just like not happy. And then I see Cam, he has like a 15K a month. And he's like, bouncing. He's like peacing. I'm like, what is going on here? Is it the business model? Is it what is going on here? And I see so many people like just they do the agency game and then they go out of the agency. It's like, when can I leave the agency? When can I'm doing this to make this money to invest, and then I'm gonna do the next business. I'm gonna do the next business. It's always like the agency's like the starting business, and then everything else is like the next business. Um, and so I don't know. That was just like an important part for me. Just so you know, Cam, the difference between you and Jeremy is Jeremy, he didn't get burned out. He's the one guy. He's the one guy out of everybody that is like super happy and super chill and super content. Like this is like perfect for him. It's like the perfect meal for him. What happened with him is he just has in June, so he's already doing again like 9 clients, 10 clients a month with the agency, but then he already has like another, I don't know, 5, 10 clients of his own for video stuff. And so in June he just got really busy. And so he's just like, I can't even turn on my ads. I can't grow this business. I'd love to, but I can't. So I have to handle those clients. And now he's coming back to focus on ramping up the agency. So it's a little bit different between him and you. Um,
Okay.
Another thing I want to kind of explain, guys, is like with Cam, I mean, I'd like to go a little bit deeper in terms of understanding the pain point, but he was in pain. And so, and I'm just gonna, can I just share with them like what it was so that nobody kind of like runs into that issue? I see that so many times. Like Ty Lopez does that. He does that. So many people like run that business model. Is that okay, Cam? If I share a little
Yeah,
bit
yeah,
of
yeah. Do whatever.
so you guys will probably like see some ads for like being a high ticket closer. And it is a scam. It is a scam. And so the way it works is they'll tell you, hey, be a high ticket closer. But what happens is you hop on a sales call and they sell you like a 5K thing, 3K thing, 7K thing, which is like a certificate to be a sales rep. And then after you pay that 5K, you go through some training. And then from there, they're going to try to place you with the company. And then from that company, you're going to make commissions. So it's kind of a weird Ponzi scheme type of thing. It's literally kind of like what Cole Gordon does. A lot of these guys do that, and it's a big market. A lot of people make a lot of money, but like the number of people that like actually become high ticket closers is so small, so minuscule. And so that's just the reason I just want to bring that up is like I think this is all important is like thinking the grass is green on the other side, and you kind of just like you're going to run into these kinds of issues. Like what we have here as an agency, I think we have something good, and I think it's just making some minor tweaks. Like, for example, Cam, he's talking about how it's changing the price point. And I had a conversation with Aman about that, and he was like, yeah, that actually makes sense. I would feel a lot better if I was charging a little bit of a different price point as well. I think not having all that on your shoulders makes a big impact. I think maybe that's part of it for Cam. I think another part of it is service delivery. When people like dread their service delivery, I remember one of the things Cam said to me was like, whenever he did close a client, he wasn't thinking like, oh, I just made X amount of money. He was thinking, oh, what client bullshit am I have to deal with now? Like that was the first thing that was kind of like going through his mind. So I don't know. I just wanted to kind of just like go over that really quick because I think it's important. Like, I mean, seeing the 9 out of 12 closes is like fantastic. But I think just like understand like, okay, how do you stay happy through this? How do you stay okay through this? How do you have longevity through this? How do you enjoy it? I think those things are important. So I just want to like touch on that really quick a little bit. Sorry, I feel like I'm rambling. I'm kind of all over the place. But what we can do now, guys, is we can run through these questions for Cam. Cam, is there anything else, man, that you want to share or like go into before we get into the questions, man?
No.
Did I miss anything? I feel like that was just like verbal diarrhea in terms of what I just did there.
No, you're good. Yeah, I think changing the price point it allowed me to have fun again. Like before doing the 2083 and 5K, I had like a script for every single slide. And I had in my peripherals, I click this button, I read this. I click this button, I read this. And if it was off by one, I'm talking on the wrong slide and it doesn't make any sense on their end. Like that's how specific the script was. And now I don't even have a script. So it's a lot more just being myself. I have conviction, like I know that I can help people, which is like a superpower. I think my energy spikes that way. Um, yeah, I think just conviction. That's the one thing that changed. Beforehand, I had zero conviction. I knew what it could do for them, but I was like, I don't know. And I think that's what came across to them when I was speaking, regardless of what I show them, social proof, all that. So I think that's definitely changed. And knowing that they don't have to put their neck out on the line financially. And I now have service delivery where I know if I get them in for $1, I'm going to still make $2,083 that month. It's just a bit of a different way to get them through the door. Yeah, it's changed completely for me.
Awesome, man. Awesome. Yeah, I think a big part of it is like the price point, but like your service delivery has to be on point to make something like that work as well. And then your
Yeah.
follow-up, all that stuff, and we'll talk about that. But cool, man. Well, let's go ahead and get started, man. So how many clients do you currently have on your roster?
I have an Excel. One, two. 12.
Nice. And you said you closed 9 out of 12 of those calls recently.
Yeah.
Out of 12 wasn't a close. The other two tried to pay and couldn't. Okay. I think this is probably from Jorge, which is what piece of content or assets do you send before your calls with them? Why do you send that specifically, and why does that work?
Yeah, can I share my screen? I'll just walk through it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, they see my ad, they go through here. Probably similar to this is what I started with like a year ago when I started this. I'm sure all you guys started with something similar. Same thing. And they go through here, book a time. Then this is kind of new, but I made this in December. Basically, congrats on reserving a call. Next, secure your reservation by following 3 steps on this page. Otherwise, the meeting will automatically cancel to prevent spam or bots. Step one, watch the video. I'm starting to see a lot more people actually watching the video. Like when they hop on the discovery call with me, they're talking about stuff that I addressed in this video that wasn't on the ad. So I know that they watched the video. So they're coming into it with knowledge, which is super cool because they can see my face that way. Like Jeremy goes straight to a Zoom, but here I can like educate them. They can see my face and I don't have to waste my time if they show up or if they only have 2 minutes when I need them to be on there for 45. Seems to be working really well. And I basically just sell them even when it's 11 minutes, just goes through the exact system. Because my offer is 20 jobs in 30 days or they don't pay. So here I'm showing them exactly what it looks like and how we're able to do that for them. So it's not like if I can, it's I can, and here's how. And then it looks a lot better on the mobile. I never look at the desktop version, but yeah, so step one, watch the video. Step two, read the content below. I don't even really remember what's here anymore. Step three, testimonials. Looks so bad, but it looks better on the mobile, I promise. And then here also looks bad. But testimonial page, I have like Michael here, 1, 2, 3. I have 3 real testimonials, 4 real testimonials, 5 real testimonials, and then that's 6 real testimonials, which is cool. But yeah, I only have 3, but that's good enough. And no one said a single thing about the bottom 3. And this one's one that I made with AI. Some random dude in the basement. I don't even know.
Wait, you
But
made
basically,
one with AI? Like it's an actual video?
no. It's just a phone call, and I just recorded myself. Can you guys hear on here or no?
Yeah, we can. I think should be able to hear.
Can you guys hear
No,
that?
no, you can't hear that.
You can't hear that?
No, it's all good. It's all
Yeah,
good.
well, basically, I just put in my own number, called my cell phone through Go High Level, so it looks like I'm calling somebody on the screen. And then there's no phone call. I just put it up on mute, and then I made a script beforehand where I have one recording of myself reading the script that's myself, and then the script that's the person, my client that I've gotten great results for in a truck, apparently 1.2 million in 2024. And then I just muffled it with DaVinci to make it sound like he's on the phone in a truck. He pretty much just talks about all the main things I'd want other duckling business owners to hear.
Nice.
I can send it to you guys. I don't know how many people actually make it down there, but that was the first one I ever made before I had any testimonials, which was not that long ago. But yeah, and the AI voice is like somebody else. Like it doesn't sound anything like me. But yeah, they go from there to here. So I try to make them watch this video to really sell them and then be like, all right, that seems legit, but does it work for other people? Then that's why step 3 is here. I'm thinking about maybe actually, I'm not thinking about this, but right now I'm thinking maybe I should make that step 2. So they just go straight from, this is how it works. And these are the amount of people that I can do for you or that I've done it for, rather than I feel like this space has increased the odds of them leaving just because it's a lot of reading, even though it's good stuff in my opinion. But
If I were you,
and then yeah.
if I were you, Kim, I would on your. I was just talking to Aman about this. If I were you, I would probe people on the discovery call in order to see whether they read this. Like you know how you're saying like, oh, people definitely watch a video because of what they say. You can probe people and be like, hey, do you remember? And then if like freaking 9 out of 10 people say no, well then yeah, you can get rid of this.
Yeah, are you talking about probing it for this part or the video?
I'm talking about probing for the because you're saying like this text down here, which is like, hey, you've seen how the system works. I'm not just this. Da, da. You're basically talking about
Mm,
yourself, and you're considering getting rid of that. If you before you get rid of that, if I were you, I would just probe to make sure that this isn't influencing your conversion rate, that people are not
right,
actually reading this.
right.
If
I'm
they're
probably not
not,
going to change it because it doesn't feel like anything's broken. Right now, the only thing that's broken is my leads have dried. But I had to turn them off because I was getting like way too busy with my clients, and I'm still trying to figure out how to work in my day. But
yeah.
um, Yeah, I probably won't even touch it. It seems to
Yeah.
work.
Yeah.
The main thing is that they watch this video, honestly. Because in this part, um,
And so this,
so
go ahead. I'm sorry.
um, so I was going to run through just one of, I think I don't remember the question exactly, but I'll just run through exactly what they go through, in terms of their conversations and stuff, like and why it works. So let's go through all of it. Hopefully this doesn't take too long.
Very good. Take your time.
Um, Okay, so yeah, they get this sent this stuff, and then it says 3 minutes after they book the discovery call, this gets sent out automatically. Hey Mel, it's Cam, just low caps, looks horrible. But this gets probably like 60 to 70% of the time people respond to it, which is weird. But it works. Sounds good to Mel. This is me. And then we have the call, still good for 1 hour. That gets sent out 1 hour before the call. And we have the call. And in the call, basically what I say at the very end is, and before I let you go, you remind me a weird amount. This might sound kind of weird, but you remind me so much of one of our early clients back in the day. We still have him as a client today. His name is Jesse. He's in XYZ location. He's been able to do XYZ. And the reason why you remind me so much of him is because I try to hit on all the main points that they're really attached to, all the stuff that would kind of get them emotional in terms of where they are now and where they want to go. Um, in terms of like how many trucks they have, what the revenue goals are, all that stuff. I just tell them numbers that are close to what they told me. And then I basically just tell them, is it okay if I send you Jesse's testimonial to the number that we're talking on right now? Because I think it'd be really cool for you to see somebody similar to you and what we've been able to do together. Would that be cool? They always say, yeah, of course, I'd love to see that. So then when the automations go out, this makes sense. Great chatting with you, man. Like I said, watch the mechanism video first. And I also touched on the mechanism video. I'm like, if you didn't watch the mechanism video on when you schedule this call with me, make sure you do it because it's going to save us probably 30 to 45 minutes on the demo call on date and time, which I think you and I both want to do. Basically, it goes over everything that you can expect and it'll give you a good feel as to what you can experience with us, having us as your marketer, driving
So,
real consistent growth for your duck cleaning business.
so this is the video at the
And
top of the page, right? This is the video at
yeah,
the top.
yeah. And then
So
this link right here goes to
back to that page.
this it's a bit different. So it's the same thing, but just the top part. This is when they come through for the discovery call, and then this is where they go to for that link. And then I tell them to watch this video if they haven't. It's going to save us so much time. And it's super important. And I tell them that they're going to love it because they can see exactly what they're going to experience. And then I also tell them,
So
and, yeah,
So really quick, sorry, Cam. I want to bring this up with everybody because they're still building the call funnel. But that video that Cam showed, that whatever process, that's something that he and I built together after him maybe getting some objections or whatever on discovery calls. And so what my thought was, okay, you're getting some objection. Let's just like create a video really quick and show them how everything works, so that before they get to a sales call, they don't have any questions. They know exactly what ad it is, whatever the funnel looks like, discovery call, whatever the process is. And so what I was wondering, and so you beat me to punch. My question was going to be like whether you push them to watch that video or not, or just the testimonial. So it sounds to me like some people watch it, and if they watch it, great, and you probably pound them just on the testimonial video. However, if those people don't watch it, you really pound them on watching both the um, process video and then the testimonial. So, Jorge, if you're there, if you're listening, you listening? Okay, good. So remember what I said is what you want to do is you want to focus on two things. You want to focus on teaching your mechanism and you want to focus on results. So what is Cam doing? He's literally just focusing on that. He's just focused on his mechanism, how it works. And then, hey, I have people that it works for. And he's baiting. The smart thing is he's really baiting people into like, hey, you totally want to check out this testimony. It's not just a random one. It's this person who reminds you exactly of you. So if you get all of you guys keep that back pocket, use on your discovery calls, okay? Really push people for the mechanism, really push people for, hey, this testimony of these people that just like you. Sorry about that, Cam. I just want to throw that in for the guys.
you're good. Yeah, and then at the very end here, I say Jesse's vid is a couple down from the top, and you got to make sure you touch on both of these at the end of your discovery call. It's kind of got to be the last thing you say because it's going to be top of mind for them when you do send the text. They're going to want to do it when they do get the text. But it kind of covers both. At the start, I had a bit of a difficulty where I was going to send them two links, like one for Jesse and one for the mechanism video, but I decided if I do it this way, it'll look cleaner. Like there's already a lot of stuff here. But I can send them one link by just sending them to the home button, which will make them watch the mechanism video, which I need them to do anyways. And then right below that, they can just go straight to the testimonials. And I tell them that Jess is a couple down from the top. And to do that, they're probably going to want to watch all of them. That's just how it goes. We pass other ones. But yeah, so that's the first text. Then a minute later, and here's the link to the Zoom call at XYZ time. And then I put this one like a random like 13 minutes after, just to be like, oh, by the way, also, I'll send you a video message later on my personal cell because I'm curious what your thoughts are about the video at the top of the page going over how I help duct cleaning businesses get 20 jobs in 30 days. Sound good? Almost everybody responds here, probably a similar response rate to, hey, this is Cam, just wanted to reach out, so you just booked a call with me. Pretty much the same response rate. And the video that I send there, it's pretty much just I take my phone out 8 hours before the demo call, and Mason told me this. Pretty much just grab the phone number off Go High Level and send it from my personal phone. And I sent a text message saying, hey, Melvin, this is Cam for my personal cell number. Here is a quick message ahead of our demo call today at 9 p.m. So I remind them of the time or tomorrow, or whatever the day is. And then the video is pretty much just going, hey, Mel, this is Cam. I just wanted to make this video quickly to let you know how much I'm looking forward to our demo call today at 9 p.m. You want to keep reminding them of the date, just to keep it top of mind. I also wanted to make this video in case you got a chance to, I wanted to ask your thoughts in case you got a chance to watch the 20 jobs in 30 days mechanism video. Touched on it before, but it's going to save us 30 to 45 minutes on our demo call later on tomorrow, which I think both you and I definitely want to do. Go there, watch that. If you go to our other conversation and scroll up, the link is right there. Let me know your thoughts. But yeah, I'm just super excited to chop it up with you. See you then. And that's pretty much the whole video. Like super simple, just a nice touch point. The response rate on that's like 90%. It's just kind of weird. And the thumbnails, like I make sure to smile for a couple seconds at the start, press play, then I crop it. So it's just like the first frame of me smiling, looking weird. So it's like when they see the thumbnail of the video, it's like me smiling. They see my face. It's pretty hard not to watch it. You know that it's not like a sketchy link or whatever.
Do you have that somewhere really quick? Do you have that somewhere really quick that we can check out?
It's on my phone. I can send it to the Slack chat, like just like one of the videos.
Like, so
Or
are these these are personalized videos, or is this like a one video that everybody sees video? I'm sorry, I missed that part.
no, you're good. So I get a reminder on my phone. Let's see if I can find my name here. I don't know if so this is the message that gets sent to me to remind me to do it. So send Chester send video selfie at this number. Hey Cam, I put that so I can just copy and paste it in so I don't forget because this works really well and it's super small. Then it reminds me of the date and time, and I put into ChatGPT the time conversion because there's been a couple times when I said 8 p.m. when it's really 9 p.m. there. So I made sure I corrected that and I do that beforehand. And then I just pretty much read the script, exactly what it says. I just have it memorized at this point, but this is what I do. But it's just completely to them. So I just copy the number, put it into my personal phone, pre-make the video before I send this, so I can send it right after, and they're not waiting for video.
Right. Okay. I guess my question is like, are you making that like with your phone, or is it like a Loom
Yeah,
video?
yeah, no, just my phone.
Oh wow. Wow. Okay. So you carve out time to create an actual video and you send that video over. So it's like an actual video that they're watching through text. Oh
Yeah,
wow. Wow.
yeah, yeah.
Very-
And if I can think of it, like if I'm at my desk, I literally record it right after. So it's not like I get the thing, I can get this and then send the text. Because sometimes I like to have my desk here, I like for them to see my mic, like know that I'm legit, like I have an actual setup if I can. And if I'm like walking my dog or something, or I'm not even home when I get that reminder, I have a video ready. I can just send it over and it looks like I'm at my desk right there and then. Yeah, and if it's like 10 p.m., they know that it's like I'm a grinder, so like it works always. Um,
And when are you sending this? You're saying this the day before, the evening before?
8 hours beforehand this goes out. But if it's a call at like 9 a.m. or something, I probably wake up like 20 minutes before the call, so I make sure to send it before I go to bed. But
So just really quick, I just want to make sure I'm understanding. Correct me if I'm mistaken if I forgot miss anything, but I think all this is super important. So I want to just recap this for everybody.
Yeah.
So, all right, so people book the discovery call. You showed us whatever you do before the discovery call. You do the discovery call. some people watch the video, some people do not. Regardless of whether they do, you can tell them, you really drill them on watching that mechanism video, watch the testimony video because it's just like you. Then you send them a link to watch those things. And then before the call, 8 hours before, you send a personal video and you really drill them on make sure watch this piece of content if you have not watched it yet. And this is a personalized video. Did I get that correct or am I mistaken?
Yeah, that you got it.
Dude, that's really cool. That's really sweet that you put that in there. And so, guys, like, this is so important because, and again, Jorge, hope you're listening. Aiden, hope you guys are listening. Is like, he's not screwing up them getting on the call and being unsure what's going on. Like Hormozy says this all the time, like people don't buy because they don't understand or something like that. People say no, and I heard this somewhere from a guy. He said, whenever people say no, it's not no. It means no with the level and the amount of information that you have given me so far, but I am open to giving you a yes if the information is different. So it's not no, it's never no. It's just the information you have provided is not adequate. So what Cam is doing is going really freaking hard in terms of getting the information over to them. He's not letting emotions do the thing. Like Cam and Jeremy are so different. Jeremy's like super emotional and just like being personal and just like me, dude. Cam is super like on the sales side of like what people psychologically need to hear in order to buy through knowledge, through information. So this piece of this thing that Cam is doing, super high level, don't forget it. Anyway, sorry, Cam.
Do you just real quick, do you so do when you get that reminder, is it like some automation you set up and go high level that like because there's like a trigger for like an appointment time, right? You can have an appointment time and you can have like something that says
Um,
like, you know, is it like a it gets triggered by the appointment or
yeah, I'll show you right now. So yeah, just enter notification. Yeah, and I'll show you the settings for it.
and I assume like the little wait period is like the key to like it
Yeah,
setting
that's what
the
I was
correct
looking for.
time.
Yeah. So yeah, event or appointment time before 8 hours.
Cool. That's sick.
Yeah, it's
I've
pretty
used
cool.
that for other stuff, but I've never thought of it to use it like that.
Yeah, I just thought of it and I was like, let's see if it works. Now it's just I should take away all that because I can memorize the video, but I would absolutely forget every single time if I didn't
Mhm.
have that. And my show up rate since I've been back is 100% sales calls.
Mhm.
It's so do you send that before like is there some text messages going out before you send that video or because like sometimes it's like cold like you don't know whether somebody's gonna show up or not and again this is like a 15-minute investment for you to like record it download get the download send it over whatever are you having a conversation with people before you send that or like you're just like hey 8 hours before no matter what I'm gonna send it.
Yeah, I do nothing in between. After those three text messages after the demo call,
Okay, got it. I would just be curious, like if I don't know if it's possible to see like somebody's phone and like what that message looks like. That would be cool to see if you have it. 'Cause I'm wondering what they see. Like visually, I'm wondering what they see because
yeah. I don't know. Oh, I've practiced, like I've sent it to myself just to like make sure it looks decent.
yeah,
Because I tried to make it's so many things that I want to tell them after the demo call that I need them to do. So I tried to really short it down and I can do it through one link. I got to send them the Zoom link, remind them to see Jesse's testimonial and watch the 11-minute mechanism video. And then I also got to remind them that I'm sending that video. The only text message that I send that's connected to the video that we just went over is telling them that I just want to get their thoughts on the mechanism video at the top of the page. It's literally like a copy and paste version of what Mason did. Like at the top of the page, all the wording doesn't even really make sense for my business, but it seems to be working. Mason's got the same thing. It's a little bit different, but
gotcha. Cool.
yeah.
Sorry, go ahead, man.
That's I don't even know where we're at.
So you send that over, and then after that, that was pretty much where we're at.
Yeah, it's pretty much it. Let me go track down one of my conversations. Okay, actually with Zach. It's recent. That's pretty much the only other one that I can think of is just like 1 hour before, like same thing that you guys all probably have set up if you did what Koshi tells you to, where it's like um, yeah, it's like just confirming that you'll be on 1 hour before. Other than that, that's it. And then just count that they show up.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's like in place of doing the pre-evening of like, hey, do you need a link to Zoom call or are you good or whatever? You're sending that video over in place of that. That's kind of it's so it's pretty
Yeah,
cool like that.
yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's cool. It's pretty much the same thing, just a bit weirder and something to like really remember them or remember you by.
Yeah. It's like what I'm thinking. The reason I'm asking these questions is like I'm wondering, like, okay, if I'm somebody and you're having a conversation with me, Cam, and 8 hours before you send me like a Loom link and I see it on my phone, I don't know whether or not I'm gonna watch that. But if you send me a text and I see your mug smiling and it's a text and I see it's like a video that you texted me over, I feel like I'm gonna be more curious to go and click on that and watch that. Like, oh, this guy made a personal.
Yeah.
Oh, let's see what he's saying.
Yeah. And I'm like saying that's a message ahead of our call tomorrow. So if they're at all interested in actually hopping on, they're probably going to want to watch that, especially because like they up to that point, they haven't seen my face unless they watch the mechanism video. But it's
Right.
just kind of cool to see me like now because my hair is different. Like they're going to know the difference between the mechanism video and the video that I just sent them just by the look of me.
100%.
Um, which I would watch even if I'm not interested. I'd still be curious.
Is that before the or is that before the discovery call or after the discovery and leading to the demo?
Leading to the demo, it's 8 hours before the demo call.
Okay.
Yeah. So he does the demo. So I'm sorry, he does the discovery call. After the discovery call, he sends some stuff to make sure that they watch the mechanism video and the testimonial video. And then whether they watch or not, he drills them 8 hours before with a personal video. He's like, hey, da 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 da, I'm excited to see you, blah, blah, blah. Make sure you watch this video. I'm curious to hear your thoughts. So he's really drilling people with that personalized video, and then they'll probably get back to him. Oh, I thought it was cool, da 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 da. And then again, the automated 1 hour before. So this is before the demo. So point is like so here's the thing, Rivera and everybody is like, it's not super important what people watch and do before the discovery call. It's really not. You just have to get them on the discovery call, in my experience. And you just have to do a banger job on the discovery call and just evoke enough curiosity that they're like, you know what, this guy's legit. I like what he has to say. If he's gonna give me some homework, some things to do, I'll do it. Like the purpose of the discovery call is to get more buy-in. And then after that, then you can send them all this content to watch. And they'll do it if you did a good job on the discovery call. So, anyways, in terms of where we're at, was there other things you want to share with us, Cam, regarding like what you sent out before?
No, that covers it all.
Sweet. Um, Jorge, how are you feeling after that? You feeling a lot more clear?
Yeah, that's awesome, man. That was super clear and very, very insightful. I think Daniel's question too about like figuring out like is it before the discovery call, after discovery call? But I think yeah, just sending it all that information, make sure pushing them that they watch before the sales call, and then plus that personal video. I think that's super awesome. So very clear. Thank you, man.
Yeah.
I like how it's a good excuse to get them to know your personal phone too, which has kind of some cool features, right? It's the blue bubble, or I don't know if it's an iPhone, but sometimes
Yeah,
I'm
it's
like, I
yeah.
kind of want to get off go high level when I get to a certain place with the person, I do kind of want to get off that. So, it has better ability to send photos and clear video and things like that. You kind of want them to get to a personal phone. So I think that's actually a good, perfect like excuse to get them to be able to contact you now through that end. Um,
Yeah.
so just from a strategic point of view, it actually works out there too.
I got a
Yeah.
quick question too. So all the like all the stuff that happens after the discovery call, right? Like pushing them, sending the link to the mechanism video, the link to the testimonials, all that stuff is automated.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I think a big key part of being able to get away with it being automated is to really like sell the fact that holy shit, I just remembered right before do you mind if I gotta show you Jesse's because you guys are like exactly the same. Like you gotta really put on a play a little bit to make him want to watch that and be like, oh, I just caught myself before the call ended. I just thought of this right now. Um, if you don't say that, then that automation's not gonna really make any sense. Um,
But you say
I
that
guess
on the call, on discovery call.
at the very end of the discovery call, yeah, I kind of make the last two things that I say
Mhm.
aligned with the first text that they get afterwards. So ideally, they watch it right at like if they have a couple seconds, they can watch it immediately.
You
I just
guys,
try to get them amped up. Like I try to get them really excited. Like if I get them past describing how our things work and they align with it and they're cool with it, really just like get them excited. Be like, dude, it's gonna be so easy. Like selling is the hard part, getting your results the easy part. I just want to show you how we do that before we hop on and show you more.
So you have them like so on the discovery call, you're like, oh, you know what, man? You just reminded me of this guy Cam, same situation as you. I'm gonna send you something afterwards. Make sure to watch that, blah blah blah. And then
Yeah.
Something in a way, yeah. Like that, like
I'll show you. I have a script for that. I have a script. I have like a word for word script for the discovery call. Where is it?
and then the automation gets triggered like once you like move them to like show it up to discovery call, then it sends them those videos or those links.
Right after the discovery call, those three text messages get sent out. The first one is watch the mechanism video and then watch Jesse's testimonial, a couple from the top with the link underneath of it. The second one is the Zoom call link with the date. And then the third one is, by the way, like 13 minutes after the first two, I'm going to be reaching out to you with a personal voice video message just to ask you your thoughts on the 20 jobs in 30 days video. So kind of like it's almost like a guilt thing where they know it's coming. So if you don't watch it, it's going to get kind of weird when I come at you with it. So they kind of feel like they have to watch it. If they're interested, that's kind of how the process is. So you better, I'm
so
going to
so
send it and the call's coming up. So you might as well watch it because I'm going to touch on it.
so wait, hold on. So after the discovery call, you send over the testimonial of the mechanism, and you send over a text that says, "In 13 minutes, I'm going to ask you about the mechanism video."
Uh, so the first two go out like 3 minutes right after I schedule it into the calendar, and then 13 minutes random number. I just try to make it like it's human, like I just remembered. And that's the one that says I'm going to be
I
reaching out to you with a video message,
I
just
see.
asking
So
your
they don't.
thoughts on the mechanism video.
So they don't know when that video is coming. It could be coming in 15 minutes. It could be coming the next day, but that's the personalized video where you go, "Hey, I'm excited, and let me know your thoughts."
Yeah, yeah.
Gotcha. Makes sense.
But yeah, that's what I say. Um, they
Cool.
always go for it, but
So hopefully hopefully Jorge, Rachel, it's all making sense. Like you just have to tie whatever they told you to that. Like for example, before I hop on a sales call, I will always get somebody to watch one of our coaching calls with Rich. And so depending on like, so let's say most people are like, oh, they've never ran agents, they never ran ads. I'm like, okay, so there's this guy, he was a 9 to 5, he hasn't even been a full-time filmmaker, and we helped him, da, da, da. And so I think when you see that, you're going to be able to see just how simple it is with your skills. I know you're a little bit worried, but if you can see a guy who's a 9 to 5er be able to do this, a 50-year-old man, I think you're gonna feel a lot better. So again, I'm just tying it to them in a way so that because I send the same piece of content no matter what. I'm not going to create a specific video for them. And so I just tie it to them. So, anyways, I'll stop blabbering, but hopefully you guys, Jorge, you get the point. You just have to tie it so that okay. Um, okay, cool. So hopping back in.
Pam,
Um,
what did you say your show up rate is? You said it's 10 out of 10.
it's
Or
12 out of 12.
damn, that's crazy.
Yeah,
That
it's
he's
cool.
Jeremy numbers.
I think I think just having fun, man, and really having conviction, knowing that I can help them, it's like it's changed the game for getting them amped up and excited. Like I don't think I'd be able to get those two closes without a demo call. Um, if I didn't like the guy answered on the date of my demo call, I called him just reaching out, making sure that he's going to show up. I don't usually do that, but he was giving me some weird things. As soon as I called him, he's like, "Let's do it right now. Like, send me the link and let's just do it." You got me amped up on the maintenance cleaning, like the style of how you describe things. I hated those low price offers before. I thought those were scammers, and what you said made a lot of sense. And I think if we don't do this now, we're going to get left behind. So he's like, "Let's just do it," and I was like, "Fair enough."
Oh, I know we're gonna jump into this, but like with your offer, you said the first week, you wait till they get a close and then their first 7 days start. Like, don't you have to
Yeah,
launch ads to like get
yeah.
them those leads though?
Yeah, so it's their ad spend. Like it's their ad, so it doesn't cost me anything. I'm like, I can hang out here for 2 months if you're willing to pay the ad spend. Because it's not going to cost me anything. All I know is that if I do get you a job, then that the money starts taking. And it's just so hard to
Right.
say no to that when you can afford the 521, which is as high as I go, or it's either that or 375. It's like either you get paid or your first week doesn't start. And as long as you have like 30, $50 a day, then you can squeeze that for like 2 weeks, which I only need a couple days. I'm telling you that right now. I can show you proof. Like whatever I need to show them, I can show them. If they believe that I can get them results, if they can afford, it's just like it's a no-brainer type thing. If I really make them believe it, that's how it works though. Yeah, they pay one of the options I give them, like 375, 521, whatever I think that they can afford. And then they won't have to pay me a single cent more until they actually have money in the bank. And I even tell them you can stack the jobs. So like you can, if you get your first booked job, you can book it in a week in advance because you don't want the week to start trickling down. You can take that extra week and try to stack a bunch of jobs back to back so you get hopefully like 10 grand before the second week even starts. So like you can play the game, but then I always warn them like the longer you book somebody out, the higher the odds of them canceling are. So just I want to warn that to you, but completely up to you. That's how high my conviction is because I know I only needed 1 week to show you the power and the potential of this and prove to you that what I charge is like it's 10 times the amount that I'm asking for it. And I only need 1 week to do that. And I wouldn't offer this payment structure and it wouldn't work for our business if our service delivery wasn't damn good. Like it's literally the same speech I say every single time. Because I'm like, do you know the amount of time that I've spent with you right now? We're at like 3 hours something. You think I'd be doing that for 375? And I just keep doing reps like that because I can't get people results. It's like, no, that wouldn't work for me if I couldn't do good service delivery. Either you get paid for your first job and 7 days after that, and it's completely up to you in the second week. You and I are going to discuss if there's room for improvement after the first week, and it's going to be completely up to you if you want to continue or not. It's just like you just gotta cover all the points of like, yeah, I don't know why I wouldn't do this. Like even if I don't really trust this guy, it's like 375. I can sell something and just see if it doesn't work. 375 is down. That's it. They don't really seem to think about the ad spend too much, but it's only like $50 a day max most of the time.
So you
And
break down, sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, you take their word for it that they're gonna like tell you if they do close, and they're not just gonna be like, "Oh, we're not getting any closes."
I tell them that it's the honor system. I've gotten two people to actually give me the second payment. So I'm like 100% there. So far, that was kind of the question mark. So it's 2 for 2 so far. My third person just closed his first job today. So a week from now, I'll see if I can get a third. But he had like 5 days in between the time that he got his first like 10 leads and his first book job, which was a bit fishy to me. But I did tell him, like, if you're stacking, you'll stack. But if I see, I'm also watching his pipeline because you have to be super tedious and really focused on results in the first week to make it makes sense for them. Because if they don't have good results, then they're not going to continue on. Obviously.
Do you make sure that they're like, in order for you to keep working with them in that first week, that they are updating the pipeline
Oh
and
yeah.
you
Yeah, I'm really trying to work on. I've like made a bunch of all my video. I haven't created the videos yet, but I just finished like 2 days ago laying out all the videos that I need to make for a course. Because I'm really trying to figure out how to automate this. Because when I had my ads on, there's way too many people that I needed to talk to, and I had to turn away so many calls because I had to spend so much time teaching people how to organize the pipeline. The training is super vigorous, like how to organize the leads. The thing that you showed me, Iman, is the same thing that I teach them how to do. I think instead of like 3 manual follow-ups, I have 5 and maybe a couple more things added, but it's the same thing that you're used to. But yeah, the training is a pain in the ass. These people, I tell them the same thing 5 times, like in grade 5 lingo, and it's just like they didn't even hear me. It's pretty exhausting, but I'm hoping I can just make a course that I really spend time to make it as simple as possible that I can just keep on sending them instead of coming to me and hopping on a call. I can just keep on pinging them the same link and like it says it right here. I'll even show you the time the fourth time around. But
Do you do an onboarding, Cam?
yeah, I'm thinking about actually, I'm definitely going to take a crack at automating that as well, because I've done onboardings for all my clients so far, and the amount of questions that come to me from the onboarding, and I think I nailed it. Like I need them to know exactly what I need them to know for our relationship to be super smooth sailing. And the questions that come back to me during the onboarding are like pretty much zero.
Yeah.
Like I just had 4, I think I had 4 of them last week, and not a single question came my way. So I was like, if I can automate this too, that's an hour and a half saved in my time. The only thing that I need to really hop on a Zoom call for after the demo call right now is to get hooked up to their Facebook and assets. That's been a pain in the butt, but I'm just really trying to minimize the amount of actual Zoom time that I have to spend with people after that physical sales call. And I think that'll be a game changer.
The reason I'm asking is you can inject either on your sales call or on your onboarding where, hey, this price point, I'm going to give you a price point, but before I do, here are my stipulations. And one of the stipulations is they must go through course material and they must like checkbox or whatever to make sure that you know that they went through it. Once they're trained up, you don't have to spend as much time on that. I don't know if that makes sense.
Can you say that again? Like after the demo call, really hit them with like, this is what you're going to do. Like these are the next steps.
So
Like we've done payment. You're in my Slack channel now. You filled out your kickoff form. Now here's the next steps. You're going to go do your onboarding right after this. It takes 10 minutes. If you don't do that, we can't move to the second step, which is actually training you for Go High Level and getting you approved for ATP. Without the onboarding, that is our rules. There's no workaround. It's 15 minutes of your time. Tell me when you've completed it. I'll confirm on my end because I can track all that. And then we'll kind of get approved for ATP and move on to the next steps. But before that, I will not allow you to do that. That's the kind of thing that I had in mind. Is that what you're talking about?
So what I'm saying is like, you know how you just said something along the lines of like, it's a pain in the ass trying to get them to learn Go High Level and move this around, da 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 da.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is you teach them that on the onboarding, you teach them that somewhere. And so right now you're going to have some course material to help them do that instead of you like manually teaching that. So what I'm saying is like one of your stipulations is you must go through a course which will walk you through how to use a CRM, and you must like you have to watch that, you have to pass a quiz or something, and you put that stipulation on your sales call to get the price point that you're offering, for example. That's what I'm saying. And so
Right.
they're like, oh yeah, for sure, I'll watch the course, I'll do that. It's gonna take you 15 minutes. And then boom, that's like your way of like baiting them into doing the thing that you need them to do.
Right. Yeah. 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 Okay. Yeah, it makes sense.
We'll talk about it. We'll go over in more detail, we'll plan it out. But um, other questions. I mean, I think we could probably rapid fire a lot of these. We'll go over like the mindset stuff and everything. I mean, I think we went over that, but we can maybe put that aside. But these are some simpler questions. I'm guessing this one's from Jorge. Jorge, is this from you?
Yeah.
I know your questions, bro. I know you. I know whose questions are whose. So how do you go about using the story of Curtis and Mackenzie? Did you just have someone text you pretending to be them? Did you use Photoshop?
I found a business in Canada. I only market to the US. If I market in Canada, I'm gonna have to change it, but they're just some random place, I think in Ontario, which is far enough away from me. Uh, Found their Instagram, took a couple screenshots of like them doing, I think they were doing making business cards. I just tell people in the presentation that they're doing bills, like trying to just get by that month. Like, and they're smiling. And then I tell them like, after learning more about their story, I can tell you that smile was just out of fear. They told me later on that they took this photo in hopes that if they made it one day, that they could look back in this photo and smile, even though they're just doing business cards. But I just happened to find that and I used it and it works great. Um, I closed somebody and they were like, honestly, Cam, and they went away for like 10 minutes after discussing the 375. Like they were down in the dumps for money. They came back to me and said that photo of them smiling at the very beginning, that is exactly where me and my wife are. Like it's a Hail Mary. Like that's exactly where we need to be. I thought I was genuinely sweating. I had my finger on my computer ready to turn it off because I thought they were going to say, Cameron. He kind of gave a giggle and he's like, that photo at the very start with those two people laughing and like smiling. I thought they were for sure going to say, my wife just went in the back and looked it up and that is off Google, not your client. I was like inches away. Luckily it turned into a close, but I was so close. I got freaked out. But yeah, there's been nothing that's come up.
Yeah.
Uh,
So Jorge, it goes back to just being a showman, man. Like what I've told you over and over again. Just a showman and you're good. And if you're super worried, I mean, you can't, I mean, with AI, you can literally go to Photoshop and like slightly change the face, right? Like who's
I did change the face one time. I just used like a face swap app. I took a couple that was in front of the Las Vegas sign.
there you go.
Can I
So
share my screen or?
God.
Yeah, I'll pull it up.
Point is, Jorge, just don't sweat it, man. It's not that serious.
I would, if like what makes me feel better is that they're from Canada. If I hop on a call one day and it's them, it's perfect. This is you guys in the future. That'd be bad. But um, I could probably spin that, honestly. Like I could probably just tell them that like the names that I've created for you guys in the future is Curtis and Mackenzie Hall, because I think those would be fitting names for where you guys are headed. And be like, this is a picture I saw on your guys' Instagram. And I think this is probably what you guys are doing right now, making ends meet. I think you guys are probably doing business cards here, but I could probably spin it, honestly. And I used AI to face swap your guys here because I think this is what exactly is going to happen. You guys are going to send me a picture in Las Vegas, and that's only been possible because you guys have so many jobs and you guys are actually able to step away from business for the first time in your whole life. And I'm gonna ask you guys if you're serious, and you send me a pic right in front of the sign. This is you guys. This is just a random face swap, but this is the one that I face swapped. It's not even that great. I purposely made it small so that if somebody is really trying to get in there, it's gonna be kind of tough. But that's before, and yeah, it's not great, but
It works.
that's been working this far.
It's still the same one that you're using right now, the same slides and everything.
Yeah, what you're seeing right now is what I used to say. The only thing I changed out recently was this, and a lot of these guys are, I mean, obviously these guys are fake. Don't know who this guy is, don't know who this guy is.
Oh, that's hilarious.
I recently just fixed it because that it was right after that call where I thought she was for sure going to call me out. on those guys were immediately after. It's like, I can't, even though nothing happened, I gotta fix this because it's clearly in the back of my mind that it's possible. But the trick is, as soon as I get here, I added my testimonial thing. So as soon as I get here, and I'm like, after going through all the numbers and what we've done for possible other people, and there's way more. I don't know if you guys got a chance to check out our testimonial page. So I really try to spend little time there. And I know that they hopefully have watched these and they know that they're real. Like it's me showing their numbers at the very start. Like they've seen my face here, and then they can like it's like a real. Then I go into the testimonials. They've seen these hopefully by that point. So if I jump straight from there to there, hopefully the only thing that they see are faces that they've seen before and that they know are real.
I need my
And
commissions.
somebody said that this guy, my actual guy named Jesse, who I've been gotten real results for, almost took them out because he had such low energy and they thought he was fake. And then they said that Daniel really sold them. So I appreciate it. That's not even a joke.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I think I remember that day and you were like, wow, like I believed it or something.
Yeah, encore. It worked.
So
Sweet.
the only real testimonials are the ones on the testimonial page, like the first three, and
Um,
then
I mean, these are just like fake things. But Jesse's real, Shimmy's real, Michael's real. I only have three real ones.
mm,
So it's
These
time
ones
for
are like you can actually watch these like if you go to the testimonial page. Like I got Jeremy to do the thing for me.
it's Thompson.
It's Thompson. He said Daniel Thompson. Like he used Daniel and so did Daniel. So I had to cut out the Daniel part. That's why there's like a little glitch at the start. So his name is Thompson, which is not a real name. But I mean, you got to do what you got to do. Shit. So I was like, two Daniels is too suspicious.
So I know this is new to you, you guys, Aiden and Jorge. This isn't as new to you, but um, I always tell people like don't sweat it, don't worry about it too much, or this kind of stuff. It's just about just being able to be a showman. So,
Yeah,
but
the only reason I was kind of like just always like stuck on this, and it might be like like you said, just don't sweat it, is because in the martial arts world, it's like very like, yo, where's your lineage from? Like, where's like who'd you get your black belt from? So it's like easier to like it's more prevalent to be like fake, right? Like fake black belt, like this guy's not a real school owner. Like who's he under, right? That's the
right.
only reason where I'm like,
Gotcha. Well, at the end of the day, you also are like positioning yourself as like potentially a marketer. Again, we'll cross that bridge when we need to, but like when they see you, they should see you as a marketer that like works with jujitsu business owners, and not you as you're part of a lineage and you know all this stuff. So it's like you could be completely oblivious to that stuff because they're talking to you, a marketer, right? So if I talk to, for example, a cheerleader, I'm gonna assume the cheerleader has no clue what a unique link click-through rate is. Does that make sense? So it's like you can potentially paint yourself as somebody who doesn't even know stuff like that. So again, we'll cross that bridge when we need to. Trust me, I'm 99.9% sure you're not gonna have issues with this. Um, yeah, you don't have to sweat it. So, anyways, delving back in, guys. Let's try to get through these.
that goes into my next question. That's me, if you guessed already, but pretty much answered it.
Same we said about the fact that okay, cool, you're good there. What is the ROI calculator that you walk them through in the sales call? Is that necessary?
I think it's super necessary. One of the main objections I had was the cost of things, but not so much like I can't afford it. Does it make sense? So that's literally the line that I used. So this is the slide that comes on, and hopefully I drill them to watch the video that I need them to watch on purpose. So when they see this, they're like, "So did all this make sense?" Like, yeah, it all made sense to me. Like, it seems like it's a good system. That's kind of why we're here. And I was like, okay, so the FAQ section in the video, I went over the most common questions. Are there any that I can answer for you? I answer them. Is there anything in the video that you really wanted to know that I didn't catch? So I answer all those for them. And then when I get to the bottom here, what is the job acquisition cost? That's kind of the last thing that kind of brings up numbers. I kind of repeat these things to them. Then I'm like, yeah, if there's no questions, then what I would really love to do is hit the next slide and show you the actual numbers. So a lot of people say, well, do the numbers make sense? I love this. I know I need this 10 out of 10. I believe this will work for me, but what the numbers look like. So then I just show them the numbers. I don't have it up right now, but yeah, basically I just go into, let's see if I can find it. Okay. Like this is what I did for my old demo calls, by the way. Like hit the slide, read this, hit the slide, read that. Which did not work.
Yeah, I remember those days. I remember when you were doing this. Me and Mason were like, bro, this guy's fucking crazy.
That was crazy. I was on the edge. And I said, see you for 2 months. I gotta go get find some mushrooms or something. But these were the mushrooms. Just doing what makes sense. This is what I do. So I jump from that to here and I say, let's make the numbers make sense for you. In the video, I also did some crunches on the ROI calculator. By the way, in that video I did, like I go through this, the potentially
And your audio is like going down. We can't hear you. Wait, try now. No, we can't hear you. Like we can hear you, but it's like very subtle.
Can you hear me now?
Barely. Maybe your mic's dead or your mic's not connected.
Plugged in. Um, can you hear me now?
Yeah, there we go. It's better
Better.
now. Yeah, yeah.
So yeah, I try to before I actually get into the demo call, line these up so I have the average ticket that they gave me. I used to do the LTV thing, but I don't know if it's duct cleaners, but it is impossible to explain to them what that means. So I just ended up going with the average ticket, and that's good enough. Um, so I just tried to do it beforehand. And then I tell them, ask them which offer they want to do, like 97, 249. Better the offer, 97, the more results you're going to get, but you can do the 249. So whichever one they decide, I tell them based on my experience and where they're located, what I think that we can do for them or what I know we can do for them. And let's get conservative here. Let's go with the worst case scenario. I do that very purposefully so they can really see the numbers if all this goes horribly based on my experience. What's the worst that could happen? So I keep on telling them this is conservative. This is very conservative. I'm reminding you, 45. I know that I can get your average ticket to 850 plus. That's what we see across all of our clients. After 3 months of them actually implementing the sales tools that I give you, and I'm happy to give you, and what I give to all of our clients, as long as you're willing to take the time to learn from me, 850 is what you're going to see, but let's stay conservative. And if you want to do the $97 offer, you're probably going to get around 150 leads or so. That's very conservative. My best guess is probably 180. If I was on a game show, $1 million on the line, 180. But again, let's stay conservative. Profit margin, what do you have? What would you say? Usually in duct cleaning world from our clients, we usually see between 70 and 80. It's really high in duct cleaning. What's yours? They usually say 70 to 80. Let's just say 70. Let's go like 70, 65. Let's stay conservative. Again, close rate, in my experience, you're going to hit 30%. Almost everybody does. That's my goal within the first month. By the second month, I'd be shocked if you aren't at 40%. If you're anything below 40%, there's work to do. It's rare that people ever hit 40%. Like I have clients for like 6 months, almost nobody gets there, but I just really try to paint a picture as to where they are in the worst case scenario and what the future looks like. But let's keep you at 30. So if we do all these things correctly, 45, let's say for some reason your sales stays the exact same. You get 150 leads, for some reason less than what I actually think you'll get. Profit margin, 65, you're probably 70, you said it yourself. Close rate, 30%. I think you're gonna get more. Well, usually after the second, people do get more, but let's stay conservative here, 30%. In the worst case scenario, Johnny, that is a total of 45 new customers. That is a total monthly revenue of over $20,000 and a total monthly profit of $13,000. And remember, this is the worst case scenario. Now let's have some fun here. And then I put in like a little bit past what I think the best case scenario would be to really just drill them. Because usually at that point they get a little bit scared and they're like, okay, like this is all great, but can we like bring this back a little bit? And if they bring it back a little bit, that's kind of what I think we could get for them if it's like 10 out of 10 results. So it's kind of really them thinking that they're getting conservative and protecting themselves and not getting too lost in dream world, but really they're just proving to themselves even more like those numbers are crazy. Usually I tell them like 850, let's say in 3 months, we get it to 850. I'd be shocked if we can't get more than that, but let's say 850. You're probably looking at 250 leads because after the first couple of weeks, you're actually going to have money now to put back in ad spend. So we're looking at around 250, still very conservative, I promise you. And I don't know why your profit margin is not over 65. We got to look at that. I've never seen a duct cleaning truck that's anything less than that. So let's move this up to 80 because I have tools and tricks that I can get you there. I promise you that. Your close rate is probably going to be between 35 to 40. Let's go 40. That's total customers 100. So you pretty much just like get them sky high, get them excited. And then I'm like, this is only with $75 of ad spend. Only $75 of ad spend. You're going to have the money if you have the resources which you're going to need to hire people on and buy trucks. You're going to have not just the energy, but you're going to have the money to be able to do that, which is an absolute game changer. What we see and what our goal over here at Open Media is to get you off the tools and actually in a position where you have the time, energy, and the resources to be able to focus only on expansion and be able to enjoy life, go with your family, not be stuck on a truck. That's pretty much what all these guys want to do. But these numbers kind of really just make them see it logically instead of me just throwing a dream world in their face. This is like a logical way of doing that for them to really see it and be like, oh yeah, I could do some crazy stuff with this. Like I'm making 5K right now. If I was doing this, I would absolutely need some help. And I make it seem like the only thing that's stopping you from where you are right now and this is just starting with us for the first week. And they hear the financial plans that I have. It's kind of like it's a no-brainer. But yeah, I do think that the calculation is crucial.
Yeah, 100%.
That's dope. Is there any moment, because I do this too, and I agree with you that it is a game changer. But sometimes they'll ask like, and this is off of what ad spend? How do you usually like, what's your like talk track when they kind of throw that?
So
I've gotten that before when I'm on the kind of doing like the whole
So I
walkthrough.
say I say this is like $50. This is $50. Well, usually I try to ask them and get an idea from the discovery call what their ad spend would be. Then whenever I put in
Hmm.
here, even if it's like I put in there was a couple times where I did numbers based off of like $50 per ad spend. I completely forgot that they couldn't afford that.
Hmm.
They just say like, and this is off of like $30 per ad spend. I'm like, yeah. Oh, if you wanted to go 50, then I just do higher numbers. The point is just to get them through the door because if they get
Hmm.
like even 5 jobs in a week and they see actual money in their pocket, it's not 70, the 70 that I promised them, but if they actually see it, I think that's the only thing that really matters in order for them to carry on in the second week and see real growth, which I just need them to step in the door for me to show them that it's not going to be like to 100, but
Yeah.
I'm selling them on that way. And then when they get a first job, it's hard to not pay me if they're making still like 5 times what it costs to get my services. Um, yeah, just because my conviction is like I know I can get the results. It's not so much like it is like fibs and lies, but I also don't know. My conviction kind of comes from delusion where it's like I don't know. Maybe these will be the results. We've had something close. Maybe you are that 1 in 100. That's kind of what I tell myself when I'm really selling it. Like I'm starting to get excited genuinely myself when I'm going through these things. Um, yeah.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah, definitely. So Jorge, hopefully that answers your question. Everybody, I mean, you really have to show the numbers, be very logical with people. So yeah, I'm gonna go back and share my screen. We'll go to the next question. So 100% necessary. You mentioned that. So okay. So this question, because I know my dudes, this is a Tenny and Aiden question. Am I right? No? Who asked this question? Jorge, is this another one of you?
Yeah, that's me.
Oh, nice.
See, I know my people. Okay, so uh so I already know the answer to this, but go ahead, Kim. You
I just tell them, oh, so those are actually old ads. We just use them because they still work. We used to do that, and we used to have like people taking calls for us, but it just got way too much because the amount of leads that were coming in for our clients was just astronomical. So I just try to sell them that if stuff does work that way. Instead of doing that, what we do is we set it up for you. So we pretty much put the lead on your lap, and all you got to do is walk in the end zone. The way that we do that is we have automations that send them text messages to warm them up for the phone call. So you're not calling them and they're asking you, how'd you get my number? Or what is this offer? They know exactly who you are based on what we have set up for you that you don't even have to lift a thumb. When you call them, they're going to know who you are. They're going to know what the offer is. It's going to make booking them 98% easier than you would if we just had someone from a call center. It's nice that it's your voice and the conversations are like
do
one
you
eighth the amount
Kim,
of time that you're probably used to.
Kim, do you say
Um,
this to everybody on the discovery call? What I was just going to tell Tenny is
No, no.
okay.
Only when they ask. That's what I say.
So the reason I bring that up, Tenny and Aiden, is uh we just say this at the ad level just to get the click and the book call, man. Honestly, to be 100% honest with you, like 99% of people don't even remember this. It just is what it is. So whatever Cam's going over, like you probably don't, you have to remember that. Um, so yeah, we don't do any of this stuff. Nobody really asks about it. By the time they get on the discovery call, they forget about it. That's in my experience. If something is important, here's something interesting. I find it interesting at least. Whenever something is important, if you ever wonder, like, is somebody gonna remember something? Think about how many times Cam has to drill people on watching the mechanism video and the testimony video. If you want somebody to do something, you have to hit them 5 fucking times, in my experience. So yeah, if you mention this one time at the ad level, they're not gonna remember. So
That makes sense. Is that kind of the case with the offer as well?
Yeah, exactly. Even with the offer, that's what I was trying to drill Aiden on is, like you guys, I know Aiden kind of was like, hey, I don't know, this one might be possible to do, it might not be possible. It does straight up, it doesn't matter, guys. It doesn't matter. It's just what's going to get us the click, what's going to get us the knee-jerk reaction. And from there on the discovery call, that's where we maneuver and change things up. That's the whole point. If we don't, as you know, if we don't get the call, we don't have an opportunity to maneuver things around. So as Cam just said, he just went over an example of how he maneuvers things if he gets hit with it. But if we don't get the call, we've got nothing. So yeah.
Yeah.
So how do you get your clients to be okay with running a low ticket offer? Do you set the expectation? So my guess is this is from Aiden. No? Okay, who is this from then? Is this from Tenny? Probably not. Who else could this be from? Jorge. I guess this is from Jorge. How do you get clients to be okay with running a low ticket offer? Do you set the expectation on the discovery call or sales call?
The discovery call for sure.
Okay.
I've had like a whole thing. My offers kind of switch. My offers stay the same, but in terms of how I put out the ads, it's changed from like a full duct cleaning, and now we're doing like a maintenance duct cleaning, where these guys are going into a home, attaching a vacuum, and pretty much just I tell them pretty much what allows that one dude who said that any low ticket offer in duct cleaning is a scam. Where he kind of turned around is how it's not a full deep duct cleaning, it's just a maintenance cleaning where as soon as you walk in the door, it's super important that you frame the call immediately and let the homeowner what to expect, because it's not a scam. They're actually going to get a crazy amount of value. You're going in there sucking out the loose dust particles, the stuff that's at light enough to come out of the ducts and cover your countertops, make you congested. That's the stuff we're going to be sucking out for you today, Mr. Homeowner. That our XYZ PSI super industrial vacuums can probably running for like an hour. And you're going to be getting a completely free dryer and cleaning for you today. I don't know anybody's going to come out to do your dryer for anything less than 150 these days. So you're going to be getting that completely on the house today. And we're also going to be giving you a complete free home inspection. Probably for the first time in your life, you're going to see exactly what the inside of your home is going to look like. There isn't a single homeowner that hasn't gasped when I show them the stuff that I'm going to show you. We go into places that I don't think, first of all, exist, and second of all, that you ever want to go into. And we're going to show you that and educate you, and it's up to you. No pressure at all if you want to do any additional services. That's kind of the frame you want to do it towards, because you're walking in there for $97 or maximum like $279 is what I tell them that the offer range is, and they can pick anything in between there. If you do 79 or 97, the results are probably much triple as 249. 249 works great, but 97 works even better. You just have to be a good salesman to make the $97 work. And if you ask them if they're a good salesman before the call, almost all these guys say, "Oh my God, my close rate's like 100%." So then it's like if they say no, I'm like, "Well, what happened to that guy?" So it's kind of like you got to set them up in order to really kind of gaslight them into the fact that this works. And it does work, but these guys are really stuck in their ways. So when they hear a really low offer, it's kind of hard to convince them. But if you do it in that way, it's kind of hard for them to not see the value. And I'm like, okay, like if you don't like this and you're telling me that you walk in for homes only at a flat rate fee of $500, I assume that you don't like this because your calendar is completely packed to its capacity. It's like, okay, maybe not. So maybe this is a good idea. Maybe it's not $500 off the rip, but if you take my sales training, you're going to be hitting $850 after 3 months. That's what we see on average for our clients after they implement our sales training. So it's kind of really covering all the bases as to how can this fail for them. All the things that they hate about it, I just covered all of them. And now they don't exist anymore. It's just a different way of looking at it to get inside the house.
Yeah. And this is something that I'm gonna commonly have to do as well, because that's what we do for med spas. We do a low ticket offer, get people in through the door, do upsells of packages and stuff like that. So again, I don't think you're gonna run into too many issues on a discovery call. Again, Cam is going super like above and beyond in terms of like mitigating and helping you guys, but like conversations typically don't look like that. They're pretty chill. And another big part of it is like this video. Our mechanism video shows how it works with their like logically common sense sold. Hey, there's an ad for a free video commercial. Before you get up in your panties, I'm going to show you how this is going to make you 5 figures from a closed deal. Just bear with me until we get to this stage. Boom. And then I explain, hey, we charge for this, right? So same thing. So again,
Yeah.
don't worry about
What I just went over, again, kind of same thing as before. It's only if they ask, that's what I say. But in my discovery call script, I try to sell the 249 or $97 deal, like in my elevator pitch part of the script, like at the very end. And then right after that, I book the demo call to ask if they want to move forward. It's like 1 in 9 that'll ask about why that works and why that's not a scam and how that works. Most people just say, yeah, I'd love to move forward. It's just about doing enough reps till you find the people who align with what your only option is, because that's the only thing that I have found that works for service delivery. So if they don't align with that, I have to kind of flick them off because I don't know how to do anything else. But yeah.
Yeah, cool. So I think so this question's mine. So these are like things that we went over at the very beginning. Um, what are our top three? Okay, so I guess we'll go over this later. So, how much are you charging your clients per month now on average? How much are they making on average the first week and the first month in terms of revenue? If you have their profit, that would be great, but revenue is fine. Do you have these numbers?
Um, no, I'm still kind of in the spirit. Like I've sold a bunch of people, and now I'm kind of in the phase where let's see if this even works out. I'm 2 out of 2 for getting that second payment. I've gotten 12, 9 out of 12 for the, I guess 10 out of 12, or I think the amount of clients that I have right now since coming back have all been with that payment style, but I've only had 2 out of 2 now that have gone for the second. But the majority of them are $1,200, or sorry, $1,500, which is 375 for the first payment, or the 283, which is 521. Um, in terms of like what their ad spend is, and it also varies so much. That's pretty consistent, like the 375 or 521. But in terms of what they're spending, like I have some guys from Israel right now that are doing like $300 per day, and the results are not very good. But when they're in a home, they're doing like when he sold like $3,200 2 days ago from one call. So it's like the amount is just all over the place in terms of what comes in versus what they put out. Just because the location of where I'm running these ads is super stressful to like figure out if it's going to work or not. It's all over the place. But
How long does it take for the average how much an ad spend does it take for the person to typically get their first close? Because again, you start charging after that.
um, let's say as soon as I turn the ads on, I don't know, they could close that same day. I had a couple clients do that. And then I had Mel, the guy, he booked like 15 jobs. He has 15 jobs booked, ready to go. And he got his first job completed today. So I think he's decided to stack them to take advantage of that 7 day start thing. So it's, I don't know. I think it's the same day. Like if you could book and you're available for that day, and you can take them on, and the lead can have you in their house that day, then the same day.
So the reason I just bring that up is like I think that's an important aspect of your offer, the way you position of like, hey, it's a weekly payment, it's only 325, like 30 to $50 of ad spend. And so some industries, like for example, Aiden's, it might take them, 2 weeks, 3 weeks to get their first close. And so that's a little bit different. The way they would structure offer, things would be slightly different. Jorge, for example, same thing. Like most people I don't think are able to launch an ad and somebody's able to close the deal within like 2, 3 days. I think that's part of the magic. That's part of your magic sauce. So that's why I was asking that question. Is like, how much are you charging versus how much are they making and when are they making that? So if it's not even important, right? If you're telling me that people are closing within like 1 to 3 days, well, then I'm sure they're making way more and enough revenue to justify your price point for sure. So that's what this was. Um, how much are you currently spending on your own ads for client acquisition? What's your cost per acquisition? I think I saw like your cost per acquisition is like $150, $200 or something like that.
Sorry, 1 second. I just gotta. Oh. Um, Sorry about that. What was your question?
You're good, man. How much are you currently spending on your ads? I know you paused your ads, but like when you were spending money on ads, how much were you spending per day? And then what's your current cost per acquisition? I
I
think I
can,
saw.
yeah,
Yeah,
I
go
can
ahead.
show you. Um, I don't know if you can see my screen.
Yeah, we can see your screen.
Okay. Tried to update this the best I can. And so I spent 503. This is kind of my time being back. So I spent 500.
So you're spending about 20
This,
bucks a day.
I think it was around $40 a day when they're on. I think they've probably both been on. I think I started it in the middle of June and then ended in the middle of July. So it's like 1 month split between the two.
So your cost per acquisition is 180 and 71. So this is insane, guys. So remember Aiden and when I was talking about the free to fee and how much are you spending on like, what I mean? It's like, dude, you guys can close for that amount with the call funnel, right? It's a huge difference. So that I don't here's what I will say. I don't think Cam's numbers are normal. These are not normal numbers. These numbers are fucking insane. Most calls are closed anywhere from like 400 to like $700 when you're starting, and then at scale, it's like $1,500 plus to close. I think a big part of his close, obviously, his skills for sure, but then also his offer that he's making. So his skills and his offer that he's making, and then just like it's nuts that he's getting freaking book calls for, dude. I have not seen that. $15 for a book call? That is insane.
Yeah, when they're on and they're hot, they're hot. And then and then like right now, they're kind of died. It seems like when I turn my ads off though and wait a while and turn them back on, it seems like the
They
people
get
who decided no are kind of like, I wonder where that guy went. And then when they see me go, they're like, all right, I guess I'll give him a shot. It's
what I see as normal is like March, which is like $50. Like even $50 for a book call is like, whoa. Like typically around $100, I'm like, okay, 100, $115, I'm like, okay, that's average. Your numbers are just insane, man. I'll be like, I have not
I,
seen numbers like this. Other than I
I,
think Jorge's numbers are like $50 or something like that too.
yeah, I think this one's lower because I did 12 total. But yeah, I think it's supposed to be 9. Because 2 of these were just not demo calls, but they just went straight to it, like straight to paying me. So I was like, all right, I guess that would be 9 for acquisition.
Your revenue ROAS is insane. Your cash ROAS, um, your cash ROAS is really good as well. Like you only need like a 2x in terms of your cash ROAS. So the fact that you're significantly higher is beautiful.
Yeah, it's cool. It's super cool. It's a nice breath of fresh air. Honestly, it's super cool to kind of come back and have fun. Because I think I got $15,000 one. I just got super lucky. The stars aligned, but I was still miserable. Like that was right here, and then I just like I can't do this anymore. And then I came back with a new strategy, new payments, had fun, no more scripts,
Yeah.
had
Let's
conviction for the first time ever, and yeah,
we'll transition to those questions now, but so I'll share my screen. I'll take
yeah.
we're almost done. So we'll go over these questions last, which is like your goals. But I guess like this is like we kind of like already talked about, but it's like
Sorry, I'm talking a lot. I'll shorten it up.
no, you're good, man. I think the guys really appreciate like how you're going in depth, man. Um, how do you get your clients to be okay with running? Okay, so yeah, month 1 to 3, man, you launch the 6 figure 6 week funnel, you close fast, you built the niche funnel, you close fast. Month 3 to 6, you took a step back and we worked on service delivery. Month 6 to 9, you had a slump. You didn't really turn your ads on. You closed a few sales at the end when you turn your ads on again, where you got lucky. You were going through some pain of dealing with clients. Now all of a sudden you turn your stuff on and you're on fire, closing deals left and right. What was the shift? Like what happened to make the shift for you? We already kind of went over, but like if you want to go over, add anything, any
Um,
the way the question's framed.
yeah, just like a completely different way to hop on a call. No script, just yourself. And you being yourself is like hypercharged, knowing that they can afford whatever you dish them at the very end. Um, it's just a matter of seeing how loud their yes is when you get to the end. Because if you can sell them on the beginning part, which I am confident I can, if they can pay the end, which I know they can, it just allows you to have so much fun and like get like childish excited with them. And I like you can see them start to get excited too. And I think if I knew that there was a 5K thing coming up or a 2083 thing coming up, I wouldn't be able to get that way. So I think when we're excited all the way through, and then at the very end, when I drop that little tiny thing to get them through the door, it's kind of like for them to like, of course I would. I had a guy say, I hopped on this call just curious. I was not planning on spending any money, but it's kind of hard to say no to. He literally ran away for like 10 minutes to find a scrunched up check and took a picture of it and put it into his bank just to pay me. Like he had no means of paying me until the end of the call. Um,
That
yeah.
that it's so what I'm kind of taking away, guys, from what Cam is saying is I'm kind of trying to step in his shoes. It's almost like every sales call you hop on, it's like you know that you're gonna close. You're not even like it's like me hopping on a sales call. It's like I know that this thing's gonna be $50. And I already got your submit application where you told me that you make, $10,000 a month, for example. So I know that $50 for you to get started is gonna be nothing. And so I think part of it is like Cam coming with that mentality of like, dude, I already know it's gonna be a close. Um, and so being able to like enjoy himself on the sales call, because I totally get that as well. As like if you're charging 5K or 2083, your heart is kind of like pumping, you're a little bit anxious, you're like, I wonder if this is gonna go through, I wonder if I'm gonna close the deal or not. All those emotions, like you're not really feeling those emotions anymore. Is that correct? Like those emotions are no longer there. So it's
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
okay, you're more chill about it.
Yeah, you're also like excited. And then there's been a couple times where you do get it. This is something that I learned in the general training where if you do get a rejection, like after you do the price drop, turn up your energy like 5 to 10% because it's super hard for you to go through 2 hours, 3 hours with somebody and you them not to see. You don't think that you're showing it, but like it's hard for your shoulders not to drop. The guy that was doing this general training thing, he said, "What I do on my sales calls is I give 5 to 10% more energy when I get a rejection." And I think that really helps me for those when you kind of dive into, well, out of 10, like regardless of the money, how do you feel about it? Like when you start to get into that area, it's nice for your energy to be exactly how it was before you drop the price. And it's kind of hard to carry that over when you just got to know. So I think that's really helped me kind of really for them to feel my conviction. It's like, okay, now I think they feel where it switches. We're like, now I'm just trying to get you to get out of your own way. Like this is the solution to all your problems. There's been not a single moment here where this is not aligned with exactly with what you're looking for. um, so yeah, this is a little tip that I thought I would tell you guys, which just helps me, I think, on one of the
Yeah.
ones that I had to kind of get through.
Well, that makes sense. I mean, we've all kind of been there where we drop the price and we're hoping and praying, and then they say no, and then you're just like, you feel kind of defeated. So
It's
that's
exhausting. Yeah.
sure. Okay. So I guess like before I move on, it's like, so what if you had to like articulate what burnt you out before, like before you decided,
I just wasn't having fun. I know it's like I have a 6 month year. I think at the time I left, I had like a 3 month-year-old daughter, fiance that I wanted to never have to work. Still, that's what I'm trying to do. And even regardless of all that, like the best why you can have to get to the desk when you don't want to, I was still just avoiding it at all costs. And I love both those. I like they're my whole world. And still, I just wasn't having fun. And I know it's like, oh, I'm not having fun. I'm not going to make money and give you the life that you want. It's like, I don't know. It didn't make any sense on paper, but I just could not get myself to get to the desk knowing that huge drop at the end was coming. I just wasn't having fun on the sales calls. As I showed you before, it was like I hit a slide, I read this. I hit a slide, I read this. It wasn't me. It was all for the money. I didn't really care about them. I'm doing the script thing because I think it's going to lead to a close. And I need to say these certain things where I wasn't really asking them about themselves. I think being like empathetic changed things a little bit where I was just trying to get a close because I was desperate and I was like depressed hopping on the call. So I'm like, if I'm going to get to the call, I better close. And I think they really felt that I wasn't there for them. And that kind of connects to conviction where it's like, if it's hard for me to feel like I'm there for them when I know that my solution isn't guaranteed because my service delivery wasn't really there yet. But now I have that. And it's like, I feel like I just cover all the ends and
I feel like you had the service delivery, but your service delivery hasn't changed. It's the same. I remember one of the things you said was, "Hey, Kushik, like I'm not crazy about, hopefully you don't mind me saying this. I'm not putting your business out there, but like everybody
very
has a
good.
different why. Everybody has a different why. Some people are like, oh, I want to build a massive business. I want to make a massive impact. Da, da, da. And I remember your thing was like, not, dude, like I don't give a fuck about any of that. I got a wife, I got a newborn, and I love them. That is the center of my world. I am doing this strictly just to provide. Um,
Yeah.
but now what you're saying is like, no, you have empathy and you're having fun with it. That's completely different than before you left, though. Or am I missing something? Am I misunderstanding?
I mean, I always love sales. Like sales is my thing. And I think I was having a really hard time in the sales process of all of it. Like sales is like my favorite thing in the world. If I could do anything for work, it would just be sales. Like I just happen to get lucky with I find enjoyment in selling things and getting a boost. Um, and I think I just wasn't having fun in the sales process. And then after kind of having my payment structure being changed a little bit, I began to be able to have fun knowing that they can afford the end thing. And it's just a matter of like, how strong can I make that yes? I know it's going to be a yes. Um,
Okay, so when you say like sales, I think what you mean is you like the dopamine rush that comes from you winning the game. When you get to the end, you're like, you got the yes, you're like, fuck, that felt good.
yeah,
Um, it's like when you had the 5K versus the 2,000, you're like, I don't know if I'm gonna win the game or not, and fuck, I gotta play this entire level all over again, and fuck.
yeah,
Um,
yeah,
just like every time you play, you're kind of like, okay, I know I'm gonna fucking beat the boss, and it's just gonna be fun. Okay.
yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, and like I'm eager to get to work now. I'm eager to work on a course. Like before, when I was with you, I did not want to work on a course at all. I think maybe it's different now because I need it. Before I didn't really need it. It was more so just planning ahead. But now it's like I'm excited to learn a course to save me hours of time by sending them links rather than sending them a Zoom call and hopping on for 3 hours and maybe not getting anywhere. Like it's just super exciting for me to be able to maybe onboard 20 clients and have a course that is teach people how to sell when they're in the house, like all of it.
Aiden, Tenny, I don't think I'm gonna say righteous, but like one of the reasons I want to pivot away from the free trial is like, you know how he's like talking about it's hard to get to the desk? It's like hard to make the phone call to do the hook call when you know you gotta do the hook call, you know you gotta do 3 days of free leads, you know you gotta do all this stuff, and then you might not close at the end, or they might leave. It's so like heart wrenching. That's kind of how I feel with Cam. I know Elman said that to me. He's like, hey, look, I know the system works, I know everything works, but like I just can't fucking force myself to make the fucking call. And I think it's because you know the sales cycle is so long and that you might not close, and like all the time and energy that feels wasted. And with Cam, it's like he just knows he's gonna close. And it just, I get it. I don't have the best words to articulate, but like I've been there too. Like I've done long sales cycle, and it at first it's fun, but then eventually becomes you have to force yourself to do it. So I get that. Thank you for like going in depth with that, Cam.
Yeah.
So I guess this question doesn't really apply then. Did you have some kind of mental shift regarding service to it? That was kind of the reason why it seemed like you jumped ship. Like your mind, you didn't think, oh, great, another sale, but rather, oh, damn, what problem am I having to solve? It seems like things have shifted in your mindset.
Yeah,
Um,
just conviction, I would say. You like have blind conviction, even if your service delivery isn't there, because it will come after you do reps with clients and stuff. Just conviction, conviction, conviction.
so.
To me, conviction probably transformed everything.
Good, good. What are the 3, 5, 10, or however many lessons you learned regarding sales from Bree? Again, you shared one in terms of like your shoulders and everything, the last 10%. I think you shared one other thing. I'm gonna brain fart right now, but like what are maybe some top things you can think of,
Um,
guys, that
yeah,
you
I'd
wanted to
say conviction is massive. Empathy is massive. They had a line in the course that they said a lot where it's like nobody cares what you know until they know that you care. So it's to me the before you dive into the actual demo call, when you get them emotional in the discovery points phase, we kind of go over what you went over in the discovery call, which is supposed to be designed to get them emotional before you dive in to how it all works. To me, that's the point where you go over it and really just sit there if you can and probe them to add anything. Is there anything that would be beneficial for me to know before we move on? Because this stuff is pretty deep. Is there anything else that we missed? Is there anything else that you would add, or how do you feel after reading all that stuff? Like you just really want to get them to acknowledge their feelings somehow, um, and then your tone will kind of allow them to know that you care. Um, and then yeah, the conviction is like if it doesn't really what I know is that I have a solution for you. And now that you know that I care, to me, it's just like that extra piece on the puzzle. Now we can move forward. Like I'm not out there for your money. I'm out there to help you, and I know I can help you. It's not a matter of if. That's kind of the energy I want to take.
Aiden, Tenny, even Jorge, Jorge, you've done a few of these, but like as you and again with the call funnel, it's really important. That very beginning part, guys, is super important. The discovery, like not even discovery, but like when you're telling the story of whatever, Kelsey and whatever, you keep tying it back to them. Say this is what happened, and like, and you try to tie it back to them. Like they did this, and oh, it's so funny that you did this because they had this same. What you're trying to do is you're trying to show people you care. I have a friend who the other day, I don't know why I'm even bringing this up, but he was talking about like, hey, because you just seem so different. When we were childhood buddies, like you really cared and this and that. And what I told him was like, I cannot at this age and what I know in life, I cannot get what's the word I'm looking for? I do not get attached to people that I don't believe care about me. I said that to him. And I truly believe that. I literally I cannot get attached to people. I literally cannot if I don't believe they care about me. Like, and so the reason I care so much about my mom or my brother or my dad is because I know they genuinely care. Versus there are some friends in your life that, they're drinking buddies or this or that, and you know that they don't actually care. And it's hard to be attached to those people. And so I know I'm talking a little bit about life or whatever, but like this is the same thing in sales. Your job is to build that attachment. Your job is to build that through showing that you actually care. Your job is to care. You must care. You must care. And everybody that's been here, we all had a discovery call, me and you. And how much time did I spend at the very beginning trying to actually get to know you, trying to actually like build a relationship with you a lot. And throughout this whole journey, I try to build that with you guys as well. So you have to get your clients to, it's part of the job, but it's being a good human as well. It's like just give fucks. just give fucks. So anyways, that very beginning of the sales call presentation, the slides and everything show that you give a lot of fucks. Once you do, once they believe you truly care, then the whole conviction will carry over when you get into the sales presentation, show how your stuff actually works. They'll be fully bought in. So thank you for sharing that. What else do you have in terms of things that you learned that are valuable that you want to pass on?
Um, the payment plans. Like
Yeah.
it when I like what exactly what Coach Sheik said, the whole scam thing, they'll charge you 5K and stuff. The only reason why I went into that is because it was like $1,000 down and then 350 every month after that till you pay. If it wasn't for that, I would say absolutely not. But I could afford it and I was interested enough and I did it. And without that, there's no shot. Um, I hopped on because I was curious, kind of same like with that my other call there. And then after it made sense, and I was like, I am eager, I can afford it right now, and I want to see what's on the other end. That's kind of what the 375, 521, that's what I carried over to my business. And it's been working out really well.
So what else you got for us in terms of
Um,
that program?
Not much.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. So we went over this. So last two questions then. What's your goal by the end of 2025 with your agency?
I have like a really like there's water stains on it. It's probably gonna when I take the tape off, it's gonna rip parts of my desk off. I have a little thing that I started with 30 clients when I found out that 30 clients is important. And I think I hit five, like 4 months ago, 5 months ago, and then I hit like 10 or 11 or I can't remember, like the majority of them in like less than a month. So I'm hoping to hit 30 by the end of 2025. That's why I'm putting so much time into while my ads are off, putting it towards a course. If it takes me a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, because I think once that's done, I will have the ability to go through volume and really just go for it and have the ability just to send links instead of Zoom links, which is really exciting if I do it properly. Which I'm going to put a lot of time into making sure that there's a step-by-step system that it's hard for you not to follow for them. Um, yeah.
What else?
Um,
So before we continue, then I guess like remember the 30 clients rule? Do you believe that now? You're about like
um,
are you starting to see like, hey, at the 30 client mark, like you will have pretty much seen everything and you know how to handle pretty much every situation. Are you starting to believe
yeah.
that clients you
Yeah.
have
I
right
think I think now I'm the type of person where even if I've never heard it before, I can make it up on the spot and I can make it sound good. But in terms of seeing every scenario and talking to different people, I don't know. I feel like it's almost going to take 1,000 at this point. Duck cleaning business owners or characters. But in terms of difficulties and knowing how to work around stuff, I think probably by 30, I would have seen it all in terms of like the technical side of things, payment methods not working, like all this stuff that really sucks. I think I'll have solutions and know what to do to make it not suck, which is
now?
kind of the main thing here. I think service delivery will just improve over time. Because even just doing this, people have marketing agencies attached to the ad account that they give me, so I can take their ads and they're working. Like I think over time we'll just gather stuff like that, where I'll have hopefully enough ads and stuff that will get me through a confident 3 months with hopefully every client that I have. Hopefully like 5 years, but I think even if the results are bad, I'm hoping 3 months will be like a guarantee for me at the end of gathering all this stuff after 30 clients.
When I say 30, it's not like I know you're talking about sales, but it's like it's sales, it's service delivery, it's upsells, retention. It's like seeing that you're gonna have like a really shitty situation where like one or two clients are gonna really fucking piss you off and you're gonna learn what you never want to do or who you never want to take. It takes 30, in my experience. And by then you're pretty much you can do this shit in your sleep. Um,
Yeah.
good. What else is your goal by the end of the year?
It'd be cool to make like 20K in a month. Um, cool to make 40K in a month. I don't know. Honestly, I think after this course, I'm going to get a better understanding. After I get all these people that I currently just onboarded through the first month of like, as soon as they get the first job, they collected money. A month after all those guys go through, I think I'm going to get a more realistic ideas to where I could take this to see if it works. So I need to do some serious
I think it'll take you
process tweaks, but
if we consider like a load of clients, let's say you take on like four clients, five clients on a batch, that batch of clients is like initially going to be like maybe a 3 month journey because they're going to stay with you for like 1 to 3 months. And then what's going to happen is you're going to have your second batch of clients and you're going to probably be like 3 to 4 months. And then you have your third batch of clients, you're going to be like three to 6 months. And so it's going to take you you're probably going to really learn. It's going to take you a year because you're going to need to go like 3 batches of, 3 to 6 clients each and see
Right.
their.
Yeah. The other thing that I was thinking too is doing what you do with like these, because at the very start I was like, it's a dog eat dog world in the dog cleaning space where if people know each other, I don't think they would like it very much. Like it's that bad. But since I have like a radius policy and stuff, I think they would be actually okay to help each other out because they're not a threat to each other. And I could ask and answer all the questions at once, whether it be sales, whether like it could be anything. So that's something I was considering too. Just to say, I'm just trying to save as much time as possible so I can put all my time towards sales calls and discovery calls and not having to pay a VA or somebody else.
Yeah. I mean, obviously I got your message inside the DMs, the long message you sent me last in terms of like where you're at in terms of hiring and stuff like that. And the reason I didn't respond is like, by the way, I'll go and respond now is like, the way I like to think about like the journey that you're on, man, is like, so there's sales and marketing, which is like what you have fucking like mastered. And then there's the second part, which is like hiring, training, firing people, building a team. And the way I like to think about it is like this is production and this is post-production. What is production? It's getting great at lighting. It's great at camera movement. It's great at composition. It's great at fucking like all that shit. Like you're here, you're a DP, you're getting shit, and that's an art. But then post production is a fucking whole nother art. It's learning DaVinci Resolve. It's learning how to edit. Like somebody who's like great at production could suck balls at this. Somebody that's good at this could suck. But you need to be good at both to make something that's master. So the
Right.
reason I said this to you, the reason I didn't respond and give you a long is like this is the truth. Is like you've mastered this. Now you need to master being a post production person. And so what is that? That's creating course material. That's creating, okay, I need you to do this, and then this goes here through like systems and links.
Yeah.
It's that's part of it. That's like maybe that's like editing. Color grading would be analogous to me and you like talking about like how to hire people and then vet them and then like make sure that you're never seen as like a weak leader. That's a whole nother art. It's a whole nother thing.
Right.
And so the idea is for you to do it the right way, but then also for the right business model. Do you want to do the business model over an SMA, which is what you're doing right now? Or do you want to move to more of like what I'm doing, which is like a coaching scenario? Because those are completely different businesses. They require different number of people. They have different profitability. So before you go hire and do crazy stuff, it's like you have to first decide the end in mind. Are you going to do more of a coaching program like this style, or are you going to do more of like an SMA traditional style, right?
Right. Yeah.
So
I
before,
mean, by the way things are going, until I get 30 clients, I just want to see. And then I think when I'm at that point, then I'll even reevaluate again. Right now, I'm kind of 100% into the agency world because it's going well. Um,
I think you should. I think you should continue the agency world until what'll happen is you'll do the agency world and then you'll run into a bottleneck. And then when you run into that bottleneck, you'll have a few options. You'll either be able to hire more people or say, hey, I don't like this bottleneck. I'm going to completely change the business model. But
yeah.
you have to do is so where you're at right now. Okay, you master marketing, you master sales, you get good at service. Awesome. Now what you need to do is you need to remove the bottlenecks of being able to take on whether you take on one client or 10 clients or 15 clients, you need to have system in place so that you can do that. And what does
Yeah.
that mean? That means like the course material and all that shit. Once we do
Yeah.
that, the next step is going to be, before you actually hire anybody, is going to be fucking launching your ads, bro, and going crazy. Like I'm talking about fucking doing 4 hours to 8 hours a day of on calls and taking on like fucking like 10 clients a month. You could probably take on 10, 15, honestly, and pushing
Yeah.
yourself and seeing where your business actually breaks.
Yeah.
Where it actually breaks, that's where you bring in either people or other things.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. I think I need that's why I'm spending so much time on the course because I did 12 clients since coming back. Like, and it's been like fast, like super fast. It took me 9 months to get four. And then it's like in less than a month, I got 12 or 10 or something like that. So that's why I need to get this course done. And I'm pretty excited for it because if I do get to the point where sending these links all of a sudden, even that becomes too much because I have like that many clients where I can't keep up with answering questions and stuff to keep people going, a VA will have a way easier time to take that position rather than her being the course and walking people through that and getting them connected to Facebook and all that stuff. So that's why I'm doing it that way. But I think we're aligned pretty well in terms of like what's needed to make this successful to take it to the next step.
We
Um,
we spoke about this like 6 months ago, where I was really fucking hammering you about creating course material every almost like maybe 2 or 3 coaching calls a month. I was like, "Where's your course material? Where are you in terms of the course material?" So
yeah.
once we get that, uh, once we get that, man, I think you'll feel a lot better. It'll be
Yeah.
exciting.
I feel pretty good right now. Like I'm managing, but I'm just gonna be able to manage like probably barely with these guys, and then on my free time make course material. Then as soon as that's ready, start it, take one client on at a time, test it out to see what I need to fix, get another one on, tweak it even more, and hopefully by that time I can take on like 20 clients and I can just be doing sales calls all the time. And I'm just sending links over and over again and hopping on coaching calls once a week to answer all the questions that I didn't go over in the course. Like to write them down if they didn't answer them in the course. I answer them on Monday. We can all help each other out. We can do sales there, and it'll just be just trying to figure out my time right now. But I think I feel really good about it so far.
Good. Anything else that you want to put in terms of your goals by the end of this year? The next question is like, what's your goals by the end of next year?
I have no idea. My question for you, actually, I was curious about this, is I keep seeing ads for like if you don't have AI in your agency, you're gonna go down. AI is coming for you. Like if you think things are going well, enjoy while it lasts. Based on your experience, what do you think is going to happen for us as agency owners with AI? Is it finding ways to put AI into it, or is AI going to replace us?
AI is
Or
bullshit.
yeah,
No, AI is fucking retarded. The only thing AI can do, and only works for certain people, is like AI is. I mean, if you think of what is AI for? AI can help. If you saw with Jeremy, it's like AI can be helpful in terms of creating creatives and ads and stuff like that. But that's about it. You still need a human involved. You can't have like a fucking AI agent just like pump shit out, go into ads manager, set some shit up for you. At least not right now. Second thing is, what are people using AI really for? Nurturing. Why? Because business owners don't want to be fucking talking to leads and like bring them in and doing sales. So they're trying to use AI. But the thing is, it doesn't work for most niches. Like it doesn't work for med spas because you have to be so good and articulate so well on the discovery call. For you, for example, I cannot fucking put an AI bot and have them talk the way that you talk for a discovery call. It's never gonna work. Now, could it work for somebody like you? Potentially, because what you're doing is you're doing, I think, is it instant form ads or messenger ads?
instant form.
Instant form, and then they text, right? And then they book it, right?
Yeah.
So you
Things have changed a little bit where it would be a voice agent that would need to come in here.
okay. So yeah,
Yeah, it wouldn't
maybe
be texting so much anymore.
because of how simple it was before, like I remember you had one client that was like just texting people. In that case, I would say
Yeah.
like, okay, an AI could probably take that over. But I'll be honest with you. I mean, your question is coming from a place most likely of like, hey, like, is my agent gonna be fucked or like what? How
Yeah,
do I?
yeah. I'm just trying to plan for the future because your question was like next year. It's like, will I even be able to be around next year? Because I feel really good, and I'm like, I just can't see. Obviously, I don't know. I didn't know that like a Google light bulb would exist. How could that ever exist? And now it's here, So who knows? But just by the way I'm like thinking of things, I just couldn't really figure out a way where somebody could get leads. It's like AI is going to get leads. How? Like, is it going to be doing what I'm doing? Because I'm doing that myself. You know what I mean? Like, how can AI just get leads? Where from? How's that? It
It's
just
all
doesn't make
bullshit.
any sense to me.
It's all bullshit. It's all bullshit. Like I know, like I just went over, like this guy right here. Okay, so here's what people are doing. My mentor hired this kid. If I can find him, if he shows up, he makes the same fucking YouTube videos every fucking time. Um, where is this kid at? This kid right here. So one of my mentors hired this guy. If you want to find him on YouTube, all he talks about is like how I built a fuck $100,000 per month AI. All they do is this. They do the same shit you guys are already doing. They're running Facebook ads. They have some AI in the middle, an AI agent, AI whatever, to like text people, do voice notes or whatever, and then you know help the business owner like close a deal. And they're charging like 10, 20 grand for this. They're just positioning it different, but it's literally the same shit you guys are doing. They're selling like $10,000 packages. It's all, I don't know. In my opinion, it's all bullshit right now. Here's where I am worried about AI. I'm worried about AI when it comes to Facebook ads, Instagram ads, where like right now, a lot of the reason that people click on your ad and book a call with you is because of your face, how you come across and what you're saying. Eventually, it's gonna get to a place where you're like, okay, I don't know if this cam dude's a real person or it's an AI. I think that time is coming. And when that does come, then I don't know what the fuck's gonna happen. That I'm worried about. I'm not worried about. I'm just like, I don't know what the fuck's gonna happen.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like right now, I know, like I'll tell you right now, the Center Market Chico is probably one of the most diverse programs. I have competitors like the Real Deal Video Strategist Club, short form content agency, or whatever. And I know that because of my skin tone, and my energy, I bring a certain type of person versus my competitors bring a different kind of person. And so now when you put an when you put an AI and a different person is at the ad, I don't know. It's going to affect things. It's going to make a big difference. But anyways, I'm rambling. I wouldn't worry about it if I were you.
All right. I'm worried. Yeah, that's fine. What do you have like a year? Like, do you have like if you want a game show, $1 million on the line? What's your guess?
of when it's gonna reach that level where people don't trust ads anymore?
Yeah.
Probably like 1 to 2 years.
I better get it going.
But
I
like,
better
here's the thing though, like when that happens, I don't think it's necessarily you versus like your competitor. I think we're all fucked. And maybe that's not the best word, but like I think not fuck, that's not the right word. I think everything just changes because it's like nobody's gonna trust any video or photo anymore. Everybody's gonna be wondering, is this AI? So like right now, I can watch a video on Instagram and be like, yo, that's a cool dude doing a cool backflip. Eventually, my mind's just gonna be desensitized. Like I don't give a fuck about what I see because everything's bullshit anyways.
Yeah.
And so then authentic shit's gonna matter. So now that the question, eventually, what I see down the road is authentic shit mattering, which is like, what can you not bullshit? I don't know, like live shit that's live. You can't really bullshit shit that's live.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe
I was just
document,
yeah.
maybe, yeah, weddings. I don't know.
I was yeah, because I'm just like AI is gonna take so many people's jobs. It's like, are we all just gonna huddle around the same bonfire and just get cold? Like what? Well, what's then what? Like because if we spend so much time on the same skill, it's like
Everything's gonna change. I don't know what it's gonna be.
yeah.
I could send you guys some deep shit on AI, but
I think my goal is in the next year or two, if that's the question here, to scale this thing as big as I can and then invest in real estate because people need to live somewhere.
there you
Can't
go.
really fake that. So it's like I don't have to worry about AI if I'm getting my money from people who need a place to live.
Yeah, your goal should be what we spoke about 3 months ago in terms of investing. That should be your goal. That should be your focus.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
but anyways,
How's that going for you real quick and then I'll bounce?
what
Is it like on trajectory to where like where you think
have you
in
invested? Not yet.
yeah, horribly. We're like I think we're up like $4,000. Luckily we invested enough in Ethereum. We put some in Avalanche, big mistake. We put some in Render. Right now it doesn't look too good. We put some in Sol. It's probably second best, but it's pretty close to the third best. Um, but Ethereum, we're up like 4,000 and it looks like it could get to like a couple thousand higher. So
Yeah. Yeah, no. I so for me, things are good because I invested back in the end of 2022. So I invested at literally the bottom. So no matter what happens.
right.
So, but in terms, yeah, like in terms of the investments, but like I did invest in some things that are like super small micro caps. Like there are certain coins, certain projects I invest into that like not a lot of people know about. And those have done pretty well. Um,
Nice.
so but yeah, I mean we can talk about it.
All right.
Still in a
But
place where you're trying to invest more.
yeah.
I think there's a little bit of time, not much, but there's a little bit of time left.
I mean, I think
Like
we're just gonna ride the wave. I think we're thinking about selling the rest of our Avalanche because I think we just made it to the point where if we sell right now, we'll be like $150 up and just put that into Ethereum banking that it's going to go up a little bit more and then just tossing out. And then I think he said wait till the end of 2006, December.
not 2006, 2025.
Okay, that's when the next 3 year thing is going to go.
Oh, when you want to invest?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, yeah, probably 2026.
2026 starter at the end.
Where's the tail end?
Let's take yeah. So I thought. And this one should end like early into 2026, end of 2025 yet in terms of polling.
It could end in like 3 months.
All right.
We don't have a lot
This
of time.
game sucks. This game is so stressful, but this game blows. I don't know why anybody plays it. I mean, we're up 4,000, but holy
Stressful for sure. It's not a matter of what you buy. It's a matter of when you buy. As long as you know. So, but next time around you'll be prepared. But yeah,
yeah.
for now, I would not be worrying about AI. Just stack your cash and grow your shit. And ride the next 2 years. Like that's for you and everybody, I would say is like right for the next 1 or 2 years. So but
Cool.
anyways, hey guys, I know I like have just been talking, but who has questions for Cam? Aiden, Tenny, do you guys have something for Cam?
So you do like for the first 4 weeks, you like basically break it up into a payment plan. Kind of
Yeah. Yeah, so pretty much I say my speech is so I'm just gonna drop this for you to get all this launched for you. It's not 1 month, it's not 12 months, it's 3 months, okay? And they agree. I tell them this is my regular pricing is $2,083 for the monthly plan, and it's a 3 month thing, so it's going to equate to $6,250. Or if you want to prepay, what we would do is we shave 20% off the top, and you'd save around $1,250, and it would be a one-time fee of 5K. And I let them sit there for like 5 seconds, hopefully before they can even say something and say, but for you, for like Independence Day, or we're actually doing this last month, but since you came into our account, I make up some excuse. Or maybe they got burned before, I try to make it specialized for them. Then I tell them whatever I think they can afford, whether it be the 375. 375 now is kind of my lowest. 521 is what I try to do, because saying that. So, but for you is today, what I'm going to do is, instead of you paying $2,083 or $5,000 today, what I'm going to do is way better. So today's going to be a one-time fee of 521. And basically what I do is I take that $2,083 that all of my clients have paid me to get to where you are right now, and I divide it by four. So I break it into four smaller payments. Today's 521, it gets you X, Y, Z. It gives my team reassurance and the confidence that you're ready to move forward and that you're serious. We're going to build that out for you. And then until you get your first job and collect money from it, that's when the first week is going to start. So 521 locks in your location. So if somebody comes to me in the time that you actually close your first job, doesn't matter. I'm going to flick them off and say, we have a client in Chicago, wherever they're from. So you lock in your spot. Also, you're going to get the full CRM built out for you, which takes hours to do, as well as the ad campaign. And you're going to get one-on-one training with me, so you know exactly what to do when your first lead comes in. And again, the 521 only is for a week, and it only starts when you get money from your first job and actually close. So that means, in other words, Mr. and Mrs. Business Owner, you could get 20 leads through the door, and you're not going to get charged a single cent. You could book all those leads, and you're not going to get charged a single cent only when you complete your first job. 7 days after that. So hopefully you have a week full of book jobs and you make $10,000, $20,000. Depends how good your salesmen are. And if they're bad, I'll teach you. But hopefully, best the case scenario, you can do that. And then at the end of that first week is over, I'm going to let you know. We're going to reevaluate, see how far we came. If there's improvements that we need to make, we'll talk about it. And it's going to be completely up to you if you want to move forward in the second week. No pressure. We have never had a single person not move forward, because I'm going to tell you right now, and this is a guarantee that I've told all of our clients, it's pretty hard to say no to the second week when you have a bunch of book jobs lined up for you. Your phone's buzzing off the hook because leads are coming in. You're booking jobs at 40% close rate, and you're making a whack load of money. And your ROI is just through the roof. I just kind of I just get them excited. Like it's like a kid in a candy store, to make it a no-brainer. And you
That
could have
was
said
poetry.
375.
That was
Thank you.
poetry.
Thank you.
Um,
Awesome. Thanks.
what else you guys have, Tenny?
I'm good. Yeah.
Aiden, anything else, man? Okay. Jorge, Riviera, you got anything for Cam? Any questions from Aman? Mr. Righteous, you there? Okay, I think he's doing something. But cool, man. Cam, this is great, man. Thank you so much. You went like super above and beyond with a lot of these answers, man. So I'm
Yeah, I
grateful.
hope it helped.
The guys are grateful. Um, I'm gonna we're 3 hours in, so I'm gonna transition to the other guys and start helping them out. But really quick, did
Yep.
you have that you wanted to go over really quick?
No, it's good to see you guys again. And hopefully my next update is fruitful.
He's a millionaire. The next update is I'm a millionaire. I'm
That's what fruitful means.
999 closes for 1,000.
Yeah.
So cool, man.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for everything. Anything you want to share? Any last words before?
No, no. I hope this helped some of you guys with something. And yeah,
Cool, man.
I'm
All right,
excited.
well, let's give Cam a round of applause and send him on his way.
My pleasure. Catch you
Thanks
guys
so
on the flip side. I got to hop on a call and get somebody's Facebook assets connected, which sucks every time. But see you guys later.
Peace.
Bye.
All right. So you guys all feel wiser after our mastermind today? How how was that? Good? You guys feeling good? Good. Okay, cool. So I'll hang out with you guys and we'll go and we'll go over what you guys want to go over in terms of probably your call funnels. Um okay, so We talked about this. Questions, comments, concerns.
Um, no, I'm gonna need to get on more discovery calls because two of them haven't like answered, and then the one I did get on, like hung up on me, and maybe I was just rushing it. I was back into it. I'm not too stressed about that by any means. Um, and so I think I need to get on more. The one thing I've noticed, which has been interesting, is that everyone's been very responsive through text. So that's nice. I'm not really getting a bunch of leads and then they're just like random people. So that's good. I can have like pretty much like a conversation. I'm like, hey, like if you're free right now. But usually they're like, oh, like I'm pretty booked out. Like, can you call me like, later? I'm like, okay, cool. But none of them have like websites or Instagram and stuff. And I don't know yet whether that's a good thing or a bad thing. Because I don't know if that's just like, oh, they're not like a real business or they're not like they don't have like crews or whatever it is. I won't know until I actually like talk to more of them and just kind of see if there's a pattern. But I did find it interesting that so like almost every one of them did not have like a website or even an Instagram page, which is kind of crazy. And so like it makes me kind of think like, okay, how deep in the trenches are they? How serious are they? But I can't really come to any conclusions yet.
Okay. So my concern isn't necessarily the websites or that yet. My concern is more so like, do we know if this is the right offer? Are we getting
Right.
interested people in?
Right.
To me, what it sounds like, okay, so I just want to make sure I'm getting your numbers correctly. So these are two different offers.
Yes, one is they're under the same ad set, but they're the same offer, meaning we're gonna get you three booked appointments. One just mentions the AI calling and one doesn't. And the one that doesn't is actually the one that's getting more ad spend, more bookings. The AI
So,
calling hasn't gotten any bookings.
all right, so unique link clicks for so this one, um, cool, sounds good, River. Um, okay, so this one we have three book calls,
Mhm.
and then for this one we have zero. Is that right? Okay.
Correct.
So out of the three book calls, so three book calls, and then you said one of them no showed, and or
Um,
one of them.
one of them, one of them I talked to, I think one no showed. Let me see if you go to the leads column, um, the new leads column, yeah, you can see which ones came in for the three bookings, and you can see what date that they're booked for. So one is tomorrow, two are tomorrow, I think. Oh wait, no.
What happened to these two?
Okay, Randall, I talked to. Wait, was it Randall? Okay, Randall didn't answer. LaShawn had a death in the family, and he's like, "Hey, like, I just had a death in the family," because I like texted to confirm him. He's like, "Can you give me a call, like sometime later?" So I need to just actually get back with him. So I need to follow up with him. That's fine. I'll call him tomorrow.
LaShawn is a
Um,
follow-up. Randall is, you said, I'm sorry, you said he didn't pick up or
Yeah, Randall didn't pick up. Call texted him. LaShawn had a death in the family. Elias picked up, but that's the one who hung up. That's the one that's a Loom video there. And
why did
then
what happened? Really, just really quick, what happened in terms of him hanging up?
I think he was just very short with his answers, and I think I probably just didn't set the frame properly. He was probably just like I
Okay.
told him I would ask questions. Mhm.
So out of these three, I'm counting two of them as like real people, maybe not the best fit, but so what? I just want to see like, hey, are we getting in front of people? Are these actual painters?
Yeah, I mean
Um,
Randall was responding to me through text, and he actually did confirm he's like a painter. Um, so I mean, so far everyone but Randy has confirmed that they're like painters, essentially.
okay. And so then Thomas is who you just had a call with, or he did not pick up?
He did not pick up.
Okay. But you did text. Okay.
He did
And then,
text.
okay. So so I'm not, so your concern is, what is exactly your concern? They don't have a website, they don't have anything. So you're thinking what, like they're not in their trend, they're painters, but they're not in the trenches enough. They're not like qualified enough. Is that kind of what you're getting at, maybe?
I'm just picking up a pattern. That's all. I don't think I can come to any conclusion until I've talked to enough of them. It's just like it's just an interesting thing that none of them have like not even Instagram to showcase their work. Like it's gonna make me think like, okay, are they good at sales? Are they just kind of like doing
Yeah.
house painting? So, but that's like all I'm thinking. But I do think they are house painters and like, you know, doing
So
all
what
that
I
stuff. So,
so what I here's what my so again, I'm just kind of thinking about our overall process in terms step by step. What do we have to do? Step one is just like let's figure out an offer that works. Let's make sure that we can get in front of the right people. Both of those are accomplished. So right now, it's like honestly, like that's the hardest part.
yeah.
So right now, it's really just like let's just continue the conversation and see if you can get on like maybe 2 or 3 calls. And then from there, let's just decide on which one of these we want to rock with. And then what's going to happen is I do think it makes a every niche is different, right? I think I can understand why Jeremy's stuff works for like those kinds of people in the age range. Um, I feel like what could make a I what will make a big difference is just having video ads, and we're just going to do those main two winning ads. So we'll probably do those as soon as you know. So you'll probably know this here in like another 2, 3 days. So here in 2, 3 days, let's just kind of stick to like, okay, which one of these we want to rock with, and then start filming next week and get those ads launched next week. And then the next thing is just gonna be refining your sales process. What I'm hearing is either it's just bad luck with not the right people, or it's just we have to refine the way that we're selling to these people. Maybe it's a slightly different thing that we have to say on the to get people on that discovery call.
Right.
It's possible
I mean,
they don't
also
have
for the video ad, I feel like for the video ad, like even for the Mets pause, I tested different offers of the same video ad because I never mentioned the actual offer in the video. Like I say, like we're gonna book you up or this client got, but I never actually like mentioned the specific offer. So like I feel like I can probably just get ahead of the video, regardless, and just like, do the cam style, like where he's like talking to the camera. And I mean, I guess the three bookings in your first week is a different angle than 50K in 90 days. Because three bookings in your first week is kind of like throwing stones at like the other way of doing it too. So, yeah, I guess it makes sense to see what people are drawn to. Because like if people are liking the three bookings in your first week, then that's a completely different angle we can take in terms of like how we talk and that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Hopefully hopefully you don't feel like I'm being short. I'm just telling you like I'm not even concerned. Like I just look
Right.
at it like
Yeah, I'm not
I'm
concerned.
I'm
Yeah.
looking at it like you already won. Like when I look at Aiden, I'm looking at him and like because like I'm looking at you, you have book calls. I'm looking at Riviera, he's got book calls. I'm not even worried. It's just a matter of like create enough videos, create enough ads until something really hits. And like then it's just about refining the discovery call and
Yeah.
the sales process.
I feel like I'm just kind of like itching to get on more calls or discovery. So I'm sure like once I get on a few calls, I'll have a lot more data in terms of like what's going on.
You can try some
Um,
different things, man. Like you can try like wow, when somebody does opt in, maybe like internal notify yourself and then just call them.
yeah, yeah. I think I'm like kind of easing into the whole discovery call process again, but because I started doing that with med spas once I started getting really comfortable with like the calls and stuff. Um, so I think I just have to like just do it. I know what
Yeah,
I'm talking about too, getting my client results. So
yeah, exactly. Um, so in terms of gameplay moving forward, it's pretty much similar to like what I said in the voice note, which is let's let the ads do their thing. Um, you can try to mix it up, right? Like use this opportunity to mix up like what you're saying to try to get these guys on the phone. And then when you do have, 2, 3 guys, try to probe them and see if a offer makes a more or less of a difference. And then let's just settle on one. Even though, again, I understand you didn't like go heavy on the offer, but like this way we just like have something of like, okay, this is kind of our North Star. And then from there, we'll start creating some video ads and take it from there. Pretty simple, honestly. Like there's not much more to it.
and you don't think it matters that I'm just still on stories, stuff like that. I could just keep the ads running like it is.
Yeah, I don't I prefer to keep when I'm in the testing phase, I prefer to keep on the stories. I prefer not to like put because I don't want to have more variables. I don't want people to be thinking about other things.
Yeah.
Like I said,
Um, cool.
yeah.
Other than that, I
If
mean,
you
so
want
that'll
to
be like,
if you want to test other placements, you certainly can. My concern is just like deciphering what that means if we have some weird shit. Like right now, for example, when you told me the blue background versus the gray background, and then I'm like, that's weird. And it's like now I have to, I'm thinking like, okay, does the color make a difference, whatever. So,
Yeah. Well, did you like, as far as like my explanation in terms of the difference between the gray and blue, did that like clarify? Because I feel like they're completely different ads in my head. Like I don't see them as like a color thing, really.
I didn't fully, to be honest, I didn't fully understand what you were saying. Like it didn't hit me, like it didn't logically hit me where I'm like, oh, I get it. I understand why this one's performing. I didn't fully understand. I hear you when you're saying like, okay, this is more of like a bold offer. This is more of like throwing rocks or throwing stones. I
Right.
understood that. I just when I see the ads, I don't feel that way. But maybe it's just a me thing, if that makes sense.
Okay. Because like I feel like the blue ad is very much like the text used,
Why
like the
don't you
text.
why don't you just share your screen and then maybe I'll try to it'll help me better understand like your perspective and I can understand yeah that way.
Yeah, so I'll like actually have. Okay, you can see my screen.
Yeah. So now
Okay,
stream
so these are the two like winning ads. Actually, I have it in here as well. So if I have like this 50K in 90 days, right? And I have actually yeah, and then this 50K in 90 days. So like this one is very much like using different fonts, like it's very much like an ad, like very clearly like a billboard style, like house painters make 50K in 90 days or you don't pay. It's very like offer based. Where I feel like this is kind of like I wrote it on my story. I kind of just typed it up organically and was like, "Hey, I'm looking for five house painters." It sounds a little bit more like it was kind of like an organic post that was like that happened to have ad spend after it, in my opinion. Whereas like this feels like it was like a professionally made ad. At least in my opinion, that's how I see these. Because especially because of like the different fonts.
it's the same offer, same outcome, but it's a different way to position. One's like, hey, da 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 da, and another one is like a professional camera.
Exactly, yeah. That's how I see these two ads. Like this one I see as like the professional one, and
And did you
then
put
this
them
one,
both? Did you put them both in the same ad set? And yet,
yeah. Mhm.
and you put them both in the same ad set, and then which one performed better?
So for the 50K in 90 days, this one is the one that's performing, which makes sense to me because I modeled this after a different agency and looked exactly like this. And so it makes sense that this was doing well. And it's kind of like I feel like the make 50K in 90 days is more of that like classic promo style.
What
Whereas
was,
like
what was their offer? That the one that you modeled, what was their offer?
exactly the same. Yeah.
Exact same?
Exact same, 50K in 90 days. It's literally like the same painting. Let me see if I can find um see paint agency agency competitors. Here we go. I don't know if I have it here. 50K in 90 days. Okay, so I think it's these guys. Yeah, like it literally is like the same exact ad.
Painting business, so no rest 50K 90 days where you don't pay. Okay. Can you scroll down a little bit? Just check out some of the other stuff. Okay. Can you click on learn more?
Yeah. And then I have all this too.
Attention painting business out. We don't pay, guarantee. We're not in a pressure. Keep scrolling down. Oh wow. Okay, so it's a fucking call phone, just like us. Same shit.
Yeah, and then they have a bunch of like client results underneath.
Oh, wow. Okay. So we are stepping into either a red or a pink ocean then.
Right.
Kind of I like it. I like it. Okay.
Yeah. So I modeled after that. And then um this is like house painters get three painting or you don't pay. Again, a little bit more professional, whereas this it's like, hey, I'm looking for five house painters who want three bookings in their first week.
I
And
see
I
what's
just feel like it just sounds like the offer just sounds a little bit more like, hey, I'm just testing out this thing kind of thing.
So what is your, so I understand. Thank you for bringing it. So what you're trying to say before is you have one ad set with one offer and there's a blue and a gray, and it's because of that blue and the way it looks out of those two, because the offer itself is a very promotion heavy offer, and the gray background seems very story like, versus this one's like, no, you have to find it, make it a little bit fancy, versus this offer is a little bit more chill. And so it's like, okay, the story works for like a more of a chill offer.
Exactly. Yeah, that's exactly how I see it. And that was kind of my hypothesis going into it. So, I'm so like,
So what I like I mean, what's the thing is like the 50K and whatever is already kind of proven.
right.
So it's you'd kind of basically be directly competing with them, potentially. And in that case, it's like us, how do we differentiate ourselves? Video ads, maybe make your count page look a little bit better. Um, I don't
I like this a lot. Like if I can go in this direction, I would rather. The reason for that is I could do what Cam does, where it's like, do that first week. And I feel like throughout the process it would maybe make their defense a little bit lower. Because I think with the AI calling now at this point, it's gotten like a 25% warm handoff rate. And so I feel like in that first week I can get them like 2 to 3 like automatic bookings and just kind of make that the thing where it's like, hey, when I get a notification that there was a warm handoff, then when I get 3 of those, it's up to you to like answer or something like
Right.
that.
If I'm mistaken, uh, I I'm having a brain fart maybe, but like I think Cam's ad and his thank you counter page still says like 20 jobs in 20 days or something like that, right? He didn't change. Yeah, he didn't change that. Everything's the
So that,
same.
yeah.
So the reason I bring that up is like I think we're maybe talking about two different things, because you don't have to lead with that story to have that offer. So he had a fancy ad, high level, fucking crazy promise at the ad level, but then through his discovery call, through his sales call, he's able to have something more chill. So I don't necessarily think that your ad has to be congruent with that. So you can use the fancy ad and still do that on the discovery and sales call, if that makes sense.
And that's why I'm talking like both, just so you can see. But it seems like both are kind of like getting the similar attraction. So I think it's just a matter of like waiting a few days, maybe.
Um, Here's what my gut is telling me, right? My gut is telling me 50K 90 days after seeing it. And the reason for that is, let's say we go down this rabbit hole, really go heavy in painters, right? Like this is your niche moving forward. Just like we went crazy in terms of med spa. This is your niche for the next 2, 3 years, whatever, and we become like the guru of painters, right? If I'm thinking long-term longevity, it's the 50K 90 days. It's the crazy offer. It's you creating social media content, organic content, you being a guru in this space. And people really buying into that, being like, yeah, Aman's the guy that's going to get us these crazy big numbers. Versus the 3 to 5 is like, I don't know. That's just kind of my feeling. I don't know how other explain it. I feel like 3 to 5 is like a good thing of like, oh, I'm testing out, like maybe you said, like I'm testing out an offer, I'm testing out a story, and let's just see who wants this offer. And some people will want it. Um,
Yeah.
I'm not against it either. Um, I think it depends on what you want to roll with. Yeah, I kind of want if it were me, I think I would go into the 50K 90 days, especially after seeing those guys. Like my mind automatically goes to I see these guys doing what they're doing, and I know I can shit on them. I know something is proven. I know it works. If I can just probably just do it better than them.
Yeah.
I mean, they've got a lot of social proof. They got a lot of stuff. So it's saying it works. Clearly it
Yeah.
works. Versus a 3 to 5, I'm not saying it doesn't work. I mean, obviously it's working for you so far. So here's what I would say is let's do this, okay? Over the next like 2, 3 days, keep track of for your Excel sheet or somehow like keep track of like the 3 to 5 versus the 50K. And I like let's see the quality of the traffic that comes through each of those.
Yeah.
The
That's so
quality of
that's kind of my that's what my mind is at. Just figure out in the next few days when I talk to people, like, okay, am I seeing a difference between the conversation, the quality? Am I booking them out to a demo? And then if it's both like the same, then I can just go with like the cheaper one, maybe.
Yeah. Yeah. Sounds good. So cool, man. I think we're on the same page then. Thank you for breaking that down. I think it's
Yeah.
important that we just in depth on that. So yeah, just quality of conversation, same thing we spoke about basically, and then we'll take it from there.
Cool. Yeah. Other than that, the Fresh Coats Quality Paint, the one that's in West Palm that I closed, I'm gonna have a call with them on Sunday, and they seem pretty like chill, happy. I think they're just gonna move forward, but I'm gonna really try to push for like video testimonial, just try to get something, um, you know, yeah, just really try to leverage them as like proof. So, you know, um.
One thing you should totally do is you should totally like funnel. You probably already have if you haven't yet. Funnel hack those guys, the 50K in 90 days, whatever. Funnel
Yeah.
hack their clients' ads.
Yeah,
Have you
I
tried
did.
that? Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
so the biggest thing, and I've been trying to push them to do this, and I send them like scripts and everything. The biggest thing I'm seeing in this industry is them talking and be like, hey, and I even tried to like hire a guy from Fiverr, like who like had that look to him, but there's just something about calling the actual name of the location that's like I think is gonna make such a big difference and like kind of giving the background on the actual company and not making it vague. Like that's what I'm saying. And I did go through and like they're all so good on camera. Like I don't know how they're finding these clients who are just like they're like demo must be really selling that idea of like hey, we're gonna train you to be in front of the camera. Like, I don't know how they're doing it, but that is like the main thing that I'm seeing. But luckily, my lead flow has been pretty consistent. It's been like for like 20 days now, it's been about $24
If
a lead.
I were you, I would also try to like if I were in your shoes, I would 100% go into the trenches and figure out what their KPIs are. So
For my husband or for theirs
for their
or for
clients.
the
So it's like hopping on a sales call with them or something like you or your, a girlfriend or sister or somebody, kind of going through that process to kind of figure out like, okay, for sure, what ads are they running? Obviously you can see, but then what kind of numbers are they seeing? Are they seeing like $20 cost per lead? Are they seeing $30 cost per lead? What is the cost per acquisition? What is the LTV? Is there any secret sauce that they're doing, upsells, downsells? See what you can learn from them. That's what I would be doing if I were you.
yeah, yeah, definitely try to get as much into the research as I can.
Of course, not super important right now, but
Yeah,
definitely
yeah,
would be
for
further.
sure.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. What were you saying?
No, I mean that's pretty much it. It's just, I think this time around, like, even if I have to do like, percentage off on say a month or like whatever I need to do to get as many like social proof and like, kind of get more numbers this time around than I did like with the med spas. Like I'm gonna prioritize that over like maybe get like selling as much of like a high ticket. You know what I mean? Because I've
For example, you could say, hey, like typically what we're doing is we're charging $2,000. In your particular case, I'm going to break it down where it's not $2,000, but rather 250 a week, and you only pay the second payment after XYZ, after we get you 30 leads. Now, if I'm willing to do that for you, I do have three stipulations if you're open. So right away, they're pretty much going to tell you yes or no. Like that's kind of a secret close. And
yeah,
so they've kind of closed themselves. And if they say, yeah, it's like, okay, cool. So here's what I need from you. I need to document you. I need you to agree to a testimonial at the end of this and this. And so you've gotten them to agree to the 250. You've done like the 4 week thing, and you've gotten them, social proof. Um, yeah, you do something like that.
yeah, yeah. I think that's perfect.
Cool. Cool. What else is on top of my Freeman?
Not much. Just gonna go eat dinner, I think. Huh?
Yeah, for sure. Um, cool. Anything else you want to go over before I move on to Aiden Righteous? All right.
No, good now.
Yeah, cool, cool. How did you feel about today's coaching call? Did you feel like you learned some stuff from Cam and Jeremy?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, definitely Cam. Like he was, yeah, his like, I really like the personalized video that he does. That's like so easy and like smart.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, and I really want to build out like because I have a system now, I do kind of want to build out like a thank you page video that's different than what I did do, where I'm like, where I just kind
Oh,
of copied everything.
yeah, no, no. The reason, like, that is something that I'm going to be doing with you and Aiden and everybody moving forward is that video. That's
Okay.
the measure. We have to do it. It's not even a thing of like
Yeah.
wanting. We have to
Okay.
do it.
Yeah, I can do I would love to do that because I think if I just get that down, it's just gonna make like the calls a lot easier and stuff. So um
So the fact that you didn't even have that, like we tried to make that with that one video that you did back in the day, and it was like kind of sort of
yeah.
okay. But yeah, if you watch his video, it's very similar to my video. He pretty much followed my
It's just like
exact. It's the exact same thing.
yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
yeah,
So
I think and I'm not even doing like a low ticket thing, so it should be pretty straightforward.
yeah, exactly. We'll talk about it when you start to create it, when you want to create it, we'll talk about it. You want to add some level of like, holy fuck, that blows my mind.
Yeah.
Right? Like, oh my God, I wouldn't have thought about that. This ad, and then the upsell is here. Whoa, that's interesting. Just like again, Cam shows this video, like, whoa, that actually makes a lot of sense of like why that would increase your show up rate to 100%. It's like, oh, it actually
Yeah.
makes sense. It's your sauce. So as
Yeah.
long as you inject some kind of element of that, the videos work really well.
Yeah, for sure. Because like I think there's stuff I can do on like the ads level to get that. Whereas like the personalized angle of the ads, how this outperforms, and then the AI obviously is gonna be very nice to explain. And then I'm not too sure about the sales side yet, but
Yeah.
I can just say like, we track all the reporting.
Keep
We had
this
the CRM.
keep this in your back pocket, but we could totally, if you go the 50K 90 days route, just add in there 50K and 90 days using AI.
Right.
Something as small as that could differentiate from those guys if you go that route.
Yeah.
Um, so like
I feel like 50K is very doable too, you know.
like the dating stuff that I'm going to be doing, it's literally like, hey, it's the same offer. Like get your calendar book with dates without cold call, without cold approach and without social dating apps. Some literally that small little differentiator will make me the only person in the market that's going to be doing that. All right. So now you have a blue ocean. So anyways, anything else, bro?
No, that'll be it for me.
Cool, cool. All right, man. I'm gonna transition to the next person. Who do we got next? Mr. Riviera. Um, yeah, so you were the low ticket offer guy. It wasn't Aiden, it was Riviera. Okay. So Riviera, are you there?
Yeah.
Oh man, what do you want to go over?
Actually didn't see your reply there. I'm noticing you're going to it now.
So
I mean, I mean,
kind of
yeah.
talk,
Oh, sorry, what was it?
you kind of talked about it today, how he goes over the low ticket thing, but like honestly, 9 out of 10 people are not even gonna like there it's gonna be a non-issue. I'm guessing you're wondering because of how you're positioning your stuff to photographers at the maybe at
Hmm.
the price. Is that kind of why, or you just are
I was just thinking of how he would upsell it or get it higher ticket, right? Because it seems like, he makes it make sense to them that, hey, because he said like, some of these guys aren't really open to doing low ticket because they're used to, I only come out for this ticket, so it's a non-problem in the sense that I haven't encountered it yet. I don't have enough data to say, but that some photographers might not be like, oh, I'm not down to do a 150 shoot, but I want to make it sense to in their head that, hey, this is just a way to get in the door, so that way we can increase our LTV through these upsell methods. Which obviously I'm still working on in terms of service delivery, in terms of actually executing that whole plan. But no, that's pretty much where it was coming from.
yeah, no, the way you explained it to me, it made perfect sense to me. I'm like, oh, that's fucking brilliant. I think I think it's brilliant the way you brought it up of like, hey, we do portraits and it's a specific date, so you can pack it up and then we do upsells. It actually makes perfect sense. It's like, it's fucking brilliant. So I personally don't actually think you're gonna run into an issue with this. And if you do run an issue, like 1 out of fucking 20 people, like I
Yeah.
don't think,
Yeah, it shouldn't be an issue. Yeah, and my girlfriend's cost per lead is like $5.50, so it actually dropped $1. And so it's been good. And it's funny because we'll be at a place with a lot of photographers, and they'll just be like, "Oh, you're sticking around? Your client just left." It's like, "Oh, we have another one." They're like, "Oh, wow." And then we finish with that one, and then they're like, by that time they're gone, and then we're going to our next set of them. So, and we're doing some different stuff because we advertise the park, but and then we have her do a beach option. But what we've done is, because I'm still at the 150, right? what we've done with her is we now when people ask about the beach, like we'll say that's a 250 just because of getting there early for parking situations, the uncontrollable, nature of the tide and things like that, things that we have to account for. I forgot how we spin it, but they don't really push on it. We barely even have to give a reason. We just say 250 for the beach location. It's just farther out from us. And then yeah, she's close to booking somebody for the 250. Hasn't been fully done yet, but seems like a pretty warm in the pipeline and receptive to it. So, and then they still want to do the beach. It's not like because I told her I'm like, hey, it's kind of a bitch to do the beach. I'm not gonna lie. Like the parking, the fucking it's just let's just rock it to 250 before we even change up the whole ads. Like let's just do it on the phone. Screw it. Even if that says 150, that's just if they want to go to the beach, it's 250. And yeah, no one pushed back on it. No one's saying, "Oh, the ad said 150." So I think that's good. And then the person and I told her I'm like, "Hey, it might push people more to the park and then that's really close to you and but no, they want to do the beach." So
How does
so yeah.
how did that conversation go? Like they call expecting I don't even think they expect the 150 because again, we both agreed last time they don't even remember.
hmm
Um,
hmm
like they're like, hey, you want to do it at the beach, or your girlfriend was like, hey, you want to do it at the beach? Like who initiated that conversation about the beach?
My girlfriend's with me. Did she mention like she just was like kind of telling you her vision and she just
Them like if they prefer going to like a park or going to the beach, what kind of vibes they're going for.
yeah, she just asked the vibes.
Yeah, they try to talk about what they want before we get into speaking about prices too soon.
Okay, so she kind of before, yeah, just to build rapport, she just talks about like, where do you see yourself going? Like, what kind of vibe are you looking for? Are you doing like, are you looking for like a park or a beach? So she kind of let them
She
kind of openly speak, and you just see how what their wants first, and then and then if she landed on the beach wanting the beach, do you just tell her the 250 then, or do you wait a little bit?
Yeah, yeah.
Do you
You,
justify does she
you
justify the 250? Like, hey, it's two typically we do
have
150,
to
but it's gonna
justify the 250, or do you just say it?
No, I just say, oh, it's 250, and then it comes with 15 photos with black and white. So,
Mhm.
so
She didn't ask about the park and why that's 150 or any discrepancy there.
yeah, because as soon as they tell me like what they want, like say they want a beach and
Mhm.
stuff, and then I kind of tell
Then you
them,
only show them that.
they just yeah, exactly.
Okay, so sounds like just
Because
it's
they're
literally what we spoke about the other week where we said like, hey, people don't remember and you just bring it.
yeah.
That doesn't so I'll give
So
you
it's
guys a
like a non-issue, yeah. So she could just lean into that. Yeah.
but
She
yeah,
probably
so
honestly said the park was 250 too, low key, but I want to stay congruent in some way, but
so I'll give you a tip. Again, this isn't something I'm just giving you some tips of some things I would do.
yeah.
But so what one thing you can do is you can go from 150 to 175 to 250. That's like one strategy, right? And you
Mhm.
guys should totally explore that. Another thing you guys could totally do is this is a little bit more high level, which is again only if you want to do it, but it's like, hey, um, sounds good, 250 for this. Also, we have this special thing. And again, what is that special? How do you dress it up? I don't know. But you can dress it up, and that could be like a higher tier thing.
hmm
That's 500 or something. It's like it's a full day thing,
Maybe it's
but
in studio house, whatever. And then obviously there'd be a margin cut there, but we can think of a high or a mid ticket, right? Like,
and so let's say like one out of like 10 people take that. That substantially increases your profit. Or if you can create like a three-tier kind of thing, it's like, hey, this, but also we have this and this. And it's kind of like a McDonald's thing of like, oh, why would I get the small? I'm going to obviously get the medium. They structure the price in a way where you don't want to do the large, you don't want to do the small, you want to do the medium.
Mhm.
So just a small little thing. If you guys want to test it out, to me, it sounds like you can incrementally just increase the price where like 150 is like you're just starting. So
Yeah.
those are ways that you can like slowly increase LTV and test stuff out. I don't know if you guys are open to yeah, I don't know. Like again, I have to brainstorm, but like, hey, so 250. This is on Saturdays, by the way. I don't know if she tells them it's back-to-back shoots,
hmm
or you say, hey, look, we do it could be 250 a Saturday. Now we do have this thing. It's only on Sundays though, and it's a specific thing. And you would get this. The price point of that is this. I just wanted to ask because of reason A, B, C that you mentioned me. I thought maybe you might be interested in that.
Yeah. That way it's like you're just being courteous, letting them know. And then it's kind of not like you're shoving it down their throat kind of thing. Okay, I could
Yeah.
probably fill in the ad lib. I'll probably figure something out. Um, yeah, yeah.
And
Cool, cool.
that's
Um,
your LTV, man.
No, that would be really helpful and gives me more conviction, right? Cam talked a lot about conviction today, so I just think, yeah, if I could increase LTV and I know the volume of leads we get her, so
Yeah.
yeah, that would help my conviction. And what's good about her is just like, she, I mean, Amon talked about having, going to get someone a testimonial. I could just have her say whatever I want. So in any kind of cure, I obviously want to have it come natural, and not make her too robotic, but I could try to get a testimonial from her soon. So if you're up for it, but but okay, cool. So yeah, I mean that's pretty much it from that perspective. In terms of the call I had today, yeah, it was yeah, he didn't answer. I double dialed. What was weird, it just went straight to voicemail. I mean, I showed you his IG, right? It looked like legit, right? And he posted recently in July or June. And then I tried my personal phone just in case like Go High Level was messing up. So nothing there. I mean, I only had one, and then during this meeting now, this call today, I got a new one for tomorrow at 11 a.m. And he seems more legit. Like he actually gave me a website. So, maybe there's something there. So I got a new and that was after I gave you those KPIs. So the KPIs have changed since then, but it's the
Wait,
same ad. If it's okay, I can share my screen right now just to kind of visually show you something.
mm,
Um,
stop sharing my screen.
oh yeah, thank you.
Go ahead.
Um, but yeah, so this is the ad that got the two leads compared to all the others. And then yeah, if I go and make it less messy, I'm just gonna do this. But yeah, and then that's it right there.
So what is the ad? Both of them are the same thing, the blue background and the gray background, the same ad, right? Same
Uh,
offer.
no, it was a little messy. I think you did give me some recommendations, which I was gonna launch. I kind of have that in a draft right now.
Wait, which one? Which one? So the one that, okay, hold on. Can you filter by ad spend? So amount spent.
Hit this.
Yep. Okay. So that's brought in the two and it's given the most money.
Mhm.
Do you have another ad set other than this one?
No, and dang it, I actually did make an ad set and I accidentally discarded draft. So it did go away. It wasn't it was set up to where it was gonna do like single interest targeting to photography now instead of the advantage plus. And then I had it set up to do 18 to 65 instead of 24 to 65. So I think those are the only things. And then I was gonna do your recommendation of like having it go to a curated landing page that matched the offer for congruency. Um, so I'll just have to do that again, unfortunately. But yeah, that's what I was setting up for like the next launch.
Yeah. So
Just
what
to
I would,
see. And then also I changed it to where so these are kind of like as you can see, I changed them to all gray backgrounds, and then I was gonna do a thing where it's all on like a story, like that
yep.
16:9 format. So and bringing in that same offer that's winning, but curate it to be like actually formatted for stories. And then right now it is being only shown on stories. But yeah, just making sure that it's all like kind of the same now, just to kind of give it a real test.
I feel like you're gonna have the same problem as someone, which is like not a problem. It's like this, you already have something that already works. Like obviously I've been advertising to videographers and photographers for a while, so I know there's no shortage of photographers that are going to take you up on this. I think it's just a matter of let's just do that again, that gray background with those
Mhm.
different offers just to be sure. Because you could probably run with like whatever's already booking the calls, like whatever's got $40 of ad spend, you got 2 already booked calls. Like to me, I already know that that's probably going to work for you.
Yeah, this one seems to be the one really. Yeah, or actually, let me just to double check. Let me just double make sure that that is the actual ad that's killing it. But I mean, I don't know killing it yet because we gotta get these guys actually talking to me on the phone. But yeah, it's the I'm looking for 5 portrait photographers, 15 book sessions.
Yep.
So yeah, this one.
Yeah.
So yeah, but I'll try it again this time, just with everything like kind of formatted the same and looking the same, just to do a really, test on it, and then yeah, but yeah, so
Yeah.
far
You
she's
know what's really cool, dude, is you can do the same thing as Cam actually. You know why?
how so?
So you can rock with Cam's thing of like, hey, it's $2,000 a month, but for the first month it's gonna be 250 a week. Not only that, the second payment is not gonna be due until we've booked you an entire week of sessions. Why? Because your shit works that well. So your shit's fucking fire, bro.
Yeah, you can see her closes right here. Like she fucking, it was insane. And then you can see the dates of when they came in as a lead, right here.
Think
And
about this, Rivera. Let's say let's say you charge a photographer for $250 a week for the first week, and literally like your girlfriend is closing a 250 deal. Imagine somebody closed like a 250 deal and a few like 150 deals, like three 150 deals and one 250 deal with enough ad spend. They will happily pay you like $500, like 250, or even the remaining balance within like the second week. So
yeah.
you got something good, man. You got something really good.
Yeah, yeah, just trying to give her for her, she just, that's why it helps her. Well, the reason it actually came out to be wanting it in one day is I wasn't thinking low ticket and, max volume and just putting it on one day for the sake of it. It was just because she has a part-time job. She's a bit behavioral therapist, so it's just a lot on her. So I just thought it from that perspective. So maybe this will help a lot of people out who are transitioning as well, right? They're trying to make this a full-time thing. So, because I know that's her perspective, eventually making this a full-time thing. So um, yeah, I'm just kind of learning about through her kind of the customer avatar as well. So, um, but yeah, figuring out as I go right now, I feel like the challenge that I'll face is like sometimes I see the leads come in and like I've only had two, but like some don't look like they do, like the family, like we really cracked the code on family photography, right? And maternity. So family photography, maternity, sometimes you get random leads that are like, hey, it's my 1-year-old's birthday and so it's a lot of posing. It's got to be someone who's willing to pose and do posing. But I mean, most photographers who are trying to, be photographer, they got to know the basics. So I think that's kind of a given that they should know that. So I'm hoping there's no qualms there. Maybe that's a disqualifier that they don't. I just don't want someone that's like, I'm trying to do street photography. I want to do corporate events. Like, I don't know if I could do the volume I do in those arenas, but those are things like I don't I don't have enough data to say what is even a problem right now. So I don't want to speculate. It's just putting too much energy into it. But I feel like there's a lot of people that do want to do portraits and families and find a and honestly, like everybody who I hear from photographers are like, I'm getting into weddings because there's no money in family photography. I'm getting into and they don't even like weddings. They're like, fuck weddings, it's so hard. But I'm doing it because it's the only thing that can make money. And maybe I could be the thing that like blows their mind on damn the way he structures it, the way he does volume stacked within 4 hours, and he can do all these mini shoots for 15 minutes each, and then the way he does it, like maybe it'll change their perspective that I could still do what I want to do, and make money in it versus just like hanging your hat and saying, it's not gonna work. I gotta go and do weddings now because I hear a lot of that, and I do some second shoots. I'm a second shooter for some weddings. Just pay the bills sometimes, and I just hear from them. They're all like trying to figure out the date they're gonna bounce, like, or they're just like, oh man, I wish I could do like photo sessions more and this, but this is what pays the best, and they just sound depressed when they say it. So hearing that pain point, hearing how people say there's no way to make money in this, I'm trying to be like maybe I have something to where I can like change the game in terms of like I can actually make people profit in something that they never thought was profitable. Through that volume structure, through that 1 day thing, um, and through these upsells that we're kind of just chopping up about. But yeah, I'm so sorry for rambling, but that's just kind of what my thought process is. Because I'm trying to have conviction in myself if I'm going to do this and trying to really help people, I want to feel that fulfillment back as well.
No, you're if I will voice my opinion that I feel very strongly that you're onto something. We have some work to do, but you're definitely onto something. Again, it's doing these small little variations like we spoke about today. It's testing these little things out. But the fact that you're already where you are, where again, I think you said your girlfriend spent like 3 grand, made 6 grand back, or spent 15 or made three, she doubled her money or whatever. That
Hmm.
already is like, okay, you're in a good place. If that's like the starting place, I know we can take it much higher than that. But yeah, man, I hear you about wedding photographers, videographers. I've been there too. I've worked in venues with people that do hundreds of them, and they have like their own photography videographers for their companies, and those guys hate their lives. So with our marketing angle, what's going to happen is if even if somebody does a wedding photography or videography or whatever, they're going to see is like, oh, actually, want to do more portraits. They might be a primary wedding photographer, and they may see
Mhm.
it. Actually, I
But
want
then
to.
I say like, oh, I could sketch out 1 day a week or and it's really on their schedule too. My girlfriend sometimes has a busy weekend from some family thing or something else, and then she just pushes it to the next. To them, she could just say, "Oh, I'm booked out that weekend." So it's an easy excuse. And then if anything, it elevates your status. Um, so, but yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it for me. I feel like I don't have as much data as I like, but just
Try
getting
to
getting the gears running.
So my advice to you for this week, Riviera, is going to be this, man, is whatever suggestion I gave you. But if I were you, man, try again. You've kind of seen, Amon's stuff, in terms of how much he's spending and where he's at. If I were you, if you can, man, to speed up the process, try to get to like if it's feasible for you guys, spend $40 a day. 40 bucks a day. I
Yeah,
think we're gonna.
that's what I was planning on launching tonight. Keeping this one, not touching it, but like launching a secondary ad set and with targeting this time. So hopefully it doesn't like compete with each other because this next ad set's going to be like more single interest. So I'm hoping it doesn't really fight each other. But yeah, that's my plan is like try to rock $40 a day and see where it goes.
Good. Yeah. So let's do that. Let's rock $40 a day and then keep me posted. We should probably hopefully know something here in like 3, 4 days. And then from there, we'll start creating some video ads and you'll already have these calls and we'll start working on our discovery call, sales calls process, all that stuff.
Cool, cool. Yeah, I'll quit sharing my screen here. But yeah, I mean that's it for me. But yeah, I felt like I got a lot of value today. Yeah, it was a lot of value today. So definitely Cam stuff was cool. Seeing where he goes. Knowing him, I knew he was gonna be super detailed. He doesn't leave no stone unturned, knowing him, but that's good. I feel like we kind of see the growth and then also see where he's closed the gaps and even makes me think about like, oh shoot, like there's just cool things to think about. So, but yeah, that's it for me.
That just comes with time. The more reps you put in, you start kind of seeing the crooks and places, crevices where you can like inject more content or do more things to increase your conversion rate. And he's done a good job of that. So, but we'll cross that bridge when we cross that bridge. But cool, man. I'm gonna transition to our next person then. If there's nothing else, Rivera. Okay, cool. Um, who do we have next? Cool. I think it's just you guys, Aiden and Tenny. All right, what's going on, guys?
Yeah, sorry. It's been a crazy day. Forgot to put something in before I hopped on. But yeah, basically just what I kind of mentioned to you in the chat. Yeah, I kind of feel like the ads dropped off a little bit. I think it's because the ad set is probably like too narrow. Um,
Do you want to have a look in your ads manager?
yeah,
Do you want
sure.
to do that? I'm listening.
No, no. So yeah, I don't know. I thought that I could get it more narrow and have it be, I thought it would be better, but it might have been the opposite. Hang on. All right. You guys see this?
All right, so call funnel, that's where we're at. Let's go and click on ad sets. Okay, so walk me through the first ad set that you launched. Where's the first one?
Let's see. That would probably be, yeah, that would be these ones down here.
So, so what's the difference between these ad sets before we check them out? Like, are they, yeah, like okay, so these are all $1 a day.
Sorry, this is so full transparency, this was CBO before I switched it to ABO. And so
Oh,
it just switching it, yeah, it just switched it to $1 a day. So it was like 30 or $40 a day, I think, initially, which is why there's like 20 and 30 some and not in the other.
So you have 4 different ad sets in there. What's the difference between each of these ad sets? Is there like a different, so one's broad advantage placement, one is broad manual placements, contractor interests, stack. Okay, so there's a lot of variability in here, man. Like
Yeah.
a lot that
I,
so
I think I came out of the, yeah, exactly. I came out of the gate uh
it's
to
all
over,
good.
and then that broad one, this one, first of all, I conversion API was set up not well, and so it duplicated the event. And then this was just a freaking consumer. I was so mad. It was just a lady looking to get her kitchen remodeled. But
So So do you have any book calls officially from contractors or no? You do?
Yes, I do. That
So
was from
before, okay, so hold on. Let's check those four really quick.
okay.
And then just go and click on the ad level really quick. Yeah. Um, so 5 weeks. So everything is so one is 5 days and one is 5 weeks. That's basically the differentiator, yeah?
Mhm.
Okay, so let's filter by ad spend, like the highest ad spend. Okay, and then let's shift to the right. And so so $18 is the top one, and everything else is like $9 or less, yeah?
Mhm.
So 2.2% click-through rate for the 5 weeks. And then I see 5 days, and then this one is 3%. Um,
Yeah, I don't know. I just feel like there wasn't a lot of definitive, like one that was very clearly the winner, you know?
yeah, this doesn't, yeah, for sure. I don't see anything here and here that's like really jumping out at me. Um,
Exactly.
so okay, cool. So let's get out of this. And then what is the next thing that you did?
Let's see. Dang, I need to do the date
Oh,
created.
it's to the left.
Well, I don't know if I have it on here.
Right
Well,
there.
that's the last significant edit.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
So I don't know. I think I did this one. I think I tested a couple of dang, I actually don't know. Oh yeah, yeah. So this is the original like uh interest stack that I was running the first time, and then this one was narrowed. So then I did this one next. You
So,
want to go to
so you
ads?
did the contractor interest stack first, and then you did the narrowed contract interest stack, yeah? Okay, so let's check out the contract interest stack first. Let's just have a look at that. So how much did we, let's go and filter by ad spend. So 30 and 30 days. So that's a different offer then.
Yeah, I think I had seen somebody do it, or I saw, you know, I think it was a Joel Kaplan thing, and I was like, oh, that's not a bad. I was like, that's kind of a catchy, promo too. I'm curious because again, I still felt like the 5 days and 5 weeks there wasn't really a clear winner, and then as soon as I put that in there, it was spending all the money on that one.
You have, so did this, so what are we looking at? 3% unique link click-through rate, $3 cost per click. And no book calls or anything from this one, yeah?
No. Also, I thought it was interesting. This makes sense to me. I in this one I addressed remodel contractors directly. This one I think I said like cabinet contractors just to see what would happen. Remodel contractors won every time.
Cool.
Um,
Can you scroll to the left? Keep going, keep going. All the way. I'm just curious. I just want to see how much you spent. So you spent 51 bucks on that one, and then 20 bucks was spent on the 5 days one. So, okay, cool. Let's go back to ad sets.
narrowed.
Is that the one that generated the book call?
Mhm.
So 30, okay, so cool. So 30 and 30 days, got the most money last time. This time around, let's filter by ad spend.
Oh, it is filtered. Okay.
Okay, 30. So remodels is beating out cabinet contractors.
And then
Okay.
that promo in general is beating out those other ones.
And so is this a real book person or is this a consumer?
It was a real booked person.
One or two.
Just one. Yeah,
Okay.
the event was duplicated.
And then did you what's happened so far? When was this, by the way? When did
Uh,
they
he booked, it was like Monday morning, I think. I think I did some messing around with it. I actually don't know when the 17th was. But then
did you text him? Did you get an automation? What happened after he booked?
uh he, got the confirmation email from like the calendar. I did text him. I was like, "Hey man, just saw you booked this." And yeah, just I had a conversation with him over text. and he was texting back and forth, and he was engaged. He had a website and things like that. Yeah, he's a contractor in the Manhattan area up in New York
Yeah.
City. So yeah, it was a real business owner. I was totally unprepared for that discovery call, honestly. So I was
And then
caught.
and then what happens? So you guys are texting. How long are you guys texting for? And then what happens?
We were texting back and forth for a few days. We had the discovery call.
Oh, so
Uh,
you have a discovery call. Okay, cool.
yeah, yeah. Again, I totally botched it. He basically we kind of got to the point where it was like it was basically turned into a free to fee, and I was like, I don't know if I want to do this again. I don't know.
No, definitely not. For sure, no.
So
Okay, cool. No, then dude, like that was my concern. My concern was just like, okay, what is our winning ad? What is our winning offer? And let's check out more stuff. But so far, I'm sold on this. I'm sold that 30 and 30 days remodel contract. The data is showing me that that's our winner.
yeah.
Um,
Oh, so this actually wasn't duplicated, but so it was that guy. And then the same stupid lady that booked a call for the last time thinking it was for kitchen remodels, that she did that again. And I texted her. I was like, hey, this is still for contractors. It's not. Anyways.
let's check out, can you, let's go through the targeting really quick. I'm curious what you did for the targeting there.
Yeah, so all the other one was there's so much in here. Holy crap. Kind of it was kind of just everything construction. It was like concrete. It could have been like literally anything and everything. Whereas for like kitchen remodels, it's a little bit more narrow there. So I was like, okay, like interior design, cabinetry, flooring,
Can you scroll down a little bit? Okay, got it. So this is the one. Okay, and so you have a bunch. So you have some cabinet stuff, and then you have business owner stuff, and then engaged shopper, and then you have some more cab. Okay, so yeah, this is like insane. Not in a bad way. It's just like you.
Yeah, no, for sure. But I mean, I tried it out and there's still like a really good size audience. So I was like, all right.
All right, cool. I'm happy with it. Let's go to the ad level really quick.
Yeah.
Can you click on edit for the ad? I'm just curious what you have set up here. So I'm looking for five room in 30 days guarantee we don't. So you have some AI generated stuff. Okay.
This,
Uh,
well, I didn't select the AI. This is stuff that I did. I don't know, like
you basically you're doing dynamic creative with multiple headlines,
a little
multiple.
bit, yeah. With headlines and the text, not with the picture. The picture's the same, but just like with a few headlines and angles. And for example, like I found an angle that didn't do well, and this is kind of a result of one of those where it's like I had three of them, I cut one of them, and then we got some a booked appointment. But anyways,
Okay, cool. So let's do this. Let's close out of this. And then let's go back to ad sets. And so what have you done? All this stuff that you've done after that, um, I guess like I'm personally not super like quote unquote interested, like as in and not in a bad way, like I don't care, but like I feel like we already won. Like whatever I was looking for, we already found it. So walk me through, I guess like so you have other assets. You have like contractor interest stack, narrow contract interest stack, narrow, like these four ad sets above.
yeah.
I guess walk just so you can just like quickly tell me like what you're trying to accomplish.
Uh, I mean, honestly, I think I kind of need to. So yeah, okay. So one of them, you're like, hey, just as and I didn't take this as like I need to do it, but I was really interested to see what would happen when you're like, hey, you don't have to do the engaged shoppers. That's just for whatever funnel. And as soon as I did, the unique outbound click-through rate went up and the cost per click went down. So I thought that was really cool, but then like, spending money on it, it's like there weren't any booked calls. I probably could put more money here. Let's see.
So here's what I would do at this point with you guys, right? So let's create one ad set. And in that ad set, let's have two ads. And both of them are going to be the same creative. It's going to be the 30 and 30 days. Okay. And one of them, let's just keep it really bare bones in terms of like I mean, we can have like three different variations. We can have one variation which is like no headline, no copy, no nothing, just like the creative. We can have one version where you do what you did, which is a dynamic creative, and then you can have one version that like I don't know if you want to test something else out, like you have like your own like the AI stuff. Okay, so it's up to you if you want to go to that level. Let's have that ad set. Nothing else matters. We keep that on, and then let's start work on your video ads.
Yep.
Because I don't think there's any other testing that honestly you need to do.
Okay, and we'll do that 30 and 30.
Yeah, let's stick to that. We got our winner, we got our banger. We don't need to spend any more money testing anything else out. Right now, just have three different ads. Let's just see which one. Let's see if there's anything that jumps out. If nothing, it doesn't matter. But ideally, over the next few days, if your cost per book call is about $50 or so, we should have a few book calls.
Yeah, totally.
So let's get that launched. You can get that probably launched today, tomorrow. And then let's go into Trello and let's start working those scripts. And then we could probably get those filmed by the end of this week, early next week, and get those launched. And then from there, the next step in the process, see Riviera, the next step in the process, me and you like working on your sales and discovery call, like the stuff. Like, well, I don't know what that call look like. I can have a review. We can go through all that stuff.
I think that I'll want to do a lot of the stuff that Cam is doing, like the mechanism video. Like that's going to be huge for us because it is honestly a pretty saturated, market, but we have something that works. So
So in terms of your discovery call, um, obviously it's your first, it's okay to botch it, obviously for your first one, but what did you do to prepare for it? Did you go through the discovery call section within the course? I know it's a long ass video, it's like an hour long video. Did you
yeah,
watch it? Did
yeah.
you read the script? Did you see somebody else's discovery calls?
I tried to. I did watch a few minutes of those videos, um, and really like everything was fine. Like we had a great conversation up until he got me on my back foot when he's like, dude, I talked to so many marketers that promise the world, right? That say this and say that. And he's like, at the end of the day, it's just like, what are the quality of leads? And caught on my back foot. Like I didn't quite feel like I knew how to respond to that, even though look, obviously we have a system that works, right? But anyways, so
Hmm.
yeah, I think the mechanism video being able to send that beforehand, I
No,
think would be really big.
that you don't want to rely on that for the discovery call.
No, for sure.
Yeah, that's for the sales call, right? So whatever you dealt with, we have again, I'm not gonna I don't think it's the best thing for me to look at that discovery call right now. I think the best thing for you. So, all right, so in terms of homework, step by step, we're gonna create another ad set, three different ads in there. If you want to test out a few variables in terms of like the whatever headline versus no headline versus AI, we can do that. We're just gonna let that bad boy run. Ideally, you're gonna have a few more discovery calls booked out over the next few days while we work on your video ads. And what I'd like you to do is I'd like you to really, this is super important, make the time, dude, to really, I know it's fucking boring. I know it's long as fuck, but I would encourage you to go through the training for the discovery call, not the sales call or anything, but just the discovery call. Watch that video and watch all of those discovery calls of Cam. And you don't have to watch again, like you can listen to him while you work, right? While you do your stuff. But I would highly recommend that you do that because you're going to start to see that we have a specific pattern for these calls. And then from there, then apply that to your discovery calls this upcoming week. And then from there, I can go in, I can have a review.
Okay.
So for you, for example, if he says free to fee, again, you got to be, quick on your feet, but maybe something I would say along the lines is that, dude, I totally understand the difference between us and everybody else. And you got to, again, maybe make a list. So if I were you, another piece of homework is like, I always tell the guys, like every time you have a discovery call, I should be doing this with you, but like go into your Excel. Did you put the call in there?
No.
Okay, so make sure you this week record all of your discovery calls, record all the sales, but you have to absolutely.
Oh,
So I can
record.
review.
I did record it.
Okay, awesome. So what you want to do is did you put into the Excel sheet?
No, I didn't put it in
Okay,
the. I did
so you
record
need,
it.
okay, so you need to put in the Excel sheet, dude, and I want you to like write down, like rank it 7 out of 10 or whatever, and I want you to like write down what went wrong, and then think of ways that you could fix that, so that me and you can talk about like, okay, he said this, and then I didn't think to say this, but here's how I rebuttal it. So, for
Yeah.
example, right now, like what you need to be doing, Aiden, is you need to write that objection down, dude. Like after this call or today or tomorrow, you need to write that down and you need to write down a rebuttal for that so that the next time you get it, you have a rebuttal right there. So right
Yeah.
now, one of the things that come to me are like, if somebody says, "Hey, look, I talked to so many marketers," that it's like I totally understand the difference between me and them is what we do is it's almost the way we do it is we guarantee these results or you don't pay. On top of that, you're not going to rent until you close your first deal. Every other marketer is going to charge you 2 grand, 5 grand, 10 grand up front, and then you don't know when you're making ROI. For us, we don't charge until you make an ROI, and you can leave it vague like that. And then from like, what the fuck is this? This is free to fee or what is this? That's when you make him watch the course. That's when you make him watch the mechanism video and all the results video. And now he's like, okay, well, these guys are legit. I'm actually interested. Then on your sales call, we can go do our whole song and dance and we can make the offer the way we need to make the offer, whether it's like breaking down in 4 payments or whatever it is. That's how I think I would play it if I were in your shoes, if I were to be able to go back in time.
Yeah, and I've already been working like as soon as like that day. uh if you could see me, it'd probably be pretty depressing to watch me talking to Chat GPT on my phone, being like, "Hey, this is what happened. What do you think?" You know, and so I actually what I want to do is I actually want to use the voice Chat GPT on my phone to like role play and things like that. Like,
What works? I didn't do this with you back in the day, back in 2023, but what I do with the guys that seems to really help them is like update me, dude. Like this is my job. Like update me. Be like, dude, hey Kushik, I had this discovery call, dude, and then here's what happened. And what I will do is I'm pretty good about like telling you like, oh, okay, here's how I would have played it. So ChatGPT, it's a machine, but I think I'm a little bit better than ChatGPT sometimes. So just fill me in, dude, and I'll just tell you. And what I've come to find is if I just do that a few reps with people, usually they're getting pretty good.
yeah, totally. And I think if I had just thought to be I just didn't think to be prepared for that. I feel like that's probably going to be one of the things I hear the most. Even when I was doing like calling for free to fee, that was actually one of the most common things I would hear, you know. So I just
What fact that they've spoken to other people?
yeah, they're like I talked to hundreds of, you know, marketers or things like that. At least that's what they say, you know. Um, Probably the most common thing I heard. And like it might be a red ocean, but like we do have a system that works, so I don't know.
Okay, so um so my question to you is this something you feel or is this you know for sure that this is what you get all the time?
I know.
You know for sure. Okay. Okay, in that case, then I'm gonna work on a rebuttal and I'll type something and send that over to you guys tomorrow.
Yeah, that sounds good. And I've been working on some stuff too. So
What do you have so far that you're thinking? I kind of give you my 2 cents if you have some stuff pulled up in front of you in terms of like the research you've done and what you're thinking about saying and doing.
yeah, well, I mean, I've got like Cam was talking about how he had, you know, screenshots and testimonial videos. And which by the way, I thought it was really cool that those like a lot of those were not, you know, real or whatever, but we actually have a lot of those that are real. You know, we've got screenshots. I recorded a call with one of my clients where he's just like, "Oh, dude, he's like our first, you know, year with you, we hit like 3 million, and now this year we think we're gonna do like 5 or 6 million, or you know, something like that." So it's like I've got a lot of, you know, social proof and a lot of results to be able to back this up, and I just like wasn't mentally prepared to like yeah, face that rebuttal and use that. So that's like what I would say is just like we have a copy and paste machine that we know does XYZ, and you know we know it works for everybody, copy and paste. Like we've done it multiple times in all these different cities and areas. Um, and I don't know, just like be able to yeah, just like bring those up and use that. I don't know.
Can I give you my 2 cents?
Yeah, yeah.
I probably wouldn't say that
Oh, really?
because like if you said that to me, I would be like, okay, so what? How do I know you're not lying?
Yeah, yeah.
Like that's the first thing. So if I were you, I would make a mental note. I would not ever use that. I would never use that if I were you. The point of you, so the where you use testimonials and stuff, dude, is going to be specifically during the sales call during that whole stage. Again, you have to go through training, dude, but like during that stage where you're talking about like Mackenzie, this happened, and then that happened to this person, that happened to this person, and then but it doesn't just work for them, it worked for all these other clients too. That's when you're going to use that information. But whenever you get the objection of like, hey, I've worked with other marketers, dude, that's not going to work for you.
Yeah.
So I promise you that because my rebuttal is going to be, well, how do I like, you could be lying.
Right.
So how you deal with that is you cannot lead with like what you know to be true. What you have to lead with is an offer. So what I
And
mean by an offer is like the way you structure is like, hey, so I totally understand our stuff works. And you don't know me from Adam and Eve, but our stuff works so well that we are the only company that offers that generates the leads first, and then you pay after you make your first sale. So think about that. Like if you said that to me, I'm like, okay, well, what the fuck do I have to lose now? I
yeah,
don't know. It doesn't matter whether you're lying to me. It doesn't matter how many results you have because of the way you position the offer. It's like,
right.
well, I have nothing to lose. Does that make sense?
And that was kind of where my mind was going too, like, which is that's the most important part is like you're right, like you could be lying about those results, but like what I was feeling at the end of those results is like, so I'm so confident in this stuff that, I'd be willing to make X offer, kind of a thing. Like I know that it works, so we can do this.
The thing that separates you, Aiden, from the other guys is like your experience. Like hand over fist, like you've probably got the most experience here. But the thing is, when it comes to these discovery calls and when you get those rebuttals, man, that's not going to save you. Doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. The only time that's going to matter, like what you have, to be honest, it's going to help you with retention. But
Yeah.
it's not going to get your foot in through the door. It's going to keep you in the house, but it's not going to get your foot in through the door. And so again, I'll sleep on this and I'll type over a response to you if this is something that you truly get all the time. And again, just moving forward, dude, just keep telling me, keep feeding me these things that are like blockades for you, and then I'll just like think of shit to say and I'll give it to you, and then you can just use that as like a script moving forward. But the first thing that's kind of coming to my mind is position in a way where you're not doing it for free, but it kind of almost seems like it's a low thing. Like for example, the reason Cam's thing works so well is like, hey, look, it's typically 2 grand, typically 5 grand, but it's $200. Not only is it $200, I'm not going to charge you anything until you've made that money back. And so it's
Right.
like the way people position, the way people are thinking is like, dude, $200. Yeah, I could lose the $200, but like I could also make a shit ton of money. I don't know if I'm making a shit ton, but I like this guy. Everything he's saying seems good. I don't 100% trust him, but like, fuck it, $200 is okay. That's the psychology he's taking people through. That's why that works, right? And again, it's all about the offer. It's about the way he structures the offer. He's not saying like I have all this proof and I just know. He's saying I'll prove it to you by making this. I'm so confident. I'm only gonna take a fourth of the payment for the first month up front.
Yeah.
These are the kinds of things that have to be done to handle rebuttals like that. The uncertainty dot objections.
100%. I like it.
Um, what else do you want to go over, man? That's gonna be based off of like just this conversation, Aiden, dude. Like that's where me and you are gonna spend a lot more time is gonna be this stuff, I think.
100%. I agree.
Yeah.
Um,
This funnel, we're gonna get up and launched like really fast, I think, based
yeah,
off of the fact that you're already getting calls. So, what else is top of mind for you?
that was mainly it. Yeah, I wasn't happy with with how I handled that. So that was good.
No,
Um,
it's okay. You gotta, dude, go trust me, just go through the training, watch a few calls. Um, I'll give you some rebuttal stuff, and then we just gotta get more reps in.
yeah.
And what I want you to do moving forward, man, is like I want you to be aggressive and pushing calls forward, okay? Because your shit works. Like your shit fucking works. We just have to get our foot in through the door. So push people forward. I don't care what you have to. It sounds maybe bad, but I don't care what you have to say. Just push them forward. That
Yeah.
was kind of the problem I had with Jorge. Jorge would disqualify people too earlier. He wouldn't push them hard enough. You just need to push. Here's what you need to do. You need to. Here's what it is. You need to push people to agree to a sales call. That's all you need to do. Okay. Here's why. The reason you need to do that is as soon as they commit and they say, okay, yeah, they may or may not be willing to show up. They might just say that to you just to kind of be nice. Okay, but here's why. Why do you think that's all we need to do for now, for you? Why? Pop quiz. What's going to do the heavy lifting for you?
I mean oh shoot, dude. The heavy lifting, I mean that could be like the mechanism,
Boom,
either
there you
like
go.
the
It's the
video or
mechanism video, and it's gonna be, yes, it's gonna be the mechanism video. It's gonna be your testimonials, your results, like what you can do compared to like again, think about how far Cam has come, dude, and half his shit's bullshit. What about you? How much shit do you have in your ad account, dude? How many
that
clients, how much results do you have, dude? Like, so if we just like, so you and Tenny, like again, Tenny with helping create the content, you guys should be committing a bunch of time and energy into like mechanism, testimonial, that content. So so again, your job, Aiden, is to just fucking get people to agree to a yes. So just sell them on a sales call. Once you do that, we let the heavy lifting be done by the content, and then we're good.
Cool. No, I agree. I got really excited when I saw because yeah, like that whole concept of the mechanism video. I was like, that would be perfect. Along with the testimonials. Yeah.
Yeah. So, Tenny, what's top of mind for you, man?
Nothing really. I've just been working on the scripts for the video.
Okay,
That's going good.
cool.
Yeah,
That is that in Trello or is that somewhere else?
that's in Trello, yeah.
It's in
That's
Trello
right.
now. Yeah. We've just kind of been working on those a little preemptively, for when we do have the offer, we can just insert that and yeah, Tenny was helping me with that.
How many scripts are you just starting, or do you have a few scripts done? I haven't looked inside the Trello.
It's like 5.
Oh yeah, there's 5 scripts up.
Okay, cool. Shit. All right. Well, in that case, then tomorrow, I'll look at those scripts, I'll tweak them up, and then you guys will be good to go in terms of your offer and your script. You guys can start filming.
Okay.
Awesome.
So I'll make a note of that. Um,
We should film in the conference room. Like
uh,
Good idea.
with the black and the whites coming off the sides. Let me see.
cool. So tomorrow you'll have two things from me. You'll have a rebuttal script for the objection you're handling, and then you should have your scripts done tomorrow. This week you guys can start filming tomorrow or whenever is convenient for you guys. What else?
That's it. I think I went over everything that was on my mind.
Anything else, Tony?
No, that's it.
Cool, man. You guys, I know today was like fucking information overload. How are you guys feeling about today? You guys feeling okay? Was today good for you guys?
This is really good. I actually got chewed out by a client salesman earlier today. So this was actually like the perfect thing to help me move on from that. Like literally, like yeah. So that was good. It was really good.
Good, good, cool, good. I'm glad. All right, cool. Well, guys, if that's all, I'm gonna transition and wrap things up with Jorge and Righteous. Okay, cool, cool. So Righteous. I'm gonna kind of fill me in on your situation, what you guys are working out. Um, I when he told me kind of what his structure was, I 100% backed him. I think that if you guys work that out, I think that's like a fantastic deal for both you and him. But what are your thoughts, Righteous, about that?
I felt the same. I felt like, it was a great offer, especially since I kind of had some results in the painting niche. I didn't really just want to try to start something new and try to figure something else out. So I figured, as long as I can continue to work with, Amon, because we were doing pretty good, that, I can get as many clothes as I possibly can, and, just learn as much as I can. That way, if I did have to, for whatever reason, if we both started to scale and it just got too crazy, then, one of us, I'd probably just pick a different niche. But just getting my foot in the door, I think that it'd be the best option for me right now. That way I don't have to kind of start from scratch.
Yeah, I think so too, man. Definitely looks like there's some competition, right? So it looks like there's another agency already doing this stuff, and um, yeah, I'm gonna stepping in there now. You guys are kind of tag teaming a little bit. But yeah, for you, bro, like where you're at in the journey and your experience level, I agree. Is like learn like you take whatever you can get from Aman, get a few closes, get some results for some people, bro, and then reevaluate things in like 6 months' time. Do you want to stay in this niche? Do you want to go to another niche? What do you want to do? But I think it's going to take you 6 months to really grasp things. Um, but yeah,
Yeah. Nah,
what else?
that's how I felt. But now that you said that you think that that'd be the best route for me, because I was gonna ask you too, because I didn't get a chance to let you know that me and I'm gonna chop it up. So I'm glad he reached out to you and let you know how everything went.
There,
Um,
there's different kind. When I think of, there's different kinds of personality. There's a 0 to 1 personality, bro. And then there are 1 to 3s, and then there are 3 to 100s. So what I mean by that is a 0 to 1 personality is somebody that comes up with something from the ground up. They're like inventors. And so that's like me coming up with my, 7 days video marketer course and then upsell and this and that. That's like Alex Hormozy coming up with 6 week challenge. That's like you're building something from the ground up. Like this is like my dating ad stuff. Like I figured it out from the ground up. Nobody told me. I just built it from the ground up. And then there's like the 3 to 7, which is like, okay, somebody else has already created the offer. Somebody else has created something. Let me run with it. Let me run with it and then, scale it. And then you have your 3 to 100. So these are like the people like Hormo that just like are fucking, you have a great offer. Okay, I'm gonna take you to $1 million a month now. That's a complete different skill. And that skill set is not about like building anything new. That skill set is about hiring and training people. 0 to 1 is about just imagination. 1 to 3 is like the skill you have, which is like you're a workhorse. So the reason I bring this up is like that's why I knew that it was going to be good for you because I don't think that you are the 0 to 1 person yet. So if I were to like tell you, if I were to tell you like, yo, I want you to create a brand new offer in this particular niche, I think you would find it, I think it would be pretty challenging for you, actually.
yeah, it takes some time. Like, I feel like Amon, he did it like overnight. It felt like I was like, dang, he's already. I was still trying to, funnel hack, come up with an offer and stuff like that. He already had the ad created. So
So
yeah, it takes some time for sure for me. I think, like you said, in like the next 6 months, I'll probably have things figured out as far as like, okay, I can go into another niche and start to build from the ground up.
Um, yeah, I think genuinely, I think that would be the smartest move for you, bro. It would be the smartest move for you. I think I don't think you need to, like for example, when I do the 6 figure and 6 week sales funnel, I don't tell people to record the videos or anything. So I'm like, that's a waste of time. You don't need to be worrying about that. You don't need to be working on that skill. You need to be working on like launching the ads, doing the discovery call, doing the sales call. So for you, it's not the best use of your time to figure out how to create an offer and all that stuff right now. It's not the best use of your time. The best use of your time is managing ad spend, doing discovery calls, sales calls, and closing deals, and retention. Like those skills you need to be working on, in my opinion.
Yeah,
And then
thousand
once
percent.
once you figure those skills out down the road, now you can try to be more imaginative and like maybe create offers from the ground up, or you just pay people to like come up with offers for you. Anyways, bro, I'm like rambling. What's top of mind for you, bro?
I really didn't have anything top of mind other than like my current situation. It was just, I don't know, kind of unique and how everything is playing out.
Yeah.
Um, because like now that I got the actual return back, I'm just, I'm sitting, on a little bit of money to kind of build an agency. And I was thinking that I wasn't going to be going back to get a job, but one of the dealerships actually reached out to me and was like, "Hey, we like to bring you in for an interview." And it was somebody that I used to actually work with, so I know him. He just wants me to come in and meet the rest of the managers, and I'm just like, should I go or should I be like, kind of push it off a little bit, but um, just didn't want to keep relying on like the unemployment stuff, just because it's it can be a little shaky, and I think
How
it
much
ends in March, I believe.
how much is coming in from that a month?
It would be of unemployment. It's like 2,500 a week. If that's
2,500.
right. No, just 2,000 a month.
And then what is your expense again? It's like 1,500 or something, or
Yeah, expenses low, about 1,500.
so I guess the last time around you had unemployment, right? And so I guess like what happened last time versus this time, what would be different? Other than
That's
like tax return. Because like last time around, you had money coming in from unemployment, you had a low monthly expense. So like what happened last time?
Yeah, last time it was just literally like I guess experience. I didn't really know. I was still trying to test everything out, figure everything out. So I kind of blew through the first 10 or $7,000 doing that, which was just testing now. Versus this time, I've got much more experience just in the painting industry, and I feel like I've actually got a much better shot now than I did before. And I just know that if I take a job again, then that's just less time that I have to build a business. Just because I have, the card business is, it's pretty much an all day type of job. You work every day. Um, you're just there for the sale, pretty much. So
I guess what I'm getting at is like the last time around, let's say you got $2,000 unemployment, you got your expenses, that's $1,500. It sounds to me like are you spending the loan money as well as the money that's coming in for unemployment, and you're spending all that money on the business instead of like spending the $2,000 on your life expenses and then like the other money on like the business. Does that make sense what I'm trying to get at or no?
yeah, so that kind of happened. Like I started using the unemployment money once I ran out of the extra that I had. That's when I started dipping into the. That's when things was getting real, real tough. Because the first one I just had the money. It was kind of like, all right, you're gonna make it back. Especially if you close a deal and you get somebody good results. If people stay on with you, you'll make the money back. Regard like the money's gonna come back tenfold. So it's just that
So
first go round.
so that how much did you get total the first time?
I just had a credit card at 10,000 the first time.
10K, and is there interest on there or no?
Yeah, it's probably high because it was my very first credit card that I got approved for that amount. So I'm pretty sure they probably hit me with something stupid like a 20-30%.
Okay, that 10K, okay. All right, so out of that 10K, 5K went to the coaching,
Yeah.
and then the other 5K was into like ad spend and all the stuff that you were testing. Okay, how much money did you make in terms of like sales and like deals closed? Like how much money did you collect?
I think it was like about 3 grand.
Okay,
I
that's
have
not
to
bad.
have to pull up my numbers. Yeah, it was right. It might have been like 37.
Really? Huh.
Where's my KPIs? Yeah, I was looking at my numbers. I'm like, they wasn't that bad actually. Um,
So you spent
so
5K on
five,
the and
yeah.
then
So I collected 3750 total.
that okay. So if I'm understanding correctly, you got 10 so okay. So you got 2K. Okay, if I'm understanding correctly, here's basically what happened. You got the 10K, you spent 5K on the coaching program, then you spent 5K on, whatever you had to do, running ads, getting leads for them. Out of that, you collected $3,700 from people. So you're basically 37, 38, 30. Yeah, so 37, 38, 39, 40. So you're basically 1,300 in the loss. That's not bad at all, actually. For for a learning stage, bro, 1,300 for like that is not bad. So, and then what happened is instead of spending 5K, you spent some of your money for, your unemployment. That's basically what happened. So
Yeah,
basically, so let's say you spent 2K from unemployment, and so you're basically at a loss of like 3,300.
yeah,
Okay. That's not bad. I'll be honest, that's not bad. I thought your situation was much different. No, bro, and this isn't me giving you a pep. This is the tuition of learning, bro. This is the tuition of learning. Okay. So this time around, what's the plan? What's the move?
yeah. That's a great question. Because now I got a little more than 10 grand. I got like 14,000. So I got 14,000 this time. Honestly, the plan was to
I
continue
would
building the agent. Huh?
I would highly recommend, bro, you take 10 of that grand and put it towards a credit card.
Like just put 10 on the credit card.
No, like pay off the card, bro.
Okay. Pay off the
Yeah.
card. I was
Yeah.
gonna do like 3 or 4 grand or something like that. I usually put the whole thing.
Yeah, because why are you gonna pay interest on that shit? What's the point
I
of
don't
paying interest?
know.
Yeah, you got no reason to
Yeah,
pay
you're
interest.
right.
Would you like giving away your money, bro?
Nah, I was just like gonna pay the bare minimum and, at
No,
least till I get like a couple clients or something. But I see what you're saying.
I was you, if you have 14,000, if you have 14,000, bro, what I would do is I would put 10 grand, all of it, pay off the card, so you're not worried about interest payments. And then what I would do if I was you is make a rule to yourself, okay? Here's the rule you make. 2 grand that comes in a month for your unemployment, that goes to your life expenses. You do not touch that. That shit covers your life expenses no matter fucking what, okay? That 4 grand that you have left over, you have to make that work for you. That's the rules. So you got 4 grand to play with. That's it. And so with that 4 grand, I mean, bro, if if you I mean, from what I saw with Aman, bro, if you spend like 500, you should have a deal closed. If you spend 500 and you get them to pay you 500, like you break it. So, bro, like you can't fuck up the 4 grand. I don't think you can at this point with your experience now. So, to be honest, yeah, take that 14 grand, pay off the initial 10, live off with the 2 grand per month from unemployment. You got 4 grand to fuck with. And I will be surprised if you don't turn that 4 grand to like 8 grand in like 3 months. That's what I would, that, I think that should be the goal. No matter what, you got 4 grand, you don't fuck it up. You don't fuck up the 4 grand. That's your 4 grand. That's all you got.
That makes sense. Yeah, that's a lot better than what my plan originally was. I was like, I could just go back selling cars and try to do both again. But I'm like, that shit is, I already know it's not going to be how I want it to be
So here's the
in
rule.
terms of,
If you blow through the 4 grand and you don't make the money, then you get the job. Because there's no reason to get the job if your life is paid for through the government right now, right? If right, you're not going to be homeless. The government's paying for you, so you don't quote unquote need a job. So you have the freedom, you have the luxury of still, going after your dreams right now. You got 4 grand to fuck with. If you run out of the 4 grand, then go look at the job. But up until then, I don't think you need a reason to. I don't think you need to fuck up your focus. It doesn't make any sense. The
yeah,
only reason you would go to your job is if without the job you would be homeless, but you're not gonna be homeless.
no, that makes sense. 'Cause I was like, it all just had to happen right then and there. I was like, dang, I didn't think that they were even gonna reach back out. So I already knew what I had to do. I start looking into day trading and everything.
No, no,
I was like, yeah,
don't lose your focus, bro. No.
okay. That really helps. It makes everything clear as far as what I need to do. Uh, I'm just waiting on to get back with Amon and we chop it up a little bit more to make sure we structure everything right, and then we back to running ads.
Yeah. Okay. Um, so I mean, yeah. So, and you can get people results. So your main thing is going to be this, bro. Your main thing is going to be this one, just super laser focus on sales. And when I say that, man, it's like you gotta work on your EQ. You gotta work on reading people and knowing what they're saying and behind the lines because this is not free to fee. I feel like free to fee is the easiest way to sell, and this is the hardest way to sell. So it's gonna be a lot more challenging, um, in some ways. The way it's gonna be more challenging is gonna be sales. So what you're gonna have to do is first of all focus on your sales skills, bro. And then when you close the deals, I don't know if we're going to structure as like a $1,000 a month thing or or $500 for the first week, whatever. But from what I understand, you're going to owe Aman some money for every time you close a deal. And so what that means is you're not going to be quote unquote making from money from a client until month two. Does that make sense? And
Yeah,
not even actually month two. Um, it's going to be like month three actually, potentially. Because okay, let's say it cost you $500 to acquire a customer, right?
right.
Then and let's say they pay you 500 bucks, right? So that initial 500 bucks is going to go towards Aman. The second 500 bucks that they pay you is going to go through your ad spend. The third 500 bucks you're going to pocket.
I don't see what you're saying. Okay, yeah.
So what does that mean? That means first of all, you got to get good at sales to close the deal. The second thing you have to make sure you're getting good enough results and retaining people so that they stay with you at least 3 months.
Yeah.
That's if you're doing like a 500, 500, 500 thing. The thing about you, the good thing about you, bro, is like your shit works. Like you guys are getting your clients, making your clients money. For you, you just gotta work on your sales skills. You gotta work on your people skills. That's what it is. You gotta work on your people skills, communication, people skills. That's it. The thing is, it's gonna be a lot less volume this time around because you're not calling and doing hooks every fucking day. Like you're a madman. That's why I like really respect about you is like the work you put in, bro. You're not gonna be doing that. You're not gonna need to do that. So what that means is hopefully you can take the time and energy to really just like be better at communicating. So you're not going to be running like a madman with your head cut off like a chicken. So you have the time and energy to really pour into people and be empathetic, really study sales calls and stuff like that.
Yeah. I think that'd be not easier, but just, much more doable that way. Just focusing on actually building a relationship with the client and really trying to help them versus
Yeah.
trying to do, the whole thing, like, generate the leads and pass it over to them and, make sure they're closing the deals too, because that is just a bunch of moving parts into it.
Yeah. In summary, bro, it's just like being a better people person, like really just focusing on that skill. That's going to be your number one. That's going to be your number one thing for you.
Being a better people person.
Yeah,
But
that's your
now
number.
that's good. It's a lot of value on this call today.
It's a long one, bro. We're like 5 hours in, but I had fun. What else is top of mind for you, bro? Anything else you want to go over?
No, that was pretty much it. We cleared everything up, so
Cool, cool. All right then. If that's everything, then we'll see you next week then. Just keep me posted on like I guess when are you starting officially like are you talking to Aman or like what's the plan?
yeah. I have to kind of see what well, mine's pretty much gonna like plug me into his systems pretty much. So I just gotta see how all that'll work. And then I should be able to get started and get everything back and rolling. So I should know something by tomorrow.
Okay. Cool, cool. All right. Well, I'm in Slack, all right? Just keep me posted, all right?
Will do, man. Didn't mean to keep you up too late.
Dude. It's only 11 here in Columbus, right? We're good. It's not bedtime yet.
Yeah,
So
right.